Hi, everybody. I said I figured I would just carry it on and see how it went. There's not a whole lot going on, at least by my subscriptions. Everybody has their own. I know that Kelly Hip Flippin' Mama, she's got her jewelry auction going on. And Anthony, Bluegrass Picker, he's got his live going on where he's got his garage sale haul going on. But personally, I don't have anybody else really going on with anything going on. So, and everybody else is doing their thing with the resale rally over in Cincy, and then everybody down in New Orleans for the meetup. So, what the heck? Might as well give everybody else some place to hang out if they ain't got nothing else to do. Oh, well, thank you, Wendy. Even if all we do is just sit here and stare at a screen and go doody or whatever, I don't care. As long as it's not the mana, I'm good. Okay, guys? Oh, you're fine, Wendy. We just chit chat text. I don't care. Hell, if it wasn't for the fact that we get red flagged all the time for music, I'd have the radio playing in the background or some shit. But YouTube always wants to black flag you for playing music, red flag you, whatever. But now I was talking to Willow in the green room after Cody. I was asking her about when she does her beading things, what type of thread she uses and stringing, because I watch another YouTuber. Hey, Papa, welcome back. Good to see you again. Did you get time to have lunch, or is it lunchtime yet? They have I watch a YouTuber channel called Heddle's Art, and she does bead weaving and stuff like that and makes jewelry. There's Willow.
Yep, here I am. Did you miss me?
Of course.
Hello, everyone.
That's why I was asking you, TG, what kind of things you do for hobbies. If you were any kind of artsy craftsy person or anything like that.
I have Saba wanting to get butt rub. Actually, a butt scratch, but
That's normal.
Usually she just, wants a regular. But yeah, she had her ass sticking up in the air. She wanted me to rough up her ass. Then she sneezes in my face. Did you hear that?
Yes, I did. Cinnamon sugar bagel, and then broke out your torch and turned it into a brulee. There you go, I guess.
Yeah, there you go, Jay. Ain't nothing like setting your dinner on fire. On purpose.
But that actually does sound good. I love bagels.
Yes, I know. I'm not a big bagel person. I just tend to sit like a rock in my gut. I think there's just enough, like a sourdough kind of connotation to a bagel.
Uh-huh.
That's kind of the way it goes with me, and I can't eat sourdough.
Gotcha.
Sourdough for me just gets more sour.
Too heavy on that yeasty part.
Yeah. Hey, Wendy. Get your ass up here, girl. She said earlier she'd come on if you wanted her to.
I know. I told her she didn't have to. She didn't want to.
Well, she offered, so she must want to. So get your ass up here, girl.
Because now I'm getting seriously heavily bored sitting here at home with nothing to do. And I'm getting in all of this odd jewelry and stuff, and
You can get artsy fartsy with it.
might as well do something with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Break it down, harvest the goodies, can the rest of it. Hi,
Yep.
Wendy.
Hey.
Yay. Yeah, you can make up other jewelry, or you can do, embellish a pillow or a bag, or make curtain tie bags, or whatever.
Yeah. Something. Ooh.
Or you could just do abstract art, on sheet of thick felt or something, and frame it, hang it up on the wall, or canvas, or duck cloth, or whatever.
I got all these snake skins over here.
Snake skin?
Mm-hmm.
You got snake skin?
Well, sheds.
Oh.
Not skins. Sheds.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Let me fix that. My bad.
Yeah.
Sheds.
Yeah, you would have a bunch of sheds because you got pet snakes.
Yep.
I'm shedding like a snake.
I'm sure you are, Wendy.
I am.
That's what happens when you get sun.
Yeah.
You go from being porcelain to being lobster to shedding.
Yep.
Yep. I always peel a little bit with like the first burn,
Mm-hmm.
but the burn will turn brown in like a day,
Mm-hmm.
and then I don't burn again for the rest of the season. No matter how long I'm out in the heat, I just get darker and darker and darker.
Mm-hmm. That's that Native American part of you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which is what makes me wonder how much Native Americans in there.
Mm-hmm. That's Tim. Tim, but unfortunately, I mean, yes, Tim will get a burn. If he's out long enough, he'll get a really bad burn. But generally, he doesn't burn. He'll get a little red and then a tan.
There's only one time that I burned so bad that I blistered, and that was when the first time I went to the ocean, because it was on that white sand.
Yeah.
And, I can't wear sunscreen, and, had no idea that, you basically cut the time in half of your exposure on white sand than you do, inland.
Yeah.
And, they didn't bother to point that out until after I was red. And we'd been back at the house kind of deal. It's like, oh, we forgot to tell you. And I'm like, oh, thanks a lot. But yeah, I roasted like a lobster, and then top that off. There'd been a storm the night before, and there was little shrapnels of jellyfish tentacle in the water really bad. And I didn't get like into the ocean. It was just lapping up on me on the beach because I don't swim and my balance isn't that great even back then when I was a teen. And yeah, I got stung by jellyfish tentacle all over the place too.
Really?
So between sun sickness and jellyfish venom sickness, I was not worth a shit for the rest of that vacation.
Mark.
Hey, Mark. Or as Cody calls you, Kitty. Ow.
Wendy, what'd you do?
I think she got bounced out and she bounced back. Well, I had my lunch. I'm waiting for it to settle a little bit so I can get my pills in me.
Or did I accidentally do it?
No.
Effing phone.
Are you playing with buttons? No. Apparently it's her phone.
Yeah, stupid doctors. My daughter took him to it. There she goes again. Our youngest daughter took him to his doctor's appointment. She messaged me. She says, "I don't like this doctor. He's a fucking idiot."
Yeah, did he ever do that update live yesterday?
He didn't do the live. He just dropped a quick video today.
Oh, okay. I'll have to check it out.
He goes, not a live, but a video.
That'll work.
They're gonna send him back to the ophthalmologist.
Mm-hmm. So they've run out of new places to send him, so now they're just going to recycle.
Yeah.
I don't know either, Wendy.
Don't know, honey.
I mean, do you have to like clear cache or anything like that on a phone? I don't do anything on my phone, so.
I don't know. I don't know much about phones. I try not to dink with it. I try to stay on the computer with this stuff.
The only thing that we really do on my phone is play on, which is tied to the state's lottery. You know, like if we get a ticket, you scan it in there. You can check it and see if it's a good one. You know, if you want anything or not.
Yeah.
To confirm, but there's also this play on thing, and you scan it into that, and it creates points, and then you can use the points to enter other drawings that they have.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, we'll scan a ticket through my phone, but that's that and the Walmart app, checking prices and stuff when you're going through the store,
Mm-hmm.
and you can't find a freaking price, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I've got the Walmart app on my phone, and
that's really all I do on my phone other than text.
Amazon, Walmart.
She says all that's clear, so could be that there's problems with your internet stuff tied to your phone. Maybe they're having problems with towers, or who knows? Somebody could have hit a freaking tower with, their car or something and screwed something up. You never know. I mean, usually towers are out in the boondocks, but, or away from road, but people are stupid. Oh, she thinks she's probably due for a new phone because it keeps resetting itself.
Oh, good Lord.
Could be that, or maybe an update's glitchy and it's making it funk out.
Yeah, maybe. That could be.
No, Mark. The tumor is pressing on an eye, on the back of the eye, and anything that touches the eye basically gets sent to eye people.
You haven't heard the update though, see Willow. He does have the two tumors there at the pituitary, but now they're trying to say that all the issues with his left eye and the headaches are due to cataract. Now, cataracts don't just come on, suddenly.
No. No, cataracts come on nice and slow.
Yeah. So that's why they're going to try sending him back to the ophthalmologist
to test for cataracts.
To double check for cataracts. Because
the thing is any imaging that the ophthalmologist did would show cataract if he had them to begin with, because as your cataracts advance, some of their imaging equipment can't see what it needs to see because the cataract is in the way.
Mm-hmm.
Duh.
So that's
basically they don't need to send him back. All they had to do was call and say, was there any indication of cataract in the imaging that you did?
Yeah.
They don't actually have to send him back again unless they didn't do imaging tests.
They want to do some other testing or redo a set of testing rather.
Mm.
And they want him to redo a set of testing that needs to be done. Plus, when they was there at the ophthalmologist, they didn't dilate his pupils either.
Oh, so there's some imaging that they wouldn't have done because of some of that stuff.
Yeah.
Requires a dilation.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to send him into some of the testing that I've had done. They even did a test, which I got. That's why I have to go back to Topeka next time, because the specialist, when he comes here, doesn't have that equipment here. So I've got to go and do this test thing. They put some dye in me to do imaging, to check for the vessel constriction and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They might have him do that too.
So, yeah, I'm like, okay, you're at your neurosurgeon and you're still having headaches and the shaking and stuff, and you told him that you hit the marijuana every now and then just to get. Oh, Papa Smurf, you are not blue in here. What the hell?
Hey, Amy.
And I'm like, you told him that you hit your stash every now and then, and it takes all the pain away, but you still shake. That doesn't go away. There's a problem with that. So, why are they? I did, Amy. Or I should say Ninja. I'm sorry. And, but when you mentioned the headaches, the neurologist brushed it off. And that's the part that pissed off our daughter. And they didn't offer to do any more new imaging to see if the masses have enlarged.
Yeah, they need to be monitoring that. No. They're chuffing off. Yeah, I know.
So I guess in order to get the ball rolling, Monday we'll call and see about scheduling an appointment with our general doctor as per normal. And she seems to get further than the specialists. Anytime you talk to a specialist, Specialists don't want to do shit. You got to talk to your general practitioner to get anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Catch you
Yeah,
later.
which is where I'm at with getting my MRI scheduled, my CAT scan scheduled. I've got one without contrast scheduled, but I need one with contrast scheduled. That's full torso.
Yeah.
And I want them to add my head to it. Same with the MRI, just to rule out, because they haven't done them. And they could show something that the others aren't, you know.
They milk your insurance till you're about dead. That's what they do.
Pretty much. Did you hear that?
Barely.
She said they milk your insurance until you're about dead.
Yeah. But, yeah, it's insane. I was like, they've brushed off the headaches. Going to try and blame it on cataract. Not going to do any more new imaging to see if they've grown, because if it's a mass, it can grow exponentially in just a matter of weeks, months.
Mm-hmm.
And he had that imaging back in what? February, March? Maybe April?
They need to be monitoring that. And they need to be doing testing to determine what type of tumor it is, to see about medications to shrink it, and whether or not surgery is an option and stuff like that. And they're chuffing all that off and bouncing him around and not getting the answers that they need.
Well, yeah, and they sent him to the endocrinologist, and the endocrinologist ran specific blood tests to see if the tumors might have been hormone related, and they're not. So the hormone balances are fine, so they're not related to that.
Well, they've ruled that out, but then they need to find out, it
What
isn't
it
that.
is.
So then what is it?
Exactly.
And God, I wish I was there. I would be all over those doctors. My eye doctor's getting an earful the next time I go here in Topeka. I'm going to be like, okay, so we've ruled this out. We've ruled this out. We've ruled this out. So what do we do to find out what it is?
Mm-hmm.
So that we know how to treat it. Because, I would like my vision back if at all possible.
Welcome back, Wendy.
Welcome back, dear. Crossing fingers, toes, and nose hairs that your phone behaves.
But yeah, it's a big chase game. You can't win, I swear. We do get further with our general practitioner than we do with all these damn specialists.
Well, that's why I'm going to push for the imaging, because I've got to get the imaging done anyways. I need to get updated images of my spine and shoulders, MRI-wise.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't going to take much to add my head.
No.
The CAT scan, I need to get full torso, because there's a lot of things that have to be monitored. But the only thing they have scheduled is a non-contrast of my chest. And we get this done annually every year, but I'm having to break in this new general practitioner doctor that I've got.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he's going to get an earful, and we're going to order some, put some orders in, or else.
Yeah.
He's going to find out what it's like to have a 30-plus year experienced advocate pissed off as a patient. Because, this stuff needs to be done. There's a reason it gets done every year. He's like, oh, well, you don't need that. I'm like, yes, I do. Well, we'll discuss it at your next appointment. Well, guess what? It didn't happen. Because there's so much other stuff that I had to go over with him, And
only allotted so much time per visit.
Yeah. And they try to shove you out the door as fast as possible. And, that's why I contact via the portal.
Yep.
With stuff that comes along, because I'm trying to not have the appointment so overwhelmed that there's not enough time to cover everything that needs to be covered. And my medical is very complex, very complicated, and there's not enough time in a 15-minute slot to cover everything that needs to be covered. every 3 months, and so I try to do stuff on the interim, and he's not getting that yet. I'm still, like I said, breaking him in and training him. It's like housebreaking a puppy.
I know.
And so once I get him trained, then it won't be so bad. But yeah, he really, I need to get him situated here.
You'll get it.
But this appointment with both this eye specialist and my Gen Prac that happens this month is going to be intense. And I'm going to be going in loaded for bear.
Uh-oh.
Here's how it is. This is the deal. And if you haven't figured it out by now, you're going to learn it now, because you're going to sit, you're going to listen. And they generally don't like it when you do that. But when I get done with them, after an appointment like that, they're usually pretty compliant after that, because they don't want to see that part of me again. The claws come out when they have to, and it's reached the have to point. So that's why I'm saying I wish I was there with you guys, because I could throw that experience into Tim's care and an appointment, if allowed, and rake your doctor over the coals and get them a little bit more pliable. But I've done it before. Had people that were just totally frustrated, and went to a doctor's appointment with them, and they had me come back with them, which is more challenging right now with COVID. I don't know if that would work out, because they generally only allow like one person back, if at all. But normally I would go back with per their request, and usually when I got done with their doctor, they became more pliable, because they don't want to see me again. There's just a certain mode, and for those
I used to be that way, and I still can get that way.
Yeah.
And I have, because when I went the last time to the doctor with Tim, and I looked at the nurse at the appointment we were at, and she was asking a question, and I went, everything should be in the notes. I said, do you people not talk to each other? Do you not send each other the information like you're supposed to? Everything should be in the medical file. And the nurse looked, and she went, no. And I said, really?
What you do there, I don't know if it's the same in your state, but there is a share information form here.
Yeah, we have it filled out.
That, well, that ain't no good. And then each time you get something done, you have them document, and you don't walk away until you see it written in the paperwork that the information is also supposed to be sent to such and such and such and such. And I hand them a list with their fax numbers and all that delightful stuff.
We have it filled out because it's sent. The doctors that we were sent to by the.
It was a referral.
It was a referral from the neurosurgeon.
Yeah.
The neurosurgeon.
Usually what happens there is it didn't actually require a referral. They just use that term. It's pretty loose in the medical world now. And all they did was call and schedule it for you. There wasn't actually referral paperwork that went through that would document that this information has to be shared there. So that's when you have to
those doctors specifically, we said, okay, this is from Dr. Amin, and they said yes. And I said, and now these information needs to go back to Dr. Amin, and they said yes. When we get this information back, we are sending it to him. And I said, correct. And they said yes. I said, all right.
Yeah, but that's just the he said,
and
she
it's
said
noted
thing.
In his file, right? Yes. I said, And we signed off on it, right? She looked at the paperwork and she said yes. I said, all right. So apparently we can sign off on it.
Yeah, I know. I've dealt with it. It's insane. And it doesn't help that they with the whole COVID thing, they've something that has developed within the medical field in particular, but kind of everywhere, is what I call COVID lazies. They had reduced number of people that come in for visits. Everything's a little bit more fluid, and less locked time slots, one after the other. And they got lazy. And now that they're having to go back to full appointment docket, full this, full, they're like resisting, and the lazies are lingering, and people aren't doing the faxing and the notifications and the documenting in the system and stuff that they should be doing.
Oh, and it's driving me ever loving crazy.
Yeah, and people's lives depend on the thoroughness of the medical field. And when the medical field is lackluster in returning to full speed ahead post-COVID, yeah, people are going to die because of it. And you got to fight it. I mean, even harder than ever before. And that's what I'm saying. You want to see where it has been noted. You want to see, not just, oh yeah, we did this. Oh yeah, we did that. Because you're going to hear a lot of that, and they're bald-faced lies. You want to see, can you show me and confirm that it is there, et cetera, et cetera. Because if you don't, stuff's going to fall through the cracks, like getting information sent to the person that referred you there and so forth. Yeah, you really got to hammer down on the advocacy at this point and fight tooth and nail every step of the way. And all patients are going to have to do that to force them back into the full speed ahead mode that they should be in, because they're fighting it. They don't want to go. They want to be lazy. They like the lazy, and don't think that they should have to do all of that stuff anymore, since they were getting paid for doing a fraction of it. So
Yeah. It's just a pain in the ass. It really is, and it's driving me crazy. It's just one of the things.
And if you call COVID lazies on them, well, I was told that this was going to get done, and it didn't get done. Apparently, you guys are suffering from COVID lazies. And I've used the term in the office before. They were horrified. They were horrified that it was being identified, that it was given a name. And it's a name that they're not going to be proud of if it gets slapped on their ass. So just even using that term, I have found, at least here, and feel free to use it out loud and proud in their little, desk area, so the people in the waiting room hear it and pick up on it and start sharing. It's going to take the patients to advocate hard and furious to get them back to where they should be, which wasn't the best to begin with, because the medical field is broken, and it has been for a very long time.
Oh, yeah.
The moment that it went from being a calling to a career, it was broken. Same with police, fire, any first responder. There's a lot of certain fields that when it became, instead of becoming a calling, it became a career. Politics is another one. It broke. And it has continued to break since, because instead of being a calling to help the people, it has become, a money-making mission by these people.
Yeah, because insurance money is pretty much guaranteed. I mean, I swear that's why some people go into it. They don't go be a doctor because, they want to help people. They know that they're going to make a whole bunch of money.
That was my sister, guys.
Hi, Jen.
Hi, sorry.
I get to talking about this, and it gets her afire too, because she's seen some of the nightmare.
Oh, yeah, she's seen the way it works,
Yeah. But, yeah, you really have to hammer down and advocate full on. But there's a fine line between the serious advocate and just the blathering old bat that they ignore. So you got to kind of watch that line, make sure you stay on the right side of it so they don't just write you off. But it can be done. And yeah, my specialist and my gen prac are fixing to see that full on. Hello, Enville.
I don't know, Wendy. What do you got in the cupboard?
Yes, what are you capable of eating? You know, are we talking like baby food goo, or, you know, are you capable of full solids today? I gotta pick on you.
You know, or is toad an option?
Yeah, are you in the mood for invertebrate? Or, I don't know, what classification is a toad in? It ain't reptile. I think it's invertebrate, isn't it? I don't know. It's been a long time since I was in school. Whatever it is, are you in the mood for that? Bangers and mash. No idea what that is culturally,
Sausages and
but you know
potatoes.
how I'm reading it. I mean, calling a food a banger? Seriously? Who came up with that?
Sausage
Sausage.
and
Sausage and
mashed potatoes.
No, good to know. Any kind of sausage that I'm thinking about, though. Yeah, know me better than that by now, sis.
See? Sausage.
Mm-hmm.
What are we talking about? A hot beef injection or what?
You know, they plump when you cook them.
The fuck is a bubble and squeak? Toad
I've heard the
sausage,
term,
not
but
a
yeah, I have no idea.
Oh, that's right. Toad went to his mom's.
I don't know.
I've heard. Oh yeah, bubble and squeak. I've heard of that too.
Yeah, but I have no idea what it is.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Come on, Wendy, enlighten us.
Squeak
It's a
sounds
thing.
like cheese.
Hello, Virginia.
Mm.
You don't want to know. We're vulgarizing food terms.
Yeah.
No, we're just Britting them.
No, we're vulgarizing them. Where have you been?
Well, that's what they call that stuff over there.
Yes, I know. But, you know, bangers and mash.
Leftover veggies mixed in mashed potatoes.
And fries.
Vegetable.
So basically, it's kitchen sink mashed potato patties,
Sounds like it.
and they call it bubble and squeak. Why don't they just call it?
Yeah, see, vegetable and mash.
Yes, I know. I can read. She keeps popping in over my shoulder, and she's like, "Oh," I'm like, "Duh." That sounds disgusting, actually. I've never been a potato patty kind of person.
I don't mind potato cakes.
Mom used to make them. Dad loved them, and yeah, I never. If I was gonna have mashed potatoes, I was gonna eat mashed potatoes. I didn't want to then turn them into a patty and fry them. To me, that was just kind of like, you know,
I don't mind
using mashed potatoes.
Potato cakes are good. It bubbles,
As it bubbles and squeaks in the skillet. And if my food starts squeaking, I ain't eating it.
A lot of things squeak in the skillet.
They'll sizzle, but I've never heard food squeak before. I've heard a squeal, and that's when you put a hot dog in the microwave and it pops open and goes, but that's about it.
Really, Wendy?
You named your cats after mashed potatoes and veggies?
That's funny. Wow. Okay, I'm getting an education.
She was hungry when she got them, so she named them Bubble and Squeak. I don't know, pet names, I try to give them something dignified. See, Sable agrees. I kind of grew out of the cutesy names for critters a long time ago. The last cutesy name that I gave was the Shih Tzu that I had when I was like 7 or 8 or 9. I guess I was 9. I don't know, somewhere in there.
Mhm.
I only had her for a year because she died of parvo or something. I don't remember. I was too young, and they didn't talk a lot about that stuff back then.
Mm-hmm.
Something they were born with. So I don't think it was parvo. Isn't there some kind of leukemia that dogs can be born with, kind
I
of like
don't.
cats? I don't
I
know.
don't.
I can't
I don't
remember.
know much about dogs. Uh,
Whatever it was, the whole litter was born with it, and they sold the puppies, and within a year they died. Every one of them,
I know that.
including mine. But I named her Tinkerbell,
Gotcha.
and that was the last cutesy name that I ever gave a critter. They were always dignified after that.
I have Sissy. Sissy Puss. Usually I just call her Puss Puss. Uh, my other cat prior to that was Pepper. I called him Peppy or Peppy Toes. Or
Yeah.
Peppy.
Well, there's nothing wrong with the shorter names. I don't know. I got name-ish. I didn't have kids, so I named my critters.
Yeah.
I
And
think
then
that's kind of where that went. Because I have Sable Lynn,
mhm,
Aspen Saphira, Gwendolyn Sue, Amber Calandria. I had a Tumethius Odin, Murphy
mhm,
Rowan. You know,
yeah. Well, my Shih Tzu, his name is Oscar. Now my previous Shih Tzu, the one that was registered and had papers, he was registered as Theodore Buttons.
I like that. I like the name Dexter. You know, nickname him Dex.
Mm-hmm. But he was registered as Theodore Buttons, but we called him Fuzzy or Whoopie, depending on the day.
Yeah. Well, Amber Calandria, we call her Callie. Because, you know, if she hears Amber Calandria, she knows she's screwed up.
Mm-hmm.
Gwendolyn Sue is Winnie Sue. Um, Sable and Aspen don't really have nicknames. They're just Sable and Aspen.
Now, my other cats that my daughter has that she claims, and I said, fine, you can have them. You claim them, they're yours. Whenever you move out, you take them. Uh, one is called Sake.
Like,
The, and the other is Puff.
whatever works.
Sake and Puff. He is also called Puff Tato. Hey, Sandy.
Hey, Sandy.
But they're both black and white tuxedos. They're brother and sister. Only the female, she is short, fluffy, long hair, like Sissy Puss. And
Hey,
then,
Pearl.
hey, Pearl. And then the other is your standard short hair, black and white tuxedo, like Marty.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had a tuxedo.
How is everybody this afternoon?
In fact, the tuxedo is the one that the dog rescued in the backyard that had been hit by a car. And that was Charm, Amelia Charm. But she just went by Charmer Girl. If I said Amelia Charm, she knew she was in trouble.
I know. Kind of like any kid, if you say, more than just their first name or their nickname, you knew that they were in trouble. We knew we
Yeah.
were in trouble.
Well, when they were babies, I used their name, their full name, so they would learn it. And then, as they grew, we would throw in a nickname.
Uh-huh.
But they knew their real name.
Of course. That's cool, Andy. Stanley, stand the man.
Sarah, she was Sarah Marie. Yes, I gave a dog my middle name.
That's fine.
But she passed a couple of years ago. Be 2 years next month. Old age. We'd had her a long time. We adopted her from the pound when she was a puppy.
Down, puppy.
Yep. She was, I estimate, about 3.5, 4 months old when we got her. She was a 3 strikes. In other words, she'd been adopted out and returned. And she was scheduled to die literally the day we picked her up. We'd went in a day or two before and did the paperwork and stuff. And
Oh, really, Pearl?
they told us the day that we picked her up that she was actually scheduled to die that day.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, diamond painting. I've got a couple of those kits. I want to try it. I just haven't had time to start one here. I figured I could do it this summer when it's really hot and I can't do it.
Where did you get it from, Pearl? If you go to Hirschner's, I know Hirschner's has some.
Yeah, they have the kits.
Mm-hmm.
Our local Hobby Lobby has the kits, but they also have the backer material and the jars of the little dots, and which are basically flat back gemicides.
Mm-hmm.
But you can they have two different. They have round and they have square. The square ones give you a more full look. The round kits, though, tend to be cheaper. So it's just whichever way you want to go. I think the loose ones in the little jars, I think they're all round. Google diamond dots, Sandy, and you'll see. They're just basically the little flat back faceted gems, and you're putting them together to create an image kind of like a cross stitch, but you're just sticking them onto a sticky adhesive material to create the image. It's called diamond painting as well. But Diamond Dots is the copyright brand that they were released as initially, but other companies are copying it now.
Pearl's like, trust me, this one's cheap.
But I got a small one, or smaller, it'll fit like, a motif on like a duffel bag, or not a duffel bag, a tote bag, book bag. And then I've got a big one that is Van Gogh's Starry Night. I've always loved Van Gogh's Starry Night. I know he was a batshit crazy artist, but I love Starry Night. I don't know why. It resonates to me. But it's just a new craft medium that they've come out with in the past couple of years. They were going to start releasing it more mainstream, and then COVID hit, and that kind of shut some of that down.
No, it shouldn't, Pearl. So, yeah, you definitely got a cheap one. Cheaply made.
Yeah. the better quality ones they're more uniform, and but you can do your own designs now and just buy the gems, which apparently are matching up to the DMC floss colors, from what I understand, and just kind of create your own design. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, Hirschner's website, I know that they have some of the diamond painting kits on there. And then they also, if anybody's into cross stitch, they have cross stitch. They have the plastic canvas kits. If anybody does crochet or knit, they have kits where for afghans or shawls, etc. So, or if you just need yarn.
Yeah, I've cross stitched for decades, since I was a kid. I've got a whole. I don't know. It's a long or wide, I guess I should say.
Mary Maxim also has a lot of different things too.
Yeah.
On their website.
Yeah, they mostly do yarn craft, but they've got a lot of other craft mediums that their kits are kind of unique. They're not mainstream. So if you like different, not different as in weird, just, like Hirschner's has their own exclusive kits. Well, Mary Maxim does too.
Yep.
And I tend to really like some of the Mary Maxim exclusive stuff.
Yep.
Could just be me. It could just, my taste. But
I've bought from Mary Maxim and from Hirschner's.
Yeah, me too. I have accounts with both.
Same here.
Get my catalogs from both.
Same here. Any true yarny person would.
But no, I used to do micro cross stitch, also known as petite point. I would take a pattern like in a magazine that, was done on like 14 count Aida or, 28 count linen over 2 threads, and do 30, 40 count linen over 1 thread. So it made it mini. Super, super teeny tiny stitches, to the point that the floss, even a single strand of the floss, was too thick for outlining. I would use sewing thread to outline, to do the back stitch outlining.
Oh, really, Pearl? Burnett was out and has been out? Wow.
Oh, is that like the little paint dots, Pearl? I don't know. They had a name for it in the 90s, and I'll be damned if I remember what it is. So where you're using paint dots with that kind of puffy paint stuff instead of thread, needle and thread. I know I still find a lot of the patterns for that, like when I go to like the book sale to library, or that kind of thing. You still see a lot of the patterns for that stuff. I tried it once or twice, but it just wasn't my thing. If I'm going to paint, I'd rather have a paintbrush, and if I'm going to stitch, I'd rather have needle and thread. Yeah, it comes in a kind of a oval or flattened kind of tube. God, I
You
can't
give
think
it
of
a
the name
little
of it.
squeeze. Almost like tulip paints.
Yeah, yeah. It was really popular in the 90s for like embellishing fashion. You know, t-shirts, sweatshirts, book bags.
Taupe.
Taupe color. She needs taupe colored yarn.
Do you have the,
Taupe is basically like a dark khaki.
I know, but does she have the Burnett number? Lot number?
Is it regular yarn, or is there, you know, do you need like sock weight, or, you
Is
know?
it? Yeah, is it a 4-weight, 3-weight?
Because the weight makes a difference in whatever you're making. Well, maybe the tulip paint kind of revival in the 90s was just that, a revival from the 60s. And I just didn't connect the dots. You know, because I was only in the 60s for 3 months, because I was born in September of 69. So I don't remember anything.
I was never in the 60s unless it was in a previous life. Burnett 4-ply blanket taupe.
Tim says, I had some dreams. They was clouds in my coffee. You're so vain. I think Tim has had some of his stash.
Yes, he has. He's listening
Yeah,
to music.
because I can tell you right now, Tim, that what you just typed in makes 0 sense.
He's listening to music.
Hmm?
He's listening to music.
That would explain it. Well, I knew you were older, Pearl. I just, you know, my mind's on craft mediums, and that's not something I don't remember um, paint embroidery before the 90s tulip thing. Um, I'm sure it existed. I mean, putting dots of paint on fabric is not that complicated in the sense of creating the medium. So it would stand to reason that it was made before. I don't recall seeing it earlier than like late 80s, early 90s with the whole tulip puff paint, fabric paint thing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know sequin art goes way back.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they loved that in the 60s, 70s. That's the velvet wall hangings with the sequin art embellishment. And the sequin art, you know, of, with the execution pins on foam shapes. I know that goes back because I've stumbled onto kits from the 60s that weren't just ornaments. They were, um, I've got one kit that I found. It's kind of like the ceramic torso little dolls that you get to put on a pincushion, but it's foam, and you embellish it with the little teeny tiny like 3 and 4 millimeter sequins, um, and then from it you hang like a bead cascade that's attached via like midi braid or something, um, and you do the bead cascade to make the skirt. I don't know. It's a kit that I found. It's in a cabinet in the other room somewhere. I can't get into those cabinets right now, or I'd show you. But no packages in the mail today, so we don't have to worry about dragging Cody out of the abyss. Oh yeah, I've made sequin balls. You know, what is it Mary Maxim or is it Hirschner's that has the sequin ornaments kits of month clubs and all that kind of stuff?
I
I think
don't
it's Mary
remember.
Maxim. I think it's Mary Maxim. They have the sequin ornament kit of the month club kind of thing. And if you buy kits individually, they're insanely expensive for a ball of foam and a few sequins and seed beads. Little trim. Yeah, they want like $25 for one of those. And I'm like, seriously? I can just hit my stash and do it for pennies. You know, just keep the picture and replicate instead of dropping $25 for a single ornament. Because it's not like it's a 4-pack or something. You get one ornament for $25 that is a foam ball with sequins and a few seed beads and a little tiny bit of trim. I'm not paying $25 for that. I mean, I've got a ribbon, trim, and sequin stash, and the seed beads to go with it that, you know, rivals any warehouse. I mean, I've got that kind of stuff run out my ass. Not paying their prices, sorry. But you get really good ideas from them. I love getting the catalog just for the ideas. Too much of a tightwad to drop $25 on one foam ball. Hey, Carol Ann. Oh, Sandy, I got my car. Thank you so much. I love that thing. It's way heavier than I thought it was going to be. But man, that thing's cool. I can go grab it real quick. I can't remember what it was called. Something Kitty Car Classics from Hallmark. That's what it was. It's a pedal car replication, but it's doll size. That's why I liked it.
Okay. Oh, hi, Carol Ann. Pearl. Here's this link. Maybe. No, the link is too long. It won't work. Damn it. Yeah, well,
Okay, the Flippin' Flamingos. Got a bunch of these from somewhere and we're selling them on their channel and on Big Barnes auctions. I kept trying to get the blue car. I just wanted the blue car. And they kept cranking. I mean, if you look on eBay, the prices on some of these were way less than what they were getting for them at the auction. It was kind of crazy. But they were selling them in, you know, they did a few indies, but then they were doing them in lots of 2 and 3 and that kind of thing. I can't pay those kind of prices, you know. But somehow Sandy managed to nab one, and she gifted it to me. And there it is. And it's got the little pedals that turn the wheels and make it go. I don't think they're quite proportioned for a doll's foot to actually get on there because there's actually very little space where the feet would go, but there's enough room in there to set a doll to use it as a prop. And that's what I wanted it for.
there's a couple of links for you, Pearl, on that Burnett.
But thank you, Sandy, so much. I love this. It's adorable.
Hey, Lisa.
I agree, Carol Ann. And yes, I comp. I might not be a reseller, but I'm frugal. I comp. If I
Yeah.
can get it cheaper on eBay, I'll buy it. If I want it that bad, I'll go to eBay before I will pay. I think people get the bidding fever on those auctions. And then the resellers, you know, of course, if they're a good reseller, they've got a lot more money to throw away, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I think they get a little bit of that auction bidding fever, you know, because it's not like on eBay where you're just, you know, sitting and waiting for it to end to see whether or not you got it, you know, and you might put a little bit higher price in, so in case you get sniped, you got a little cover. But you still end up waiting until the end to see what happens, unless you're going to sit there and refresh your screen to death and bog your computer down, which I ain't going to do. If I get an email saying I want it, I want it. If I don't, well, I didn't, and there'll always be another one. But yeah, on there where it's live bidding, I think people get the bug. And if the bug hits and they are that serious about it, let them have it.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not paying extra because of somebody's fervor, you know? But yeah, I always comp. And if I'm bidding seriously, it's because I seriously want it.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah, it happens, Pearl. There's items that I wish I could have got at a little better price. And I'm okay with that if I know that it was going to cost me way more on, you know, eBay or Amazon or whatever. You know, I'm still ahead. But yeah, getting raked over the coals financially trying to get stuff, I just don't have that kind of money. But yeah, I've been kind of slowing down on some stuff, and other stuff, you know, you go through phases. Suddenly they're showing items that you've been wanting for some time,
Mm-hmm.
and 3 or 4 of them will pop up all at once, you know. So, you know, you kind of go through a little bender there, hitting on those, and then it dies off, and, you know, you're good. But, and that's happened to me lately. But, you know, I don't buy it unless I've got the money. So, and if it's more than I'm willing to pay, even though it hurts, I won't bid, you know, even though I really want it. If it's more than I'm willing to pay, I'm not going to bid. Yeah, exactly, Pearl. That's the thing with some of that stuff. You know, they put them in these huge lots, and, you know, I don't need a dozen of something if I'm only needing 1 or 2. And I'm not going to pay for a dozen of them if I only need 1 or 2.
Okay. Update. Tim went to the neurosurgeon on Friday. Our youngest daughter, took him. His appointment was for 10:20 in the morning. He didn't get in to see the doctor until almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And then the doctor said that he was going to refer him back to the ophthalmologist because he's having issues with his vision. Bright light bothers him. He has headaches, and most of his headaches and everything is affected on the left side. It's his left eye. Doctor says it's probably cataracts. I'm sorry, but cataracts don't just show up miraculously in a short period of time. They just don't. This is something that comes on gradual. When he mentioned the headaches, doctor just brushed it off. Brought up the ear, nose, and throat doctor again, which he brings up. Every doctor has brought up this ENT, but nobody from the ENT has ever gotten in contact with us. The doctor never offered to do a repeat scan to see if the two masses / tumors have grown any in the last few months and are causing any more damage or, pressure on the optic nerves or any other areas there at the pituitary, or offering any kind of medication that can treat and possibly shrink them. So, yeah, this is where we stand. We don't know what in the hell is going on. It's a nightmare. So when Monday rolls around, we will call and schedule an appointment with our general practitioner, who tends to get things done a lot faster and sooner than the specialists. She's the one that got the CAT scan and the CTA done. She's the one that found the original masses then and then got the CTA done. And then got us referred to the neurosurgeon. The pulmonary doctor that he's seen in order to have the new sleep study done is the one that sent us to the neurologist for the shaking that he was doing. And neither one of the neurologists, notice I said ists because he went to two of them, neither one of them did any kind of imaging. No imaging. None. Matter of fact, the second neurologist, who's supposed to be one of the prime doctors in his field in the office, told Tim that everything that's going on with him was in his head, even after we told him that our primary doctor had ordered a CT scan and that there should be record of it because it was done through Pasivant, which is an affiliate of Memorial, so he would be able to look up the imaging and read it for himself. Did not look it up. Refused to acknowledge that I or Tim stated anything. Pissed me off, by the way. Told Tim that it was all in his head, that all of this shaking and everything was all in his head, that it was something from his childhood, some traumatic event. So we refuse to ever see that man ever again. The first person that was a neurologist that we saw put him on a medication that did him absolutely no good whatsoever. She now has him on a different medication, and it's really not helping either for nighttime. The medication that the pulmonologist put him on for restless leg syndrome, it worked for a little bit, but it's now not working that great. So I don't know. The man's on medicine that's not working. Our primary care had put him on Topamax for headaches because he's been having all these headaches, and the Topiramate not helping, and he'd been on it before, and it's not helping him. His headaches are not working. It's not. It's a mess. Nope. Not joking. I said, we're trying.
I would talk to your primary. Since everybody keeps bringing up an ENT,
Mm-hmm.
see if your primary can schedule you to one to rule it out so they can quit talking about it. That makes them move forward. They just keep throwing that out, because it's there. Well, if you've seen one and you have documentation of the report to slap in their face, they can't talk about it anymore. They're not going to keep bringing it up because it's been done. Rule it out.
Yeah.
So, and if nobody's going to order it, they're just going to talk about it. Have your primary go ahead and order and just get it done. Get it over with, and then they can't keep throwing that. They can't keep falling back on that as what they're going to throw at you to get you out the door. I've already had that done. What's next? So I would just have her schedule it, hammer her, and get it out of the way. Then they've got to come up with something else, and hopefully it's something that you haven't had done yet that might give you answers. You never know, but getting it out of the equation because it's done makes them come up with something else.
Yeah. But something's got to give.
Yes.
Because, granted, we're home pretty much 24/7. Don't go anywhere. Don't do anything. He stumbles and staggers and he shakes and carries on and whatnot. And his only true respite is when he does, on the occasion, 2 or 3 times a week, take a hit from his one hitter. And it relaxes him. And he does not feel pain. He still shakes, but the pain level.
He just gets to escape the pain for a while.
He gets to escape the pain.
He goes into a happy psychedelic place.
Yep.
Tim, it's just something that I've learned along the way. If they just keep throwing at you everywhere you go, do this, do this, do this, do this, exact same thing. But they won't schedule it. Yeah, get your general to just go ahead and schedule it and get it out of the way, rule it out, and they got to come up with something else. And hopefully that something else will stumble you into a doctor or a test or something that actually does give you some answers and is not just a rule out. I have had that happen. That's why I'm bringing it up, is to just go ahead and get it scheduled, get it ruled out, because they'll have to come up with something, and hopefully it's something that's actually helpful. It's just jumping through one of their hoops, and it's kind of back-assward, but it sometimes works. And you probably won't remember any of this.
You'd be surprised.
You never know, but... Yeah, the only problem with slapping the neuro, Lisa, is, then they put you in cuffs and haul you off for assault. So you have to verbally, without calling them names or anything like that, very PC, bring them down to feeling like an ant, and then they finally might do something. I know, Tim, there are things with my parents' medical that I fought for years. Perfect example is the huge aneurysm that my dad had in his aorta. It was 1.5 years before he had the surgery to fix it, because I had to jump him through all these hoops. And then they wanted him to have it done at a hospital that did not meet his needs. He needed a heart trauma, basically a trauma team of heart specialists in facility wherever he had it done. And Kansas City was trying to do the surgery, but he needed it done in Columbia, Missouri, because they had the heart trauma, because he was a critical cardiac. If you have a critical cardiac going in for a huge surgery like an aneurysm repair, aortic and femoral bypass, you want that team on site. And,
you do.
They weren't going to comply. Kansas City they were about to get shut down because their practice was so bad. And so they were fighting tooth and nail to get everybody to come there. And I explained to them, I said, but VA protocol is that you have the procedures done in the closest facility to you that meets the medical needs of the patient. You are not it.
No.
Well, you aren't going to get it done anywhere else. And I'm like, really? And they said, yeah, you don't have any say or blah, 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 you know, and they just kind of started rambling on. And I'm like, really? Well, watch me. It was about 7 months later, 8 months later, they called, which was 6 months post-op, because he had the surgery done in Columbia, Missouri, because I got it set up. I got powers. Kansas City called, you know, we need to get him scheduled for that surgery. And I was like, really? Yeah, he really needs to get that done. And I'm like, yeah, I had it done 6 months ago. Well, it wasn't done here. And I'm like, yeah. Well, he was supposed to have it done here. And I said, no, you thought he was supposed to have it done there, but you didn't meet his needs as a patient. So I got it done elsewhere. You can't do that. And I said, yeah, that's what you told me then. Wrong. It was done in Columbia, where they had the medical facilities for what he needed as a patient, just like I told you guys before. And I told you, watch me. Well, apparently you didn't watch. You missed the memo. That's why you're calling me now looking stupid, because it's already been done. And yeah, they couldn't get off the phone fast enough. But yeah, he had it done in Columbia, Missouri. But it was right on about 1.5 years, maybe a hair over, from the time he was diagnosed. And it was acute and needed to be repaired immediately. Then, and I kept the man alive during the whole jumping through the hoops and all the pre-op tests and stuff, that they would schedule one every like 2 months. You know, but it's immediate. He needs to have that surgery done right away. Yeah, that went well. But he had it done. He survived, and he got about another decade of life. So before the heart finally gave out. But yeah, that was a clusterfuck, man. Oh God. I got him to Columbia to admit him for the surgery, and Kansas City hadn't sent the papers. They hadn't sent the imaging and stuff that was done there. They were holding back, trying to prevent it from happening. And myself and my brother, my oldest brother, who happens to be a huge, huge man and a truck driver, you know what mentality that creates, and an ex-cop to boot, drove to Kansas City that morning, and got the stuff picked up. We had to have it back by 5 p.m., and we were to hand it to nobody but the surgeon directly. And we drove. We got there. They wanted to fight on it. Randy stayed out of sight, off to the side of this little shepherd's door window thing that they had where you went to pick up x-rays and records.
Yeah.
And yeah, he wanted to fight me on it. And my brother just stepped out around and behind me. You know, it's like stepping, you know, I'm standing under a shade tree.
Yeah.
Huge man. And said, and you have a problem with this? Or who are you? I'm her brother and his son. Do we have a problem here? No. They set the file down on the little counter on the lower part of the door and stepped back about 4 foot. And I collected them up, and off we went. And Randy drove back to Columbia because we were down to the wire timeline-wise. So you let the truck driver drive, and we got there just under the wire. Got to the ICU where they had went ahead and admitted Dad. And the nurse at the station wanted to fight me. No, you can hand them to me. I'll give them to her. And I said, no, I have specific instructions to hand them to this surgeon and this surgeon only. Orders given to me by that surgeon. So you need to call that surgeon and have her come down because she's waiting on me. Well, I can't do that. And I'm like, yeah, you can, and you're going to. Because if you don't, I'm going to go look for it. Go to the hospital. And I've been in enough hospitals, I kind of know where to look. And they probably don't want me in those areas. And if they find me in those areas and they call security, I'm going to point them to you. She called. And the surgeon came down and collected them from me. And I said, you need to have a talk with that nurse. She did not want to call you. She fought me on it tooth and nail, even though I gave her the explicit directives that you had given me. And yeah, she grabbed the chick by her scruff and hauled her off into a little corner and started railing on her ass.
Ooh.
I don't know. I didn't see her after that, so I don't know if she was still there. She may have got canned. But anyways, surgery went as scheduled. But that was the nightmare that we went through on the day of. I'd already driven to Columbia, left the house at like 2 in the morning to get there at 6, and then had to turn around and drive back to Kansas City with my brother and all that hours later because it took that long just to get through downstairs to get him upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a whole day event, you know, and then I end up with another road trip. And yay. But by God, we got him. And yeah, Mom and Dad both were like, I don't know how in the hell you pulled that off. And I'm like, I had that behind me.
Mm-hmm.
And Randy came and stood up behind me like he did at that window, and they busted out laughing, Mom and Dad both. They were like, yeah, that probably scared the shit out of him. Because he shadows you. I mean, you're nothing but an ant when he's standing behind you. The man was huge. And I'm not talking huge as in just wide, which he was, but he was also very tall and very, very, very broad-shouldered. He outstripped my dad. My dad was a big man.
Hey,
So, little humor in it that I can look at now, but then in the moment, yeah, I just wanted to kill somebody. But hey, we got there. Hey, Susie. Susie Woozy.
man, like I said, it's just nuts. The medical field right now, and I mean, always has been. Don't get me wrong, but right now, it just seems like every time you turn around, oh my God, somebody's dropping the fucking ball.
Oh, yeah. And they do it regularly. And they leave us. What I don't get is they want to run the show, but yet they don't run the show. They say they want you to self-advocate, but when you self-advocate and you call them out, they're not happy about it.
Yeah.
I had one chick, I called her out, you know, because I'd done the research online, you know, I've been, you know, diagnosed with this, so I went and checked it out, and I said, well, these are the meds that I seen recommended. Is that kind of the direction we're going to go, or is there something I don't know about, you know, or something that I didn't find, or, you know? And she's like, this is a Google free zone. And in the same appointment, during the discussion, she went online and Googled something. And I said, oh, Google free zone, huh? She had forgotten she'd said it and went and Googled. In that appointment, she looked like a fucking fool. And I made sure she knew it too. She wasn't happy about that. She wasn't there long after that. So I kind of have a feeling she'd gone around the bend. It was, you know, one of those deals.
Yeah.
I asked to not be sent to her anymore after that. Because I said I accomplished nothing with her. She's a blithering idiot. She doesn't want to listen, and apparently it's a Google free zone. She said, what? Because this was the doctor that she worked under. When I said Google free zone, she said, what? And I said, she got pissed off at me and told me this is a Google free zone. You don't look up shit. You listen to me kind of attitude. And she said, really? She says, I Google all the time. And I said, yeah, apparently she does too, because she did it exactly during that appointment. In that same little few-minute window that I was there. You know, I was like, seriously? She's going to do that, and then she's going to turn around and Google something while I'm sitting there.
Right.
I mean, look at the bigger picture. How stupid does that look? And she said, pretty damn stupid. And I said, exactly. And I made sure she knew it, too. And that is the reason that I don't want to see her anymore. She can't even keep her own shit straight. How's she going to keep mine? You know? And she said, yeah, I can see where you would see that. And I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what I see. And it hasn't gotten any better. She's been gradually getting worse. And that was kind of the tip of the iceberg. I'm done. So just don't schedule me with her anymore. And we'll be fine. Well, I ended up changing doctors anyways because she kind of went batshit herself. She was a diabetic specialist, which is great. Except that's all she locked in on. All the rest of my medical stuff just kind of fall by the wayside because she wanted to totally just lock in to just the diabetes, and all the rest of my health issues didn't matter. Bullshit. She was young. She was ambitious. And I think her specialty was new because she was wearing it out. And if you're going to be a internal medicine general practitioner, then you need to be in it, do the work of just that. And she just wanted to be a diabetic specialist. And I'm like, well, then you obviously need to do like a diabetic clinic visit kind of thing for like A1C follow-ups, that kind of stuff, and not be a general practitioner because you're not doing the general practitioner's job. You keep chuffing off all of my other medical and locking in on that one thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that one thing is actually a very small part of my overall health. I mean, at the time, my numbers were perfect, everything, there wasn't anything to manage because I was managing it just fine. And even now, I'm doing the exact same things that I've done.
Catch you later, Umbo.
Bye, Emville. That I'd always done. The only reason that my numbers were going wackadoodle is because of all the steroids that's going in my body at that point. That's when the spine blew and the lungs blew, and here comes inhalers, and here comes spinal injections, and here comes nebulizers with steroid, and here comes oral steroid regimes when the lungs flare, and because my body just gets hammered with steroids,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what's making my numbers go wackadoodle. Well, if it's medically caused by medicines that can't be removed, do you need additional diabetic medication to bring that number down when it's a false number? It's caused by the steroids. I did some research. I did start the glipuride, and it has helped a little bit, but it's making me more tired. So I've started been doing some pretty intensive research into the causes of diabetes. And come to find out, something that they have found out in recent months or years is that diabetes is not caused by an inactive pancreas. Diabetes is caused by fatty liver. The pancreas is still producing insulin, but because of the fatty liver, which is just a few grams of fat coating the cells on the liver that insulin is, processed through, it can't get through because of the fatty layer. So I'm looking into herbal supplement
Hey, Wes.
and diet change that helps reduce fatty liver to shed the fat off the liver so that the insulin can process properly, because the pancreas produces it, but the liver is the one that distributes. And if you can get rid of fatty liver disease, you get rid of diabetes. Because then your body's insulin that is still being produced, it's just getting stuck in the liver. Well, if you have matter trapped in tissue, which the liver is tissue, what is it called? Cancer. Well, if you've got excess amount of insulin getting trapped in the liver because it can't process through and out because of a fatty layer, wouldn't that cause, distorted tissue, aka precancer? It's kind of hard to do low-fat diet when you need protein in your system to help with diabetes.
Yep.
But because it slows the production, it slows the processing of the sugars in your system, or convert sugars, which are, bread, the carbs turn to sugar. So, people eat a high-protein diet when they have diabetes. Well, diabetes, fatty liver. So if you actually, I think, go low fat and do herbs that help detox the liver, that you would be able to resolve the issue.
Oh.
Yeah, cirrhosis, yeah, in the liver, but I'm just talking excess material trapped in tissue. In general, Myra, hello, dear. it basically it causes the tissue to metastasize or alter, and it becomes either precancer or cancer.
I'm sure Papa's got a nice long list for that later.
Hey, Wes. Yeah, it is, but that's where you end up with diabetes. And then they put you on all these medications that slow certain systems and stuff like that your body actually needs to maintain health. The medications cause that. I don't know. I've just been doing some research. I've got a list of liver beneficial herbs.
Mhm.
There's even a commercial, one of those infomercial things on YouTube that talks about the stuff, and it gives off like this list of herbs and stuff. And the herb list is right with my research, except they want $70 a bottle for their stuff. Yeah, like I'm paying that. Like I have that, my insurance pays for the diabetic medications. I would have to come out of pocket to buy herbs because the insurance doesn't cover natural. But I'm still researching, and any of you that know me know that I'm a research nut.
Yep.
And I am going to find a source to get the herbs that I need to help my liver, to get rid of fatty liver, which can get rid of diabetes. Root cause, heal it, resolve it, instead of just treat the symptoms like allopathic medicine of today does. We'll see what I find out. What I do find out, I'm more than happy to share, including where I find decent deals on. The pancreas goes into overload, producing way too much insulin that ends up trapped in the liver because it can't process because of the fatty liver layer. So, yeah, Susie, it's kind of a deadly cycle that allopathic medicine doesn't even want to tell you about. Yes, unfortunately, there are herbs that contraindicate with medications for diabetes. So, trying to find that balance and reducing your medications or changing your medications or stopping your medications for a period of time and hammering on the herbs to clear the pipes and tissue per se, so that the insulin that your body is still producing that just can't go anywhere, because it's trapped by a wall of fat, But I can give you guys the list of the herbs that I have found so far that are liver helpful. Solomon's seal, shepherd's purse, lycium berry, balloon flower root, eleuthero, astragalus root, licorice root, milk thistle, schizandria fruit, white mulberry leaf extract, wild yam extract, and yes, turmeric. And yes, pearl ginger is good for inflammation, but it is also what is known as a fire herb if you elementalize your herbs. So if you have stomach issues, you can have problems with that and turmeric, because they are both classified as fire herbs. So until I can get my stomach to settle down, there's some of those that I can't take because they inflame my stomach. I use sea cucumber for an anti-inflammatory. I buy it at swansonvitamin.com because it's affordable there, and been using it for years. Well, good for you, Kristen. Yeah, if you got a little T-bone dude, it ain't gonna hurt for him to collect a little of that fat and put it on him. My kidneys are still good thus far, Jay. I get them checked. It does, and I'm in kind of the early stages of it, so I've got a ways to go. But I'm hoping that I can find the answers that I need and find the products that will, it ain't gonna hurt to try the theory. I mean, I knew that the liver was related to diabetes, but I didn't know how.
Yeah.
But this research that they're doing, trying to find the root cause of diabetes, which they probably aren't going to broadcast mainstream because the pharmaceutical companies would have a shit fit if they can't sell their shit, you know, because they make a fortune on insulin and oral drugs and testing materials and all of that, you know.
Oh yeah.
They wouldn't be able to have, you know, their Mercedes if they suddenly couldn't do that, you know, make money on that.
Cure for cancer. Yeah, seriously.
Yes, Pearl. What a lot of people don't know about me is I have studied herbology and the use of it in body healing and health. I've taken classes on it. So, yeah, Susie. There's some other cultures too that their diet, just in general, promotes healthy liver. Yeah. No, I could go on a rant about, you know, herbal and natural versus allopathic medicine and, you know, the crap they don't tell you and like some of the sheer basics in body health that they don't even touch anymore. Like, you know, you deworm your dogs and stuff, but they don't do anything with humans anymore about, you know, worms and parasites and, you know, they don't treat you to keep you clear of those. They don't even talk about it. You bring it up to them and they look at you like a corn growing out your ears. But detoxing and antiparasitic medications are basic foundation for health. Yeah, lemon water on an empty stomach. The first thing that drops into my stomach, if I do that, is going to come right back. I don't want to see it again. Not out the top door. I'd rather come back out the back door when I'm, you know, it's went through my body and done what it needs to do. I don't want to see it again immediately. And my stomach lining is shredded.
May the gods bless you and the goddesses. You know, is there any part of you, dear Willow, that is not shredded?
My body is, excuse my French, but my body is just fucked. It is a clusterfuck. I got more shit going on. It's just so broken down. But I've always been sickly from the day I was born. So
I know.
I think the only reason I'm still here is the fact that I do herbs and stuff like that for health. And I am careful with the diet. And yes, I do indulge in, you know, carbs and shit every once in a while. But for the most part, I mean, when I was diagnosed with diabetes, when I left the hospital, my A1Cs were perfect, and they've been perfect up until my back blew and my lungs blew, and here come the steroids into my life. Before that, I was 5'7", 5'8" in my A1Cs, which is pre-diabetic numbers. You know, how many people get their numbers down like that and keep them that way for over a decade, from diagnosis till just a couple of years ago? And I was diagnosed in 2010. In the ER, August 23rd, 2010, in the ER having a gallbladder attack. I was diagnosed with diabetes. 2 months prior to that, I had had a full, extensive annual exam, and there was nothing. Everything was perfect. So you tell me. That tells me that the whole gallbladder thing and the funky poison that I got going on in my system because of my skin condition attacked and fucked up my world.
Mm-hmm.
But everything came out fine. And yeah, they tested everything. That doctor that I went to, man, they covered everything. You get your annual exam, you come out of there, you feel like you've been probed by aliens. Because they took all kinds of blood and did all kinds of tests and full physical. And yeah, I was fine. All my numbers, all my lab work, everything came out perfectly normal. EKG, totally normal. Everything was absolutely normal. Even my PAP was perfect, absolutely normal. And 2 months later, I'm having a massive gallbladder attack, and I'm diabetic.
Right.
Well, because of that, they thought maybe it was a false positive.
Mm-hmm.
So they monitored, and the numbers didn't stabilize, so they went and put me on insulin, because you're in the hospital. They aren't going to give you the pills. They're just going to slap you on insulin.
Yeah.
They put you on pills when you leave. They brought my numbers way down. I went on the metformin. 2 more days in the hospital, and my numbers were perfect. Just 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
I was in the hospital a total of 8 days for a gallbladder attack. It's usually 2 or 3, maybe 5 at the most. Yeah, I was there for 8. And they tried to kill me. And almost died twice. Once on the table because I almost bled out during surgery. And I cannot be transfused. They did not transfuse, so I was weak as a kitten. And then infection set in 2 days post-op. And they were having a hell of a time getting that under control. That tried to kill me. That made me even weaker. And yeah, when I left the hospital, man, I was a mess. It took 2 to 3 months to recover from that, just because my body had to build the blood back up and all that. And it was awful. Just from a gallbladder attack. But hey, I think my diabetic numbers built up because of the gallbladder thing. I had one big stone blocking my bile duct. Big old monster stone.
Mm-hmm.
It was bigger than an Aggie.
Mm.
It was nearly an inch across.
Damn.
And I'm like, you guys didn't see that in imaging before? Well, come to find out, because I checked. I requested records on imaging. It was there. The doctor just didn't bother to say anything to where it could be scheduled to be removed in a controlled environment without infection, without, the attack going on and all that. It could have been, what do they call them? When you choose to have surgery instead of have it forced on you. Yeah, I could have had it done like that and, been over it, a couple of weeks. No, he didn't even bother to let me know that, you got this big stone in your gallbladder that needs to be removed. We probably need to go ahead and get it done. No, he didn't say a thing. A thing. So when I end up slammed into the ER, about ready to die, he's like, oh, you're having a gallbladder attack. You think? He comes across trying to sound all brilliant and all, It's because you already knew, you jackass.
Wow.
Yeah. So as soon as I got recovered from that, I pulled my mom and I both out of the care of that doctor. Because I had told them up front, I always tell them up front, be straight with me. If you find something, tell me. Don't hold it back, waiting for it to hit the fan. Because if I found out you did, your ass is grass. Been there, done that. I don't play that game. I don't want sugar-coated. I want the truth. And I can take the truth. But you lie to me, you hold back, I'm done. And if I have anything to say about it, you'll be done too. I tell them straight up. So yeah, if they try to do the whole sugar coat, or withhold information like that. And I get a copy of every report now. Every report. Even when I go in for my spinal injections, the little report that the anesthesiologist sends out as protocol, I get a copy of it. I read it. And if there's anything on it that I don't think meshes up, I call them on it.
You see, my mom, I don't know diddly shit about my paternal side as far as medical history. But my maternal side, I pretty much got that down pat. That's solid. So, mom had, when I was younger, talking about little kid, she had surgery. She had a section of her intestine removed because she had Crohn's. Started out, it was just diverticulitis. And then it went to full-blown Crohn's. It's hereditary. It was all through the family. My great grandmother had it. But as my mother got older, all the other family history of medical came through. So, the diabetes, the congestive heart failure, her dad, my grandfather, had heart problems. So he had heart attacks, and he died of a major heart attack.
So he was a cardiac patient, yeah.
Yep. When mom ended up passing away 2 years ago, the 3rd of June, she had the Crohn's, congestive heart failure, kidney failure.
Yeah, just a laundry list of medical.
Liver failure. She had been doing dialysis. She had suffered. She also had leukemia. They called it pre-leukemia. It was that MDS. And the easiest way to call it was to call it MDS, was to call it pre-leukemia. Robin Roberts from the Today Show, she had it.
Yeah. I'll be back. I gotta go check on a food item. Just texted about. I'll be right back.
Okay. So, and so she couldn't eat hardly anything. She was a grazer. She would nibble on things because there were so many foods that she couldn't eat and what have you. Mom was thin as a rail. So, I have a laundry list of things that I have to look forward to. So I already have the diabetes. I already have a jump start on the bowel issues / stomach issues. I also have degenerative disc disease. I also already have, osteoarthritis. I've got bad knees. I have a heart murmur. I have a leaky valve in my heart. So, I've got high blood pressure. I'm a hot fucking mess. I'm just about as screwed up as my husband. Between us, we might make a completely decent human as far as, health issue. So, we take care of each other the best we can. That's why we truly do enjoy and love being with everybody that we've met here on YouTube. We love being around everybody. talking and laughing. It's so much fun. The laughter is what makes it worth it. The joking. Even when anybody has a sad time, just the I can never say it. Uh, Everybody gets to together with everybody and lifts everybody up. The uplifting in the community. I love it. It's great.
Okay, I'm back.
Well, we're not laughing right now, but
No, we're berating our doctors. No, I had to go check on our shredded cheese backup. See where we were at.
time to pass out the moon pies. Honestly, I don't like the moon pies. I feed them to my son and my husband. They like them. So
I like original moon pies because I grew up on them as a kid. So far, the flavors I've tried were okay too. Ugh.
mhm.
I don't know. I'm just kind of a traditional moon pie kind of girl. I would like to try the strawberry. I haven't gotten those yet. The only ones they sell here are chocolate, vanilla, banana. Any of the other flavors, like the mint chocolate or the strawberry or the pumpkin or whatever, I've
Yeah.
never seen them here. And I looked in all the stores. In the middle of COVID, I'm running around with my mask on, checking all the stores for fucking flavored moon pies.
Yeah. Johnny says he finds them at like Walgreens and
Yeah,
CVS.
there's only like 3 stores here in town that even carry them,
For
and
me,
they're either just chocolate or the chocolate, vanilla, and banana.
yeah.
They were okay, Tim. Mine were really dry, and they were pretty hard for me to chew. Um, Tried warming one of them, that didn't work. Tried dipping in milk, it was okay, but I'm just not. I dip an Oreo, dipping a moon pie just didn't feel right. It was like wrong. Um, I don't know how else to explain it. It just didn't. It was just wrong. You
It
don't
was
dip a
just
moon pie. Um, so far I haven't had the greatest luck, but I do want to try the strawberry because I love strawberries. I like cherry even more.
See,
But
for me, it's getting close to that time. I want a strawberry hand pie. You know how they did the fruit pies from Hostess that had the strawberry?
you mean like a
Strawberry
Twinkie?
pies? Huh?
You mean like a Twinkie?
No, like you get the apple and cherry pies,
Oh, okay.
a hand pie.
Yeah, like the little pasty pies.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's getting time for the strawberry pies.
I didn't know they made strawberry.
Well, Hostess don't make them anymore.
That sucks.
They quit making them years ago. So now I have to get them from Tasty Cake,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
it's a
We started
strawberry.
getting Tasty Cake here after the Dolly Madison blow up, and
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, it's like Bindi or Bunky or Booby. I don't know, some kind of Bimbo.
Mm-hmm.
Bimbo, I think it's Bimbo. Bimbo bought the old Dolly Madison factory here.
Yeah.
Because the first original Dolly Madison factory came from here. Um, but yeah, they had that whole picketing thing and big old stink and blow up, and then they closed and they opened back up under the umbrella company of Bimbo. Um, but they don't have, they had the little store off of the factory where you could go in and buy like day old for super cheap,
Mm-hmm.
and they don't do that. Um, but we have Tasty Cake now. Um, I didn't know of Tasty Cake except for the Janet Ivanovich books, the Stephanie Plum novels. Um, is where I learned that Tasty Cake existed. And I like some of their stuff, but not a lot. And I don't buy a lot of it because diabetic. Um, a 6-pack of gem donuts lasts me forever because I eat like one at a time, as a little treat.
Yeah.
Unlike when I was a kid, and yeah, that tube was a snack. That and a glass of milk, and I was good to go. I'd eat the whole tube, all 6 of them. That's probably why I had, they all stuck to my ass.
It sits again.
Yep. Yeah, she's out doing supply run, grocerying and stuff. And she didn't normally do that. I always did the grocerying. She kind of got it dumped on her with COVID.
I know.
So there's a lot of texting on stuff.
Well, it's better that she, ask and go from there.
Yeah. And that's the thing. I'm patient and try to stay awake if, I've been up all night and she has to do, I'll doze on the sofa and wake up when the bell goes off on my phone because, I sit it like on my shoulder and turn it way up so it blasts me in the ear because, I'm half deaf. But yeah, we work it out. She's getting a lot better. It used to be it was nothing to get 20 plus in one store. And when you're going to like 5 or 6 stores,
Yeah.
That's a lot of texting. But now it's down to 8 or 10 a trip for the whole thing and however many stores she goes to. So it's gotten a lot better. She's figuring it out. Get this sent off here.
Pearl, send me your address in an email. I'll send you a box.
Oh yeah, I want a box of those, Pearl. They're awesome.
I'll put some in with your package. I'm growing your box of things, Willow.
Well, I want a package of them from the bingo.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I didn't remember.
That's why I'm saying they're so awesome because I got them.
Oh, did you?
And I use them. And they're cool.
Yeah, I have some. I use them.
Yeah. And the cats don't go after those like they do like a straw. If I totally splurge and get me a small milkshake,
Yeah.
which a small one I break into 4 servings or more, just a few sips with a meal kind of deal, and then back in the freezer it goes. They love those straws and they'll go after the straws. But the stainless, if I switch it out and pop a stainless in it, they don't bug it.
Wendy, get off here. Go rest. Go take a couple of aspirin and relax.
Yes. Dark room, Tylenol, aspirin, whatever. Go veg. Turn the fucking phone off.
Yes.
Eye glare doesn't help with, glare strain from looking at the phone. Just go veg for a couple hours.
Yep.
Yeah, I wouldn't survive going totally sugar carb free type.
No.
I couldn't do that. I keep it minimized. I mean, considering diabetic and my numbers were 5'7", 5'8" with my diet, I do pretty damn good with that. And I'm eating the same now as I did then. I mean, there's no other thing that it could be than the steroids cranking my numbers up because, I'm low carb anyways. And I'm low carb, high protein, but I get as lean of proteins as I can afford.
Yeah.
And I can chew. Like, I can't do, like, sirloin grade ground beef,
Mm-mm.
because even ground, I can't chew it. It's like buttshot. And I can't chew it, and it will go in as the little pebbles of ground beef, and it will come out as little pebbles of ground beef.
Yeah.
Because my digestive system is so screwed up. The only way, I might gain something out of it is if I took like ground beef, cooked it, and then like ran it through a food processor and made mucilage out of it. Then you run into it's a texture thing kind of problem. Do I want sand in my pasta? Or do I want sand, in anything? Yes, I know, Sandy.
Yep,
Trust
she
me, I
knows.
know. Because there's steroid in my inhaler, there's steroid in my nebulizer, there's steroid in my spinal injections, there's steroid orally when my lungs flare. Every day my body is getting hammered with steroids. And that's why my numbers are up in my A1Cs are in the 9s and the 11s. There's no change in the diet that would indicate it. It's just the steroids. Antibiotics also affect your numbers. So, yep, I know all that stuff.
Yeah, Wendy, I'm due for an eye test too. Everything's screwed up and blurry, and even just looking at my computer screen, I have to actually look through the bifocal for things not to be blurry.
Yeah, I drink tons of water. I mean, you guys see me on here constantly with a bottle of water. And at least one time in even an hour's live, I'm going and getting another bottle because I've drank the one I had. I drink a lot of water. The only time I drink something else is with a meal. And it's usually tea or milk. And then, juice. A little bit of juice. I have to do juice to keep my fiber happy so that I regulate. But I don't drink gallons of juice. Just, a little bit.
Yeah, just a little because juice is full of sugars.
Yeah. And I buy the good juice. That's 100% juice, no added sugars, blah, blah, blah.
That would be me. I like my
That's why I
good
don't
juice.
drink tons of juice, because to get that, you pay a fortune for it. And, limited budget. But I make sure that I do get the good stuff, because I don't need the bad stuff going into the system.
Mostly I drink tea, but I do drink water and the occasional soda. I'm not a big soda drinker. I'm
I
not as
used to
big as I
be.
used
I
to
used
be.
to walk around with a can of Pepsi in my hand 24/7.
Yeah, I used to
But then I
drink.
got diabetes, and now I get the little 12-ounce bottles,
Mm-hmm.
and I will get a half dozen or more servings out of a 12-ounce bottle, because I will drink a few sips only with a meal that has meat in it, meat protein,
Mm-hmm.
to make sure that that slows the absorption of it as much as possible. So,
Monday is National Chocolate Ice Cream Day. Cool.
same with I get like a small milkshake, like, drive-through food, I'll get a small
Yeah.
milkshake. I don't get the whipped topping because of the fat, and I just don't care for whipped topping much. Um, and then that small milkshake is several servings, because I just have a little bit,
I can't do that.
and only with a meat meal.
Nope, can't do it. Sorry. Yeah.
I try to be as careful as I can. And that's how careful I've always been. That's why pre-steroid that my numbers were 5'7", 5'8", pre-diabetic.
Mm.
They want you under 7.
Right
Well,
now,
I
my
was
number is
way under 7.
7.1.
Yeah.
Prior to that, my number was a 6.2,
Mm-hmm.
which was actually really good.
Yeah, that's excellent. I'm just saying that the way that I eat, with the diet change-ups that I did once diagnosed with diabetes, because I know how to manage diabetes. Mom and dad both had it. I'm the one that did the research and taught them how to eat right.
Yeah.
And got their numbers normal. When it happened to me, I did the same, and that's why my numbers were so good. And nothing in my diet has changed since then. But my numbers were shooting up. Well, the only thing it could be is the steroids. Well, they swore up and down, because even though I'd lost 120 pounds, I'm still got fat on me. I'm not skinny. I'm never going to be skinny. They automatically, well, you need to change your diet. I'm like, I've changed my diet. My diet is perfect. My diet is diabetically perfect. And the only thing that has changed is all the steroids going into my system. Well, finally, they believed it. Finally, they got it. And, it took a while to get there.
Yeah.
They just swore up and down, that I was just scarfing out, on junk food. And no, I don't. I will treat myself on occasion. I'm only human. But I keep it within range, and it is counted into my daily carb intake numbers. It doesn't go above that. Nothing goes above my daily carb intake. All my numbers stay within that range, even when I treat myself. If I treat myself, then I just don't have, if I want a cookie or a little brownie as a treat after dinner, then I don't have bread in my dinner or potatoes or, I give up something to allow for that treat so that it stays within my daily carb intake numbers. I've taken the diabetic course at the hospital and graduated and got the t-shirt that wouldn't fit because the only size they had was like large or some shit. It's like a half boob.
Yeah.
Finally they figured it out. It's like, what part of everything I've been telling you do you not understand?
The whole thing.
It's just because there's still fat on my body, and they'll call me fat, that, it's got to be what you're
I'd
eating.
rather they just go ahead flat out call my ass fat instead of obese.
Yeah, or fluffy, or curvy, or whatever. I'm fat, Okay, I get it. I'm good with that. I'm happy in my skin, all of it, even the extra, the bat wings and all that shit. But yeah, they always got to try to PC it up. It's like PC this and flick them off.
Really, Carol Ann, that is
Yeah, Myra.
once a day. One of those is a meal, and you eat that once a day.
Wow.
That is amazing. Because for me, I look at it as my body, because I tried doing I will eat once a day, right? And my body's going, no, we're going to shut down on doing you're going to eat once a day. We're going to start doing fat stores.
30-15, Myra. All meals, 30-15. So a total of 45 protein and 90 carb a day. That's total.
Hey, Ma. Hey, Willow.
Welcome back, dear.
Yes, welcome back, sweetheart. I hope your phone behaves.
Yeah, I need a new one, I think.
Yeah, Jay, hospitals and diet and meals are a joke.
It is so true.
My dad, he couldn't do salt. He couldn't do sugar. There was a lot of things he couldn't do. And it never failed that they would put it on the plate. Well, Dad being Dad, well, they put it on the plate, so it must be okay. So we'd eat it. And then some number, some test, something would go haywire. And I'd be like, what did they put on your plate that you're not supposed to have, but because they put it on the plate, you ate it? I would ask him flat out because he wouldn't tell you unless you did. Oh, well, they put biscuit and gravy. I'm like, Dad, biscuits are high in sodium. Sausage is high in sodium. You're not supposed to eat it, but they put it on your plate, so you ate it, right? Yeah. Like, but you're not supposed to have it. And they couldn't figure out why it was puffing up full of water. Duh. You know. I mean, here he's on special diet, and it's very specific, but they would send it to him anyways. And if they sent it to him because he was in the hospital, it must be okay. So he would inhale it before anybody's seen it, found out, otherwise. And then he'd wonder why he felt like crap. Well, duh, Dad. He'd go out to breakfast to have coffee with the guys, which was a bunch of old farts in a little mom and pop restaurant in Main Street. And he would have biscuits and gravy and sausage on the side. And then he would come home and evening would set in, and 2 o'clock in the morning, he'd be wondering why he's getting hauled to the ER because he's going to congestive heart failure. Well, I just had a biscuit and gravy, and I'm like, Dad. Well, I had sausage on the side, and I'm like, Dad, how many times have I told you cannot eat that? Well, it's just a biscuit. And I said, yeah, a soda biscuit. That's what they make them out of. There's sodium. And sausage is cured with salt, sodium. They even had him on a stool softener, Ducasote sodium. And yes, it is sodium. There is also Ducasote calcium. And if you go into if you have congestive heart failure, if you're diagnosed with any heart condition, do not let them prescribe you Ducasote sodium. Have them prescribe Ducasote calcium.
Yeah,
because you won't get the salt. He'd get backed up. I'd give him the Ducasote sodium. He'd end up in the ER, puffed up full of water, filling up again.
Always
because of that little pill.
Fat kid loved my candies, sweets, cakes, cookies, etc. As I've gotten older, every now and then I want a sweet, and I have to crave it. So it's not something that I have around all the time. It's kind of like with somebody was talking about the ice creams and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They don't bring it home, and it's like, if I bring home ice cream, it has to be something that I'm going to eat right then, because otherwise I'll buy it, it will sit in the fridge, freezer, and
or your son will grab it.
The son will grab it and eat it, or Tim, because if it's not something that I have to eat right then, like say I go through a fast food drive-through and I get a Frosty or a shake or a McFlurry or something of that nature, you go through and you get a small, hot fudge sundae or something, something that you're going to eat right away. I can't. It will get. I get it and I don't eat it. I bought a small tub of orange sherbet. I've only ate just a very little bit of it, and it's still sitting in my freezer. Because I don't eat candies that much, except for M&Ms. Those are my downfall, I will admit. And it's got to be the peanut ones. But I've said it before. I have a package, and I showed it earlier on Cody's live, the package of double stuff style Oreos, but it's the Walmart brand, and I have had them for going on 3 months now. I don't eat cookies hardly at all, or biscuits, as Wendy likes to call them.
I was just about to say biscuit.
So, I mean,
we knew that was coming.
I just don't. I'd be, I like to nibble on fresh vegetables. I'm notorious for it. You can ask Willow.
Yeah. She's like a freaking rabbit.
I'm always sitting here with,
She's always grazing.
grazing with carrots and celery and stuff.
Yeah, I used to be that way. I can't chew the stuff anymore. Do you know what it's like to devein a stalk of celery?
It's a
It
pain
takes
in the
freaking
ass.
forever. Yeah, it's a pain in the ass.
But I do. I'm notorious for having, veg.
Well,
I'm not big on ice
they are
cream.
just cookies to you.
I'm not big on ice cream. My one downfall is Ben & Jerry's chocolate fudge brownie. That I love. But I can get a pint of it and nibble on it for 6 months.
Oh, it would be too funky by 6 months. Ugh.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's usually pitched by about 3 because, yeah, it starts getting funky. But, if I buy 2 or 3 pints a year,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that that's so taxing on the budget. It's not like I'm buying one a week. I'm not big on candy. My 2 downfalls there are the Three Musketeer and the Cherry Mash, which you can get minis and, have a little mini, which is, like a little bite size, and get my fix without scarfing down, a regular chocolate bar.
Mm-hmm.
I love cookies, brownies. Every once in a while, I'll crave something cakey, but usually it's cookie or brownie. And, I can portion them into baggies and chunk them in the freezer. And, like nowadays, they have these brownies that you can get like in the deli or the bakery area in a grocery store that is a little flat. And, it's probably, I don't know, probably 8 by 8. And they cut it into 4. Like Cody.
The fuck, yo? You're always talking about fucking food. Now I'm hungry.
Oh, we already
Cody.
berated the doctors. Anyways, one of those brownies out of the 4-pack I cut into 4. So I'm actually getting 4, 8, 12, 16 servings out of that one little container. And I will put them in baggies and freeze them and grab one when I need it. And yeah, one little flat of brownies will last me, a couple, 3 months. So, like I said, I'm very tight on my diet, on how I do stuff. And that's why my numbers were perfect for so long.
By the way, Tina, you're just fucking notorious, alright?
Why is that?
Grazing has nothing to do with it. You're just notorious. And Wendy, fuck you and your biscuits, alright?
No, biscuit, Cody, biscuit.
Biscuit this.
I have to ask, did you have a nice nap?
Do I look like I had a nice nap?
Not really.
That's why I was sarcastically asking.
I did not even get the chance to move anything and lay down. Hi, Sandy. Hi, Pearl.
You fell asleep.
No,
Or did you
no.
take that
I went straight back this time. Yo. The dog stepped on my head. Yeah,
Oh, so you checked out, you clicked off and then you just leaned back and checked out.
Yeah. I turned my movie back on and I forget what I was gonna move all my stuff and everything, and I crashed and woke up to Casper the Friendly Ghost on my fucking computer. I'm like, what the fuck? So,
That is not bats.
no.
That is
I'm like, how the
fucking
hell
hilarious.
did this happen? And he was tying weird tree beast monster fucking roots together under the ground so they couldn't walk. And I'm like, okay, time for me to go.
Oh, goodness.
Explains the dreams. I'm like, what? And then I come on here and I hear everybody talking about fucking food.
Of course we talk about food.
I found out why my son decided to make me lunch. Because I was sleeping. And he wouldn't wake up
Oh, so
until
he
late
fed you
last
and then
night.
calmed down.
At least I think he's sleeping. It's really quiet. So either he's sleeping or he left while I was asleep.
It's hard telling.
Yeah, unless I go out there and I don't feel like it. So. Sure, yeah.
But yeah, we've just been yakking. We've talked about doctors and Tim's bullshit that's been going on, and
Yeah, that's bullshit right there.
Talked about crafts
yep, we've talked
and
about
food.
crafting, and now we're on the food. And we've been talking about our diabetic numbers, and that's what got us on the food. And
Hey, Kristen.
Poor Kristen, her central air is down, so she's had to put in the window units.
Yeah,
Oh,
she was
God.
saying she's saying she was doing that in my live.
Well, she's finally got the 3 of them in. I think it was 3.
Willow, why would you use soy sauce if you can't eat soy sauce?
I'm not allergic to it. Anything soy gives me migraines.
So
But
why
I
would you
love
put
soy
it on?
sauce on my Chinese. So I take 2 Tylenol and eat my Chinese so that I don't get the migraine and still can enjoy my soy.
Okay.
Oats, digestive backfire. So I have to, if there's anything oat, I have to do digestive enzymes with and 2 Tylenol. Because, yeah, my guts are going to go crazy and I'm going to get a headache. Because anytime my guts are upset, I always get a headache. They're like tied together for some reason in my life. So there's just basically certain foods that I'm not allergic to any food that I know of. But if I eat it and it's going to backfire, I have to plan ahead and accommodate to prevent. Just gastro nightmare shit. Well, I'm glad you got window units in anyways. You had that option for backup.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we've got our window units out in the storage shed, so if our central air goes, we've got them as backup.
All I have is one small one as a backup.
No way I would live in a tin can without window airs, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fucked. If ours go without, I'm fucked. It's call the landlord and go, hello, come in to fix it.
I've got a little window unit that we had in the workshop at the old place. Our air went out one time and we were out for like 3 days before they could get the part in. And a friend who has rental homes and apartments and has window units in most of them because they're old houses. He'll bring over a big one and put it in the living room window for us and put my little one in my bedroom window. And then Sis just sleeps in my bed. And we just take shifts because I don't share a bed. She'll sleep at night so she can go to work and then I'll go to bed. Otherwise, now I got a recliner I could sleep in. But that way she's air conditioned and can sleep comfortable and get decent rest. Because of the heat,
Yeah. Well, I woke up. I checked my email. Fuck. I'm sorry, I was yawning. And I have an email in there that's titled "Fucking Fluffy."
Alrighty.
I'm like, what the hell is this? And the senator basically said he's an asshole. That she's glad that we all got together and exposed him. And she wanted to know when I go on lives. And that she's going to go back and watch our lives to see what was going on, and that she's enjoying us having fun and making her laugh and things like that. I'm like, all right then.
Okay, I'm confused.
But yeah, I thought it was funny. I'm like, fucking Fluffy. I'm like, what? I'm like, okay. And I thought that was funny. They put that as a subject line. I was like, rock on.
Yeah, my house is a rectangle too, Kristen. It's a double wide mobile home.
Yeah, mine is a
Mine is-
single wide double home.
A double
My
wide
house is
tin
square.
can. 1,880 square feet of tin can. And my air conditioner right now is running steadily all day long. And yeah, it's comfortable in here. When we get into the 90s and definitely triple digit, yeah, it can't keep up. It's awful. They've got these little water air conditioner, little personal cooler fan things that you can get. I'm thinking about grabbing a couple of those. They've been advertising them on some infomercial thing on YouTube, but I went and looked on Amazon, and they've got the exact same fucking thing for like $20 on Amazon. I could get a couple of those and, carry it around with me, have it in the living room, have it, in the bedroom, whatever. I've thought about that for backup just to take the edge off a bit more in the triple digits when those days get here in the summer.
Oh, my son is not asleep. He just laughed, so he's home and awake.
Well, at least
He's
you
being
got
very
fed.
quiet. Yeah, he's being very quiet.
Did your mom come this week?
She came Monday
Oh, okay.
or Wednesday. I know she came sometime this week. Yeah. And yeah, she came Wednesday morning.
Good to know, Jay. I wondered. He said those little units I was talking about are worthless. So I won't worry about buying one. I wondered. The ratings on them were kind of all over the place, and comments on them were kind of all over the place.
Oh, is that right?
Yep.
Yeah, Myra. I'm just now starting to get some of the diabetic nerve stuff. I've always had nerve issues because of the fibro and the skin condition destroying nerves on my skin.
Oh, that's crazy. I remember you saying that, Kristen. I forgot about that.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that would make it hard to put window units in.
A little bit.
You got to be able to do a screen.
I am currently at 86 or 30 Celsius for Wendy.
I haven't checked yet. I know it's getting warm enough. I'm starting to get a headache. Well, part of it's that eye's pissed off today a little bit. I'm getting, a headache in that eye. So it's like 1/4 of my head is throbbing. It's the weirdest feeling. Come on, TV, turn on. I must have hit a wrong button or something because it didn't want to. Yeah, there we go.
It's 83 here. And apparently we're not reaching 85, or we already did because it goes down from here. On the little chart thingy.
We're just getting to the heat of the day here.
But it says it's supposed to rain, yet I see blue skies.
Yeah.
It says today is supposed to be rainy, tomorrow. This, like my entire, all the way to next Saturday, just is all rain. This is not good.
It's 83 right now, 84 up to about 5, and then it starts dropping. So we're just getting into the heat of the day. A little bit of a breeze, but Sis said, it's mostly sunny. There's a little bit of cloud, but it's mostly sunny. So it's a pretty toasty 83.
Well, it's not good if it's going to rain all this time because that means my mom won't come over at all. She won't drive in the rain.
We have minimal rain chance. Maximum of 20% between now and next Friday. And it's 80s and 90s all along. So this weekend I've got to load the car air conditioner with its Freon stuff. I have to put it in every year and then top it later in the season. Eventually the thing's going to go out on it. And well, you're going to have $1,000 to fix it. Why spend $1,000 to fix an air conditioner on a car that you paid $800 for? You know? But we've had the car now for about 5 years, and
You've
the only
definitely
time,
got your 800 out of it.
oh yeah, and the only time we've had problems with it, the water pump went out, and a friend replaced that, and that was it until we got rear-ended by a semi. Then we started having some problems, and we got those fixed.
Yeah,
And
it knocked everything loose, shaked and shimmied it.
yeah, we had to have some hoses re-clamped or reset, and a couple other things.
I had my hoses clamped too.
Nothing major. And then while we had it in there, we had, an oil change done. There was a leak. They finally figured that out. That kind of thing. It wasn't nothing major. It just kind of rattled its teeth like it rattled ours, getting rear-ended by a semi. But this last time when I have to go out of town for doctor's appointments, we usually rent a car because we weren't sure this one would make it.
Mm-hmm.
But with COVID, we're hesitant to rent cars. So we took our car, and it went just fine. So when we go here in another week or two, it's like third week of this month, I have to go to Topeka again. And we're just going to take the car. But I need to get the air conditioner charged. So I'll do that this weekend, load it with Freon so that the AC's working, and because it's going to be a warm week. We always wait until we get that weather thing that we're going to touch 90. Then we load it. But I always buy the Freon. They've always got it on the shelf year round at Walmart.
Yep.
I buy it at the end of the season because if I went to buy it right now, they'd be out.
Be right back.
So I bought it last fall for winter, early winter, and put it up for this spring because when we need it, they're always out. Because everybody else waits till spring to buy it. That, and two, if there's been a price increase, I paid the old price. So.
But Pearl, it's a dry heat. It's what everybody's always like, oh, the desert's a dry heat. It's great if you have asthma, but it sucks if you don't like heat. Dry heat, moist heat, it's all heat. Fuck that shit. Someone the other day was saying it was like 113 in freaking Vegas. I'm like, no. You can keep your dry heat.
Yeah, I don't do heat very well at all. I don't care if it's wet, dry,
either.
What it is. I heat stroke super, super easy. I've heat stroked 12, 13 times in my life.
Yeah.
Jesus, Sandy. I pay $4.98. $4.98. Or $10 for one big can, $5 a piece for two small.
I get heat sick very easily. I dehydrate very easily.
Yeah, me too, because I sweat like a pig. I've always been a sweater.
I never really had a problem with it until I moved here. I mean, I didn't like the heat, but I never got heat sick or, you know, dehydrated or any of that until I moved here.
I've just always had problems with it. My first major heat stroke was I was barely 17. So I was a teenager. Yeah, but even 84 will get me, Sandy, so that's why I'm in the house and I'm not out puttering in the yard. It's too hot. 80 degrees is about my limit. And if my pain levels are higher, the number goes lower because I sweat really bad with pain. And I get out in warm air and sweat even more. And yeah, I will dehydrate super fast. And I will heat stroke super fast.
Ugh.
Yeah, when you pain sweat, it reduces your tolerance to heat because you'll dehydrate in cooler temperatures. And I've always been a heavy sweater. Doc thinks it's tied to the skin condition. Because my pores don't behave.
I dehydrate without sweating. Weird.
Exactly, Sandy. Not good. So I have to be super careful. I mean, to go grocery shopping, 3 or 4 stops, little errands, you know. In 80-degree weather, I take one of the old Igloo coolers with ice water in it. And yeah, that's what I keep refilling my water bottle with. And I will go through, I'll fill that thing up and I'll go through. In 3 hours, I'll go through at least 75% of that cooler of water. You know, it's those tube, looks like a great big koozie thing or a great big sippy cup.
Koozie is the thing that holds your beer.
Yeah, I'm getting the names wrong. It's huge. I mean, it's like the equivalent of 3 Route 44s, you know. And yeah,
44s.
Yeah, those Sonic Route 44, those big 44-ounce drinks you get at Sonic.
I'm not a purveyor of Sonic, so I'm not familiar with their terms.
But yeah, it's a 44-ounce drink, and that little cooler thing holds like 3 or 4 of those. I mean, I can suck down 44 ounces in 45 minutes, you know. And I will sweat it out the whole time I'm gone. I will not have to go pee because it's all sweat. I carry a towel.
Okay.
What, Wendy?
Oh, Toad was shouting out, I won't be long, love. And so I shouted, okay.
And yeah, that was me as a child, a teenager, even as a young adult. I loved being outside. And the older I got, the more I was just like, nah, no. No, thank you. I don't want it. I don't like it. And then, of course, it never failed. I got, during my pregnancies, I was always pregnant in the fucking summer. No. Pregnancy, summer, heat, no. Heck.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My son's birthday is in July, and I hear that. Of course, it wasn't a walk in the park in the winter either, because you had to worry about slipping and falling on ice and snow and all kinds of shit.
Yeah.
At least in the summer, you didn't have to worry about falling on your ass because you slipped and fell, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Pregnancy just sucks, man.
Agree.
Some people love being pregnant. I don't get it. I mean, I was only pregnant for almost 6 months, and that was enough for me to know that, yeah, this isn't my cuppa.
Mm-mm.
I mean, I think I would have been a good mom and everything, but the process of getting them here, you know, baking them, yeah, that wouldn't have been my favorite time. I mean, I've already got 2 tits out in the front that's trying to make me fall over. I don't need the gut, you know.
Like I said, with my first one, I gained 80 pounds. Can we say more?
Yeah, I didn't gain while I was pregnant, except like 3 pounds, which, you know, the gut full of fluid and you know, the little babies, because I was carrying twins. You know, 3 pounds ain't bad. But, yeah, I just don't think pregnancy was meant to be for me. And not just because, you know, I'm not a happy pregnant woman, but I just don't think kids were meant to be for me in this life. I figure I've had enough in past lives, I could take one off. And this is my last life, so yeah. It's shitty enough.
Yeah, like I say, it's just one of those things. I carried during summer with all of my children. Um, so, you know, I mean, granted, it was at different points in time, you know, and stretches of the pregnancy, but summer, all of them. My oldest, I did have her in April, and then the other 2, they were born in November.
Yeah, Mom had spring babies, and she said they were the worst.
So
just because of the heat. But she said pregnant in the summer is the worst, too. But trying to get a baby through the heat, whether in utero or out, you know, the heat of the summer is just miserable. And if you don't tolerate the heat well, it makes it just all the worst. But yeah, babies, you know, they get sticky and sweaty, and, you know, you can bathe them, but, you know, if it gets a little warm in the house, you know, they're going to get sticky, sweaty again and get all miserable. Okay, Sandy, take care, honey.
Bye, Sandy.
See you on the flip side.
Bye, Sandy.
I'll be right back. I'm going to go get me a couple of Tylenol. My head is starting to throb like mad. Good indicator that I definitely don't want to be out in the heat. Because if I've already got a headache from inside and I go outside, yeah, that's heat stroke waiting to happen. Whether the headache is caused by the heat or not.
yeah,
But yeah, the whole right side of my head right now just feels like somebody's whacking it with a jackhammer. It's that damned eye.
no. Also, we've had a lot of different crap with. You just never know. We've got so much medical crap with all of us. It's unreal. I'm just wishing we could figure out, you know, this shit with Tim. The doctors are pissing us all off on a major score.
Doctors are pissing me off, too.
I love it. I told him that, you know, I got a text from our daughter that said, I don't like this doctor. Oh. So, yeah, I was just like, Don't like this doctor. I'm like, yeah, he's a neurosurgeon, and he didn't even offer to do another scan in order to see if these stupid tumors have grown or any at all that are at the pituitary and the one that's pressing on the optic nerve.
Right?
Gonna send him back to the ophthalmologist. So, go fucking figure. That it could be cataracts. I'm sorry, cataracts don't just come on all of fucking sudden.
No.
Yeah, I was venting earlier. I was bitching. It was like, I wish I was closer. I'd go. I'm sure she'd put them all in their place.
Yeah.
Oh, but yeah, listen, we've just been all over the place. We talked about all kinds of shit today.
That's a good thing. All I know is now I want ice cream. You guys suck.
Got ice cream in the freezer.
I know I do, but it's like 5 o'clock, so I don't know when he's making dinner.
Okay.
So I can't eat it right now because then I won't be able to eat dinner.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean? Yo. Hi, Tim. Freaking goofball. My thumb hurts. Remember how I was telling you that my left thumb will start hurting?
Yeah.
It was fine, and it started hurting again, like achy.
Yeah. Are you fixing to get storms?
Supposed to be. I mean, according to my sky, I'm fine, but according to the weather report, it's supposed to be raining until next Saturday.
Must be in the area somewhere.
Yeah. Well, we got like wispy clouds. It's it's a lot of cloud coverage, but there's definitely blue. It's not dark clouds or anything, but gotta be close.
I don't know, Pearl. I mean, my eye doctor that I see, just the regular optometrist, she's like, at my age, for where I'm at and with being diabetic, I don't have any of the diabetic crap that goes on with my eyes, but that I have the standard cataract levels that would normally occur for someone my age. That's natural progression.
We're supposed to have scattered thunderstorms this evening, followed by showers overnight. We're supposed to have a low of 67. Nice. That's some nice sleeping weather right there.
Nice cool temperature for sleeping.
Yeah.
And if you get a thunderstorm, that's even better.
Yeah, and then Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, Friday and Saturday all say something about thunderstorms. Scattered thunderstorms, AM thunderstorms, PM thunderstorms, isolated thunderstorms, and PM thunderstorms. Alrighty then.
Hey, Cody, you're fixing to have some thunderstorms.
Looks like it's going to be a wet week, yo. And not in a fun way. Man, yeah, that would explain my thumb acting up so bad. That means my knee's going to be not doing well.
It's going to be a pain in the ass.
Yep.
You say your thumb's mad at you? What'd you do? Where'd you been putting that thing?
I don't know. Is your ass sore?
Well, it is now.
No, when I was a kid, I broke my thumb. My mom told me it was just jammed and refused to take me to the hospital or anything, but I fell off a sled and my hand came straight down on the ground like that, and this part hit the ground.
Ow.
So all in here got broke. Like the joint broke.
Mm-hmm.
So when the weather gets real weird or the barometer thing goes low, all in here starts aching. It'll come all the way down into my wrist.
I get
Like
that.
just if I move the wrong way or I go to pick something up and it hurts. Thanks, Mom.
Yeah, I broke both pinkies and I broke a thumb. But my big one is the tendons or ligaments or whatever in the thumbs are shredded on both. So they ache, they swell up. I can't grab things a certain way, blah, blah, blah. Because I just don't have the strength in the thumbs anymore that I had pre-shred. Okay, I followed doctor's orders. If I get a headache caused by the eye, take 2 Tylenol and do steroid drops in the eye. So I just did that. Yay, more steroids. Which they have me putting the steroids in that eye every other day. But I have to do an extra dose if I get an eye headache.
Yeah. But now I'm gonna take my afternoon medication.
Check my phone, make sure Sis didn't ding me while I was away. All good.
I didn't hear it.
Well, I wouldn't hear it, because I was in the bathroom.
Well, I would tell you if this messaged you.
It's just habit. If I get up and go pee and she's grocerying, or if I get up, and go get a drink, or anything like that, I come back, check my phone. I wear such loose shorts so that I don't have skin friction issues causing breakout, that if I put my phone in my pocket and carry it with me, yeah, my shorts are going to hit the floor.
Well, let's not have that.
Yeah, so I leave the phone and just check it when I come back.
It's another reason that I can't put my phone in my pocket, besides the fact that this wheelchair I can't fit anything in a pocket, is that the shorts that I do have are so loose on me that if I put a phone in my pocket, my shorts fall off. So
same problem.
That's not going to help. That's not going to help me be standing upright,
Yeah.
That's my problem. What shorts I do have, I put something in the pocket. Whoop.
Yep.
Well, the shorts that I wear, like when I'm, if I go out and about, are smaller. They fit. But
But
the
if you're
ones
around
that
the
I
house, it's different. They're comfy.
Yeah, the ones I bum around in the house in are men's shorts. And normally, like if I buy a pair of men's sweats, it's usually like a large or extra large, depending on the brand.
Mm-hmm.
The shorts that I'm wearing right now are 2X. And yeah,
all my shorts are men's shorts, and all of them are too big. I only own 3 pairs of shorts, and I only know where 2 pair are. I seem to have lost a pair of shorts somewhere. So, yeah.
Yeah, if I'm out and about, I have different shorts that I wear. I've got the stretch denim shorts, which is what I mostly have. And I've got a couple of pair of knit for the days that my back isn't going to tolerate the pressure on my back when you sit down, and your pants bind up. If my back isn't going to tolerate that with the stretch denim, then I have to wear the knit. So basically, they're just backup. Because mostly I have denim shorts.
Mine are all basketball shorts.
Yeah, I've got a couple pair of those, or I don't know. I assume they are. They're longer and, but I think they were women's.
Gotta have my jams, man.
I think the ones I have are women's though, because there's on one pair they're like a lime green, and there's like a pair of flip flops embroidered on there, and a couple of little jewel studs put on there. It's just a little motif. It's probably 1.5 inches around total on one of the legs of the short. And I wouldn't think that they would put that on a dude's pair. So I'm assuming they're women's. I just never looked that close. If they fit, if they look like they're going to fit, I just buy them.
We've talked about doing something like that, getting for Cody. But then she always tosses us something that, no, I can't or I won't. And
I
don't even start with me, woman.
All I said is that I will end up landing on it and it'll break anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah.
See?
It's not I can't or I won't. It's look at my life. This is what would happen.
See? Same thing.
No,
Same difference.
it's not.
Is so.
It's not. I've had 52 years with this life. I know damn well what's going to happen.
Jay, I'm not sure what pouch you're talking about. They've got at our hospital, they've got gowns specifically for the telemetry floor that have a pouch built into it to put the heart monitor, the floor monitor. If you need something made specifically to fit a need, contact me. I am a seamstress, and I can whip you up something.
I know what he's talking about. I had one when they put the heart monitor on me.
Mm-hmm.
Must be, like a little pouch or something you like put around your neck, or pins to the gown or something.
Yeah, it goes around your neck, and hence why he said little blue pouches.
Well, a little bias tape and a scrap of fabric, and yeah, it'd be easy enough to make something like that. But if you need something, just let me know. If you need a spare so you can wash that one periodically, just give me the measurements. And
I mean, when I'm in the wheelchair itself, which is what he's talking about when he said he's rolling around the apartment, I have a pouch on the back of my wheelchair I put my phone in. It's when I have to get up that the problem occurs.
yeah. Well, if you need, something for like a chair, a pocket apparatus that you can hang over the handlebars on the back, or snap onto the arm on the side of the chair, or if you need specialty something.
Yeah, I used to have a pouch that my grandma had made
Mm-hmm.
that went over her wheelchair, and it had pockets put in it for her remote, for her cigarettes, and the telephone, because this was back before cell phones.
Yeah.
And everything was there, and she had a spot for her ink pen and her notepad, etc.
Was it on the back of the chair, or?
It was set on the arm.
Okay.
There is no room on my wheelchair to do anything like that. It would hit the wheels.
My grandma was no bigger around than one of my thighs. I mean, it was my great grandma. This is the one that was the double amputee.
Yeah, but I'm saying my wheelchair, there's no way to put anything like that on the arm. Well, I only have 3/4 arms too.
Yeah, you have the short arms.
They're the
She
desk
had the-
arms. Because I'm like because I'm sitting here looking at it going, how the hell did she manage that?
She
But I
had
suppose if I had the full arms, yeah, there's a space that would have been able to hold that. But yeah, anything I put on the arms is going to hit the wheels.
and then she would transfer it too when she wasn't in her wheelchair. We'd take it off and we'd put it on the side rails of her hospital bed.
Yeah.
Well, if any of y'all need anything specialty like that that's custom to fit your chair or whatever, your walker, whatever, I'll just need to get some dimensions and measurements, and that kind of thing, and what your need is, what it needs to accommodate. But I'd be happy to whip up something that would help you manage better. I generally don't charge for the sewing part. I just, whatever the shipping is to get it to you, which something like that, wouldn't be much. I'm not going to stick you in the ass on it, just pay the shipping.
Damn,
And
but it's been so long since I've gotten any action.
If I have to go to the store and buy certain material or something like that, but if I've got it in my stash, we're good. I'm not going to stick you in the ass on that kind of shit. It's not right. But
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a chair to transfer into that I would need to do something like that.
Yeah, but you can get your new chair. You
No,
might
I
need something
mean,
for your new chair.
no, the new chair is the exact same thing as my old chair. It's just got a wider seat.
Yeah, she's got the regular. She's got the desk chair arms. She doesn't have the full arm.
Yeah. And I have the small pouch that's built into it on the back, which when you're sitting in the chair and you lean against the back of the chair, there's no room in that fucking pouch.
No.
My
And
cell
it's
phone fits in there. My cell phone fits in there fine, but you can't fit anything else bigger than that.
Yeah,
But
maybe
I have
a paper bag.
I have a bag that hangs off the back of the chair that I put there.
So you got a wheelchair bag? Cool. I'm just saying, if anybody needs anything like that, I don't have a problem making it up. Just be patient to get the measurements, dimensions, maybe some pictures, because I'm making it from a distance. I don't have the chair or walker or whatever here to customize it, so I'm going to need very specific measurements and some images so that I can get an idea of depth and size and if I need to customize shape or anything like that to go around a wheel or whatever. But I'm good at that kind of thing. But I'll need that kind of stuff, and I can whip up something. And if it's going to make people's lives easier, I don't mind. I mean, damn, life's hard enough. If whipping up some little sewn little pouch or things like that is going to make things a lot easier for people, fuck yeah, I'm all in.
Yeah.
I might have to work around when my back's going to tolerate letting me sit at the machine, so it might take a little bit for me to get there. But usually I hammer on that stuff in like the first 3 to 4 weeks of an infection. The last couple of weeks, I ain't worth a shit. I can't sit at a machine. I can't think, so I don't do that stuff then.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, yeah, I'll make it happen. There's no sense in paying somebody God's fortune to customize something. That whole custom thing, I get it if you're making a living on it, but I'm not. I'm just helping people, and I've done it before, and I have no problem, whipping up something if it's going to make your life easier. I mean, damn.
My dog is dreaming.
Those cripples got to
She's
stick
like-
together, folks.
Yep. Hey, you. Miss snores a lot. Definitely my dog. But you're kicking your feet and whimpering and shit, and I hate that.
She's after something. Got a squirrel or something going on in her dreams.
Which is funny because she's never chased a squirrel in her life.
Well, maybe it's an Issa. Who knows? Maybe she learned something from the cat, and
Right?
she's back.
She's living out she's living out her fantasies of biting Esau on the ass.
Exactly. Maybe she's just running to a food bowl full of food or water. Or who knows what dogs dream? I mean, I've caught a few images, when their shields are down and, they're dreaming and, a couple of images will waft through and, you're like, what the fuck? But, yeah, who knows? I've never gotten enough from an animal in dream state to know exactly what they do dream about.
Yeah.
At least with dogs. With cats, I've gotten a little bit more. But for the most part, yeah, I don't exactly know what critters dream about. And usually the few random images that might waft through, you can't make sense or much sense of them.
Well, it's because cats are assholes.
Well, mainly it's just because, I mean, you're doing, you're scrubbing the toilet or doing the dishes or something like that, and then all of a sudden some image just pops into your head. And, you're like, what? You can't make sense of it. You got to have more context than just one little random image that wafts through, and they're not going to give them to you on command.
It's like
They just slip through.
Oh goodness. Yeah. So Pearl got quiet.
Everyone got quiet.
I don't know. Did somebody go live? Or they?
Nobody's live that I
Double
have.
Well, everybody's, like in NOLA, or isn't there some other something going on?
Yeah.
Yeah, reseller convention or some shit.
Yeah, they're reseller rally in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Prison to Profit is live. There's like 11 people in there.
Who?
Prison to Profit.
I have no idea who that is.
Dom? Is that his name?
Dion? I don't know.
Dom? Dom?
I don't think it's Dom. I don't know.
Oh,
He's supposed to be from South Carolina, but so far that I have seen, he hasn't really been in South Carolina. He was traveling around. I don't know if he got back or not, but
And so the only person that I have is a crochet person. Rose likes crochet.
yeah, there was a crochet gal that I used to follow. Just because she was fun to hang out with. And then she got like her channel stolen, and she did a new one. And I always had problems like getting notification and stuff. I don't know if she's still doing lives or not. I had so many problems that I finally just unsubbed or turned off the notifications because I just had so many problems knowing if she was live or anything.
Yeah.
And then I don't crochet, so I was kind of third wheel. At least I felt like it.
Yeah.
But she was just fun to hang out with. But when they started talking crochet, it was like talking shop, and you're like, ugh, But you can't blame her. I mean, that is what her channel's about.
Yeah.
So
looks like they all got to Cafe Du Monde in New Orleans.
yeah, there was something where they were doing a live at breakfast or some shit.
Yeah, I see that 3 hours ago
Yeah.
on Victoria's channel.
Apparently,
Well, she didn't do like Friday morning show. They slept in because they drank the night before.
I know.
I don't know why she thought she was going to be able to do that.
There's a pop-up auction this evening with Tom Cruise and West Side Gary.
Yeah.
That might be fun to hang out at. They don't ever really have anything that would interest me, but it's always fun to hang out with them.
Apparently, they have a special guest tonight.
Ew.
Yeah, Big Barn Auction Company.
Oh, JJ, yeah. Yeah, they were talking about having him on.
At least it looks like everybody's having fun in New Orleans. In New Orleans. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Okay, that tapping is not me.
No.
I'm texting sis. She's out running errands, so she's been texting a lot like she does, and I'm trying to reply to another one of her texts.
Doesn't
I was like, nobody can pick on me for tapping. I haven't even started tapping yet.
No, I've got it set to make the little click sound when you hit a button, so I know that I got it. It just, hearing impaired, it helps.
Crystals and stones pop out. Who? Which one of the crazy?
Yeah.
Which one of the crazy crystal bitches is having an auction tonight?
Yeah, right.
Who? Better be careful. Will is going to try and buy me in an auction. I keep making owl sounds.
Actually, I bought 2 owls last night, so I'm good.
Got your owl fix in?
Yeah, they were only $3 each. They're wood carved.
Nice.
She had 3 of them, but the one just it looked funky, so I just got the other 2.
Oh, Jim Kelly is having a fucking auction tonight. Oh, I need to stay out of there. Nope. It's hard enough with the crazy women, crazy YouTubers that do the random gemstones and stuff. I'm not going to Jim Kelly's.
I'd go to Jim Kelly's. Just
That
for
man
the
will
free
make-
drool fest.
Nope, that man will make me cry.
He usually has a lot of really nice stuff.
Oh, yes, he does.
Oh. Yeah, I've had a few heart attacks in there.
Yeah, nope. I actually came across a little envelope that had his name on it, had Linda's name on it, and I was like, oh, Bumblebee Jasper. Yep, that bag went right into the craft room. See you later, bye.
I'm going to check my subs with him and make sure I'm still.
Damn, Papa. Not hard to do. What'd you do? Buy one stone? I'm kidding. Jim Kelly actually has really good deals.
He does. I bought a few things off of him.
I would if I could.
Yeah, I'm not going to spend that much. Not after dropping $72 on 4 squash blossom necklaces. I mean, the stuff that I bought last night, the owls and stuff, is on credit. Because during that benefit auction for Samby,
Yeah.
April offered. She started them at 25 and let people bid up, and whatever the winning bid was, that's how much credit you got.
Yeah.
And then she added 25 to that.
Right.
So I ended up with like $70 or $80 of credit with them because mine was like 45, I think is what I paid. But I've been buying from her. They've had a lot of Tupperware, and I've been trying to replenish my Tupperware, and I'm getting super deals on Tupperware with them. So I knew that I would be able to spend that money on Tupperware. So it was a good investment that I got, I gained 25 in credit on it by doing that.
Wow, Papa. I'm surprised he let go of that. But you go, boy. Linda was so funny the day he had the Bumblebee Jasper cabochons, which, by the way, are really high quality and very brightly colored. Because she came in late, and I was like, Linda, you missed the Bumblebee Jasper. And she's like, what? No, you got to go back. And he had this like Ziploc with cabochons in it, and he probably had, I don't know, maybe 10 or 12 cabochons in it, and he pulled 4, he had pulled 4 of them out, and nobody bought them at the time. And so he pulled the same 4 out, and she goes, I'll give you $100 for all of those. And he's like, okay. So I have the bag with all those cabochons in it in my house. And she's like, make stuff. And I'm like, yay! So yeah, I get to play with Bumblebee Jasper.
Okay, I'm not finding him in my list now. They've probably unsubbed me, bastards. Mountain. Okay, I gotta go back and look. Where's the chat?
Yeah, it's Mountain Trails and Gems.
Okay.
Okay. That's a good reason, Papa.
Yeah, his emoji is like a dude and a wolf on a cliff looking out. And is it the right one?
I have no idea.
Oh yeah, live sale tonight, 8:30 Eastern.
Yeah, that would beat them.
Yep. Okay. I'm gonna get sub to notifications. I had him on, and YouTube did their shit.
Yep.
They do.
I do not think that they have the right to mess with your subscription peoples.
Okay, here's the thing. I was subbed to Danica, right? And it kicked me down to no notifications. So I wanted to go up where I was getting notifications. It would not let me get any notifications. I had to unsub, resub to Danica. And then it wouldn't let me do anything at all. So I had to unsub again and resub to Lady Luckjohn. So I'm like, seriously? In order to be notified, to get notifications on her. Not that she's put anything out in the last month. because she was doing it where she's only putting things out once a month now.
Yeah.
But I'm like, seriously, it would not let me change the status. I'm like, what the hell?
It's all those improvements these things keep doing. It's like, oh, got to make it better, and they end up making it worse for the people that are using the thing in itself. They make it better for the people that are like admin to the site, to like YouTube. It's the YouTube site itself. The people that have to maintain it, yeah, it might be more friendly for them, but it's not more friendly for the people that are actually using the service. Same with Facebook. There was no reason to go changing around the format and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't broken.
Right?
It is now.
Oh, you're going to have to decide where you're going to be. You might have to have 2 windows open.
Well, it's got blue running through it. It could be Botswana agate. It could be blue lace agate. It could just be blue agate. What other blue stones do blue striation?
All kinds of. There are hundreds of stones that have blue in them.
Yeah. If you need to, Pearl, just send me a image of it on Messenger, and I'll see if I can identify it for you. Or just contact Sandy and say, what was that stone you sent me? I can't remember the name of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Papa, we all heard about your really big list for music chat.
Most of their music is music I don't listen to, though. That's the problem. And then every once in a while, they'll have those nights where there's a bunch of asshats that every country thing that you put in there, they cut down. And you don't get to listen to a lick of your music. You have to put up, I just, when it gets like that, it just pisses me off. It's like, people, isn't it supposed to be all kinds of music? But yet every time you drop something country, they start throwing up ones or whatever it is that you do, and they shut you down. It's like, how rude.
Yeah, I don't know when they started doing that, because the first couple of music chats I went into, they didn't have a thing where you could veto someone's music, which is usually why I didn't stay, because I didn't like the music being played. And I'm not a big music person. I mean, yeah, I got the ones from when I was, a teenager and stuff that bring back memories and things like that, but
you don't always want to go through those memories,
Well, no, I have no problem with that.
No, I just mean mood thing.
I'm just not a big music person.
Yeah.
I don't sit around with music playing all day, I mean, someone might mention a song and then I'm like, oh, and I'll have to go listen to it. But I don't like rap, and a lot of the songs that they were playing, and I don't like a lot of pop and all that. They were just playing songs that, like, in recent generations have nothing to do with me,
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, I like Buck Cherry Crazy Bitch, but that's about as modern as I get. I don't like
You're talking about just Sandy Pearl? Yeah, she gets pretty hammered, and then she hasn't been feeling well. Just shoot me a picture of it through Facebook, and I'll see if I can identify it for you.
So I was trying to hang out in the chat like I'd mute, but then I can't hear anything they're saying in between songs. So conversationally with the people that were on the panel itself, the whole thing just wasn't working. And then I finally just decided, what, screw it. I'm bored and I need people to talk to. So, and then all of a sudden I see them saying, if you don't want to listen to it, put in ones in the chat or something. And I'm like, okay, when did they start vetoing music? It moves it along, I guess. I don't know. I have no idea.
I don't know.
They probably got a lot of complaints about music from people like, you're playing all these songs I don't like. Well, you can't please everybody,
Yeah, I agree, Jay. Some people just, it's all about them, and the concept of being nice, and just respectful and kind is beyond them. And yeah, you kind of see in that chat some people that you wouldn't want to hang out with. It's like if they can be an asshat in there, they can be an asshat anywhere.
Pretty much, yeah.
Me too, Pearl.
And believe me, if I wanted to be a bitch anywhere, I could, but I choose not to.
Yeah.
Well, I know that I personally am a motherfucking delight. So y'all bitches might be having problems, but
Eh.
I agree with Pearl. If you're not a reseller, and you go into an auction, and you have a question about an item, or you have a question of whether or not they have an item, or they're doing an unboxing and they're showing items, and you're interested in an item, and like, well, I don't want to sell that, just because you're not a reseller. But if a reseller asks a question, they're all over it. Oh, yeah, I'll bring that up.
I've never had that problem.
I've had that problem a lot, and it's very frustrating. It's like, excuse me, I'm still people just because I'm not a reseller. I spend a fair bit, not tons, not like a reseller, but I still buy.
Yeah.
Quit ignoring my questions. And, I don't want undivided attention. I just would like a question answered because I need to know the answer to that question before, to decide whether or not to bid.
Yeah.
If it's not going to fit or suit my needs, or is, it's coming across purple on the screen and is it blue,
Mm-hmm.
Purple ain't going to work, but the blue would, but it's not showing blue. So I want to see, is it blue and just coming across purple, or, if they won't answer your questions and you don't know and you have a fixed income, you're not going to buy it,
Yeah, I've never had that question. If I ask a question and they don't see it, or they don't read it, or they like read something before my question and after my question, I'll just keep asking it until either they answer it or everybody else starts wondering why they're not answering it.
Well, you
And
get
then
into the
everybody
bigger
else,
ones, there's no time for that.
then everybody else
They
will
don't.
start asking questions. But I don't go into the bigger ones, so I don't have that problem. I don't go into bigger, like really big auctions anymore.
Yeah, that's the thing, Pearl Nini. Everywhere I go, everybody knows I'm going to pay. As soon as I see that invoice in my email, it's paid. There's no waiting. I just pay it. I don't buy and not pay. I never have. I never will.
I have never had an instance where I have not paid for any item I have purchased.
Exactly. And they treat you just because you're not a reseller, like, you're bidding that high, you can pay for that, I'm like, excuse me, history, when have I ever not paid? When has my payment ever not gone through? Anything like that. It doesn't happen. I always pay, and I always pay promptly, well within any time range. A lot of them do like 24, 48 hours. I'm online and I check my mail regularly. I'm always popping over to that tab. That tab is always open, and if there's an invoice, it's usually paid within the hour. If I'm asleep, it's paid, within a few minutes of me waking up, because the first thing I do when I wake up is I come and sit here on the sofa, pop open the laptop, and open my mail, and then I go check YouTube. And I always check for invoices. If I've got an invoice, that's the first thing I look for when I scan through my email. Because I get emails on all the doll posts, on my doll groups and stuff like that. Anywhere from 200 to 400 emails a day I go through. And the first thing I check for is invoice. If there's invoice, it gets paid. I just pay it right then and there. And,
Yes, Papa.
Oh, God, yeah. Yeah, I find a lot of that. There's a lot of items. I comp. I'm not a reseller, but I go check the comps. If I can get it cheaper on eBay or on Amazon, I'm not buying it at the auction. I'm not paying outrageous prices. I'm trying to get a deal. I don't have a lot of money. So if I'm going to get something, it's going to be cheap. And yeah, 2-3 times what they sell for There's no meat on that bone. Why is the resellers paying so much for shit? I don't get it. How are they going to get their money back on that? You know, they're
Like
paying way more than
overcharging
it's
other
worth.
people.
So they're going to be lucky to get it, you know, get what it's worth, let alone the 3 times that they paid for it.
No, they pop it up on eBay for more than what it's worth, and some sucker will buy it.
Yeah, but I've comped on
Not that
eBay.
sucker.
You know,
Listen
the
to what I
ones that are
said.
selling
They'll
are
throw
way
it up.
lower.
They'll throw it up on eBay for higher than what it's worth. Some sucker will pay for it.
I know, but when I comp, I check the sold.
But that has nothing to do with some idiot out there paying a price that's too high when a reseller puts it up for more than what it's worth.
I know, but when you check sold, it would be there if they paid that much.
But not everybody checks that. People are not smart. Not everybody is that way.
That's what I'm saying, though. I do check that, and it's not there.
Okay, what I'm
That's
saying is
I don't know how they're going to pay, get their money back on it.
Okay.
I see what you're saying, Cody, but if you go check the sold items and the prices, there's not one there sold that's going to sell for what they're listing it for. Those are the listings that sit there forever because they get it cheaper.
People are willing to play a long game. Most resellers are willing to play a long game with the things they list.
Yep.
Otherwise, they undersell.
Yeah.
You know, if you want to sell something quick, sell it for $1 less than what everybody else has theirs priced at.
Oh, I know.
You want to wait for a little bit of money, you price it higher, and you just wait for everybody else to run out of their shit.
Yeah. But yeah, I check eBay, I check Amazon, you know, what have you, and I check the sold. And if it's not there, I ain't paying that. I mean, when they pull something up, they're holding it up and showing it to you on the screen. A price will pop into my head of what I'm willing to pay.
Mhm.
I will comp and see where the range is on that. You know, do I need to adjust it a little bit? Usually I don't. Sometimes I do. And, you know, I look and I'm not paying more than I'm willing to pay, you know, because I know I will find it for that eventually. And I'm patient. I can wait.
And for me, I'm looking at it and I go, okay, this is what I'm willing to pay. And is this one of the places that I'm looking at? Is this one that has the free shipping, or is this one of them where I have to pay shipping? So am I including my shipping in the cost of the item?
Prolini, you had somebody yell at you for not buying from people on YouTube, for the jewelry people. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's insane.
How is someone going to yell at you for not buying from jewelry auctions? That makes no sense. That's kind of fucked up.
I've had people, you know, I go on random panels and I've had people comment, you know, like, why didn't you get that? You know, I know you're looking for it. And they had, you know, they had it there. You were there because I was there.
Yeah.
And I'm like, because they wanted too much for it. Yeah, but you're supporting a reseller. And I'm like, I'm not a reseller. I don't have to support resellers. You know, there's certain things I'm looking for. And where I buy it is nobody's business. If I buy it on YouTube, great. If I don't, you know, I don't. Deal with it. You know, it's like you shop around town trying to find the best deal on fucking hot dogs. You're going to go where they're on sale, and the sale is a good sale and not, you know, a faked out sale where they jack the prices up and then they're offering them on sale for regular price. You know, you're going to buy the best deal. Same with anything. I don't have a lot of money, so I'm very frugal about how I buy. And, you know, if they screwed me on 50 cents on some shit on a, you know, I noticed on my ticket that it didn't ring up right for like 50 cents. Well, it's going to be 50 cents in gas to drive back across town to go get my 50 cents. I'm not going to bother. You know, It's just 50 cents. But, you know, because it's going to cost that just in fuel to drive back across town to go get 50 cents. You know, it's a waste of time. Jennifer did that one time for a dime. And I said, you do realize you just spent 50 cents in fuel to go get a dime? She said, I never thought of it that way. And I'm like, well, you need to. She does now. I've got her trained. But
I check my receipts and I watch them ring up my shit before I even leave the register.
yeah, Yeah, so do I. But you know, you also got to put shit up on the roller thing and the conveyor and
Yep.
stuff like that. So you can't always be there, you know. But yeah, I always check my receipts too. And I try to check them right before I leave. But I've gotten to the point where, like, if I go to Walmart, I am so exhausted at the end of Walmart that the receipt usually doesn't get checked until I get home because I'm just so exhausted. I need to come home. I need to, you know, have something to drink, sit, put support on my spine,
Mm-hmm.
um, whatever, before I have enough brain left to check the receipt. Um, Bigger ticket items, yeah, I definitely watch because I always put them on the last. They're the last thing I put on the conveyor, or I'll leave them on the cart and wheel the cart around to them so that they can scan that stuff.
Yeah.
And while they're scanning, I'm looking. But the everyday stuff, you know, like the package of hot dog buns and the package of hot dogs and the box of Kleenex, you know, a lot of times I can't because I'm having to load the stuff on the conveyor, which is excruciatingly painful. That repeated bending and stuff. Um, so yeah, I don't get to watch it like I normally would. Now, if me and Sis go together, she'll unload the cart and I'll be watching them scan.
Mm-hmm. That's true, Pearl. I've seen it because I'm just an observer most of the time.
Yeah, and Pearl knows mainly the channel I'm talking about because I call them out regularly. Um, and then they're good for a while, and then they go right back to being assholes. Um, I don't think they're trying to be assholes, but I just they just tend to have a habit of dismissing the small person. Um, the bigger resellers, yeah, they get all the attention in the world because they're buying so much shit that they're going to put it on pallets to ship it. Um, you know, just bunches and bunches of boxes of stuff because they're major resellers.
Well, I
I'm
mean,
not that. I get a box maybe once a month from them, maybe twice a
from a
month.
business from
You
a
know,
business perspective, they need to pay attention to the people that are spending the most money. But from a humanity and just being a decent human being perspective, they should be paying attention to everybody.
exactly. I mean, I'm not a big buyer. I'm not buying pallets full, but you know, there are times that I drop, you know, what I consider a fair bit, what they consider is probably friggin' pocket change. But um, you know, everybody deserves a level of respect.
What
You
what
know,
irritates me is that some of the people that go into these auctions, they act like complete assholes to other people that are in the chat. And I mean, it's just that they're in the chat the same as everybody else, but they try and dominate or bully people, or they're just jerks to people.
yeah,
And the channel owner lets them get away with it because they spend money on their channel.
yeah,
And I'm like, well, you know what? If you let that person chase away all the other bidders, you're going to be left with only that person, and the bid's not going to go anywhere from what you asked for it.
yeah.
Because
They're
you're
not
only
gonna
going
have
to
a
have one
channel.
person left. You're going to have one person left in your chat. That's it.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Like Days of Kings, you know, they were starving the people while they were building a castle and, you know, loading their coffers with gold, you know, while they're starving the people. There's nobody to rule if you kill off all the people.
yeah.
Then you're just a jackass in a castle all by your little old self, you know, rolling in your masses of gold. And you have nobody to show it off to, you have nobody to talk to, and you have nobody to rule. And people forget that. And I'm sorry. Yes, if you're a big channel and you have big buyers, you need to give those buyers a little bit more attention. Yeah, you need to give that attention to packing their boxes carefully and loading them off. Otherwise, they're just people like everybody else, including the small guy. And if you can't give respect to the small guy, because the small guys are usually, you know, in the big picture of things, are the housekeepers and, you know, the heavy workers. And if you don't have those, and it's all about kissing ass with the upper echelon, you're not going to be able to function because you don't have the small guy doing all the mundane things that you're so special you're not willing to do yourself. And if you don't
Yeah.
have those people, your life is going to suck.
It's happening on a lot of channels.
It's just the nature of humanity, and we're just seeing it in the reseller community on YouTube auctions.
Yeah.
But
So yeah, I know what Kristen's talking about. And
yeah, I don't even go there.
Legends used to take care of their people. If someone was an ass clown or brought drama or whatever to their channel, boom, they were gone. And now because certain people spend a lot of money, they're able to get away with all kinds of bullshit.
Yeah, I don't do bullshit.
And people are walking away because they're not going to deal with that in the chat. It's not worth it for whatever items, Guapo Chapo are putting up for auction.
No, because more often than not, the sellers are getting more for the stuff than what it's worth. So why are you going to sit there and torture yourself and watch all the bullshit and listen to all the bullshit for stuff you can't even buy anyways? I just quietly go to eBay or go to Amazon or wherever and order my shit and get a decent price and, go watch TV or go watch another channel or, read a book. I'm not going to waste my time on them. And that's why a lot of times I go to an auction and I'll chatter for a little bit and then I go quiet. Usually I go quiet because I'm being ignored or there's an asshat in the chat or something like that. And a lot of times I just disappear. I just go. I just leave. I don't bother saying goodbye because nobody's going to see it. Nobody's going to pay attention to it. Why waste type font? I just go. I just leave.
I mean, I'm not talking about someone who goes into auctions and constantly outbids people. That is what an auction is for people to bid on things and to win items. If people want to bid too much for it, that's on them.
Yeah, but there used to be a level of humanity within.
There used to be decorum.
If you really wanted an item, people would back off and let you win it. And you do the same for others, if they really liked it, you back off, let them get it. There's less and less of that now. It's become a lot more ruthless and they don't care. And, it's getting meaner and I don't know what it is, but.
Papa Smurf, they gouge you on shipping. That's fucked up. I mean, it's nice that they give free gifts, but when they charge twice as much for shipping as what shipping is, that's no. Yeah, that's not good. But I mean, the nature of auction in itself is to bid on things. It's when the person who constantly goes in and wins all the bids starts being an ass clown to everybody else and treating everybody else like crap, and the channel owner lets them get away with it. No, you don't. No,
so do I,
and in a lot of chats, people do still, like if I was bidding on something and Willow was bidding on something, and I knew it's more Willow's thing, and she really wanted it, I would stop. I'd stop bidding because I'm not going to upbid Willow on something that she would want more than I do.
Yeah.
Although if I really wanted it, you're in for a fight. You know what I mean? Because I'm not going to back off just because it's Willow, and I wouldn't expect her to do that just because it's me. Because we both have very similar tastes in like stones and things like that.
Yeah.
But say I was bidding on an owl, because I do like owls too. It's my grandson's spirit animal. But Willow came in and she was like, "Ooh," and she started bidding on it. I would probably stop bidding because I know owls mean more to Willow than they do to me personally. I mean, it is my but he doesn't even acknowledge spirit animals, so that would still be more for me, for him type of thing. You know what I mean? It doesn't have the same connection for me personally.
Yeah.
So,
secondhand connection.
Yeah, so I mean, I would want it for that secondhand connection, but if there's somebody that comes in that has a more singular connection to it, then there's no reason.
It'd be like me bidding on a bear.
Yeah.
I'd be bidding on a bear. Here comes Cody. Ooh, yeah, I'm going to back off because that's her spirit animal.
Yeah.
I just think it's pretty. There's a big difference between I think it's pretty and it's absolutely totally resonating with you, gotta have it kind of thing. And that's the thing. People aren't doing that so much anymore. It's just kind of a courtesy thing.
Yeah.
And people doing giveaways and then sticking you for shipping. And shipping costs way more than what the item's actually worth, most likely.
Yeah.
I just tell them to put the item back in. I won't have it. You can keep it. Because then I'm basically being paid for. I'm being charged for it, and it. The price that I'm being charged isn't what I would pay for it, or there's items that you win that aren't really of interest to you.
Right.
You know.
I'm just sitting here reading the chat, and I'm just going, whoa.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, I get it. I think it's hold on. Fuck, I'm still tired. I think it's funny that people try and gouge people on shipping when they're in a reseller community, and even those of us that are not resellers have learned enough by now to know what the shipping is in general. So if
Yeah.
you charge somebody $20 for something that costs $8 to ship, that's way more than a handling fee. You know what I mean? If something costs $8 to ship, or would most likely cost like $6.50 or whatever, you can add a buck 50, something like that, to cover your shipping supplies, just a little bit. You know what I mean? But you don't, bam. Ooh.
Ooh, she stopped talking, man. That's serious.
You have
I mean,
two of my
she
favorite,
literally mid-sentence, she was just like,
you have three of my favorite things in that sentence: bear, purple, and cabochon.
exactly. Yeah, I seen that, and I was like, oh, how's that going to play?
Papa Smurf, you have my address, right? Oh, jeez. I don't know who that was, but they need to get bent.
Damn, Pearl.
Now I want to know who it is, though, so I never buy from them ever.
Same.
I do not like
Jesus.
unethical people.
Me neither. I have zero tolerance. You know, it's one thing just to be an asshat, but it's another thing to just ethically stick you in the ass financially. I've had a few situations, yeah, where things arrived broken, and
Yeah,
not because
recently.
of the post office, because they were poorly packed. You know, they banged around in the box and got tore up because they didn't pack properly. You know, there
Cody,
wasn't a lick of bubble wrap in the box, nothing. And
you mean like the one I just got?
yeah,
Yeah.
and I got
Cody,
mine was a little better packaged, but not by much.
Tim, what are you talking about? Cody, you won't trust me. I trust you, Tim. Punctuation is key, Tim. I won't buy from that person?
Right.
Why? Are they crazy?
You said it.
Good to know, Jay.
I am so
Greasing
psychic
computer shields
sometimes.
as we speak.
I am amazingly psychic sometimes, don't you think?
Mm,
Got that in one.
yeah.
That kind of behavior from that person does not surprise me at all. At all.
So, do we know who she's talking about?
I do now.
Put it in private chat, because I don't.
Everybody in the chat's like, wait, what? Hey, you're leaving us out.
Oh, yeah. Been there, done that. And then some.
I have never ordered from that person. I've never bought from that person. That person will never be buying any of my things. Not directly from me, anyway.
Yeah, I bought from that person twice. And, yeah. I don't even go to that channel at all.
Pearl.
Beachucation, whom I get most of my supplies from, is in California. She goes through stamps.com when she ships.
Yes,
I'm
Pearl.
not sure if she knows about Pirate Ship. She should actually check them out because she sends a lot of metal, so it might save her some money. I don't know, but it takes, during normal activity with the post office and non-COVID things, it takes 3 days for a package to get to me from California. And usually with shipping from California for anything on Beachucation that's up to a certain dollar amount is like $5 or $6, which is what mine have never gone over, unless you have something that needs ground shipping because it's a liquid, like liver or sulfur or whatever.
Yeah.
Or Jax, it has to be shipped ground. You can't ship that USPS.
Yeah. It can't go air.
Yeah. I did, yes. I got it. Yes, California is still a part of the country, Tim. So I've never had any issues about California. And I will have no problem selling to anybody in California if they want to buy my items.
Yeah, me neither. It's just a state. It's just another state. Of course, I've never been there or lived there, but
I have.
it's just another state.
I was in Sacramento for 3.5 weeks. I was trapped there.
What city is it that's the artsy fartsy one? San Fran?
Well, I mean, Tim, the Beachucation is a business, so they have deals with the delivery systems.
Yeah.
Hey, Barbara.
Like, I believe they use UPS, and I'm not sure if they switched over to FedEx or if they still use UPS, but they use the post office, but they do such massive amounts of shipping that they get discounts on shipping. Right now with Beachucation, if your order is $45 or more, you get free shipping. Unless you have an item that has to go ground, then that's separate. But I always make sure my order is $45 or more when I order from Beachucation. That way I don't have to pay for shipping.
Yeah, I always try to take advantage of free ship too. Another thing that is a gripe for me about the YouTube auctions, you do win something. For example, a bag of jewelry, a jewelry lot. You buy one item, like a necklace or a pair of earrings, so the shipping would be what, about $3?
Yeah.
And suddenly you're charged $8-10 shipping because you're being charged to ship the jewelry that you won. They don't adjust the shipping for the fact that you only bought one item and the other is supposed to be a gift. You get stuck for shipping then. Just because you bought one item during the same time frame as that free item that you won that is going to be weighty. At first, I was like, well, it's only a few bucks extra. I should get the value of that at least in the jewelry that I was gifted. But then the more I thought about it, the more I was like, it's supposed to be a gift. If you're going to give away something that's going to cost $8 to ship, then you need to plan on that and not dump it on the buyer just because they bought a single item. And the second gripe in that is I have won a bag and bought a single item, and my item was put in that bag, unwrapped, unprotected, and banged around in the bag and ends up broken before it gets to me because the item that I paid for, they didn't package it by itself and well, and it ends up torn up in with the big bag of jewelry. Like you have a jewelry bag that's got metals and sharp edges and all these different things. You don't throw pearls into it. You package those separately, so that the finish on the pearls don't get damaged banging around in with all the chains and other stuff. And I've had that happen as well. So I bought an item. I won an item. I paid more shipping than I should have because I should have only had to pay the shipping on the one item I bought, not the whole thing. And then that item is a delicate item and it's thrown in with all the other items, and the item that I paid for ends up destroyed. So I paid for an item, plus I paid excessive shipping, and I ended up with a broken item. And they're constantly saying, we'll make it right, da da da. But when something like that happens, they tend to try to chuff you off. Oh, well, that happens sometimes. Excuse me? Some channels, they'll make it right if something ends up damaged or broken. Especially, due to lack of packaging. Others, no. Some of them, when they first start out, I like to try to support the small channel that's starting out. But there's that learning curve, and they just don't realize, you need to invest in a big roll of bubble wrap, or or some little baggies or little things like that. And, it takes them a while to learn. People aren't going to buy if their shit's showing up broke. But yeah, it really gripes my butt when I get stuck for shipping on an item that I won just because I bought a single item. I end up with the full shipping charge. If you're going to give away bags of jewelry, then you need to financially be prepared to pay the shipping for that. And as the buyer, yeah, no matter how much you like it, don't buy that one item because you're going to get stuck shipping because they're not going to adjust it to accommodate. They're going to stick you for it, which means you're paying for that bag of jewelry. And a lot of times shipping on bags of like costume, there's not necessarily the value in that bag. It's not designer. It's not, beautiful glass beads or gemstone or something like that. It just ends up being, costume crap jewelry. And you're getting stuck shipping to send something that's probably not even worth what you got stuck the shipping on. Yeah.
Oh, heavens to Betsy.
There's a lot of nuances when it comes to the reseller and shipping and charging shipping and all those different things and, packaging stuff well. If you buy like a glass pendant necklace, that glass needs to be protected.
Yeah.
It's fragile. It's glass.
Fragile.
Yeah. And they don't do that. And they just chuff it into a bag with a bunch of chains and base metal stuff that's going to tear it up. And, it gets in there in such a way that it's, like balancing on a lump of something and it gets whacked in transit. It's going to break. Same with the base metal. Like if it's a spray of like leaves with flowers as like a focal on a pendant, it's not actually a pendant. It's more like a focal piece, statement piece on a necklace. And it gets busted because it's thrown in with the bag of junk jewelry instead of being wrapped by itself. I had that happen. I love that kind of jewelry that's got that base metal spray of, leaves and flowers and that kind of stuff. And, usually it's kind of a weakness. Usually if I see one and it's the right colors, I bid. But I'm lucky if 50% of them that I buy actually get here in one piece because they don't package it separate. They don't package it well so that it's protected and it ends up getting distorted in the box or the bag with other stuff and gets busted. Well, it ain't going to do me any good busted.
Piece. That was sad.
What piece was that, hon?
The Capodimonte piece.
Yeah. Yeah, 2 Capodimonte brooches, and they both showed up destroyed. But I think they were destroyed before, because the shrapnel from the breakage was not in the bag. So they were broke before they went in the bag. So in other words, they knew they were broke before they shipped. So.
But I don't remember that one being broke.
Neither of them were broken.
No, neither of them were broken.
Was it? I don't
But
remember.
at that point, the reseller community hadn't caught on to, the value and the beauty of Capodimonte.
I knew the value.
Yeah, but a lot of the resellers, when they're showing the shit and stuff, they have no idea what it is. They just thought it was, just a cheap ceramic brooch. But no, it's Capodimonte. But yeah, people didn't bid on them. So I was like, yeah, I'll take those because I love Capodimonte. Very Victorian, and I love Victorian. And might not, have been made during the Victorian era, but that floral,
House call.
Yeah,
It's for you.
Be right back. Landline. In a weekend, I have no idea who'd be calling.
Said that was the house call. I knew that way. That's the landline. But yeah, I said I love Capodimonte. I used I'm one of those people that used to watch QVC and the Home Shopping Network whenever the pottery would come on. Oh,
I'll be right back.
uh-huh. Don't you just love it when you go and it's like, I didn't know all these people had sent me friend requests. That's funny, y'all. That's just too funny.
Publishers Clearinghouse.
Well, did you win?
I
When are
clicked
they
3 little
coming?
buttons called block. Oh, and it rings again. I'm gonna let it roll and let the voicemail take it. Yeah, I already have Life Alert. And I don't pay for it, my insurance does. I don't know, they keep calling about senior shit. It's like, people, I'm not a senior yet. Well, it states on our records that you're, 70 some odd years old. And they say, sir. So I say, it could by chance be Glenn that you're looking for? Yeah. And I'm like, well, he died in 2003. It was my father. I'm not a senior. Have a good day. 3 little buttons, block. He never even lived here. So how they tied it to this number or this address, I have no idea, because he never lived here. Mom never lived here. Mom died in 2014. We bought this place a month after she passed. And yeah, we get stuff on both of them. Dad died in 2003. He's almost been dead 20 years. I still get mail for him at this new address.
That's weird.
No, I didn't win. Because I didn't sign up. I haven't done Publishers Clearinghouse in ages.
Same here.
It's a fucking joke.
I used to do Publishers Clearinghouse religiously. I'm like, maybe I'll win. Maybe I'll win.
Yeah, I did for a while. And, you get 3 envelopes in one mailing in, a day. And you're filling them out and sending them in. And you tally up how many stamps that you're using in a year for the gazillion mailings for one drawing.
Well,
and then they're trying to sell you magazines.
Online. And then my email was fucking full all the time. I'm like, yeah.
I never gave them my email ever. And I never went to their website except once. And I got spammed to death to the point it locked my computer up. I never went back. Yeah, their website is so full of shit. It's as bad as trying to go to Better Homes and Gardens. Try to go to their website, the magazine, to grab a recipe or something. Yeah, right, sure.
Oh, don't go to People Magazine.
Yeah, you don't want to go there either.
Cody went to People Magazine yesterday to read a thing on a gymnast and watch a video, and it.
Yeah, I heard about that earlier on her live.
Yeah, good thing she could read. Force shut down the computer.
Yeah, I've had to do that before. Not with this one, thank goodness, but yeah, in past computers, like 3 or 4 ago, I've had that happen. I've gotten very particular, and I do pretty high firewall on my computer now. Plus, I have security hard software or whatever you call it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I haven't had that happen in years. Yeah, don't give your email, Pearl. They will hammer your email.
Oh God, they did too. I don't have that email anymore.
And if you unsub, doesn't do any good. They totally ignore unsubs. You just can't get rid of them. Publishers Clearinghouse is like the friggin' plague. I haven't done Publishers Clearinghouse in probably over a decade. And now they're suddenly calling me, well, we've sent you. Yeah, I've gotten them. My shredder just loved them. Munched them right up.
Mm-hmm.
It's insane. I mean, I burn up shredders every year just shredding stupid junk mail shit that we get. Because I shred everything.
Is when I actually send all of my bills out in the mail. Okay, they would send me my bill, and I'd send them a check in the mail.
Yeah.
I would send them back all of their junk in the envelope.
Yeah, I tried that. Every once in a great while it would work, but usually not. You were just wasting stamps and having to go to the post office to mail it and, wasting a good envelope.
But yeah, I would send them all of their junk back to them. It was so much fun.
Yeah, back in the day that worked real well, but now that we're in such a digital age, there's only one thing that I have to mail payment every 3 months, and that is Sis's life insurance. Everything else, we do a check for our lot rent, but we just drop it off at the office so that I can get a receipt because I need the receipts for, proof stuff for my disability stuff when they do my annual review and stuff. Yeah, otherwise everything I do digital.
Oh, that's terrible, girl. I said, my channel and Cody's channel, this is where, we get to vent about things like this. So.
Yep, let her rip. Better to get it out.
Almost a year to send what they didn't send. Oh, my word.
Damn. Yeah, I have that happen. I've got one pending right now. That goes back to last fall. But yeah, I've got a few of those. Jay, I've had a few. Mine wasn't computer IT shit because I managed to keep my computers alive, but that's about it. I know how to clean them out, and I know how to, maintenance them in that regard. Like with Windows 10, there's like some glitchy thing. You can set it to like analyze it, defrag if necessary and stuff, but it never does it. Says it did, but it didn't. You go in and you do a manual defrag, and yeah, it takes a while because it hasn't been done in a while. So I shut off the auto on that, and I just manually go in and defragment once a month. Analyze it, have it checked. Sometimes it needs it, sometimes it don't.
Yeah. But
it don't take long because I stay on top of it. I've done that with my computers now for God.
Well, Pearl,
years.
If you make it into another piece of jewelry for yourself, either another necklace or a bracelet or two, make it into some earrings. I don't know what size beads they are or anything of that nature.
Yeah, how's it constructed, Pearl?
Can you mend it? Do you have all the beads?
Seed beads, so it's probably, are they strung or are they woven? Because if you have everything you need and you've got a screenshot of what it was supposed to look like, I might be able to rebuild it for you. So it's a bead woven piece. Send a picture of that along with the picture of the other thing you're going to send me, that stone. You know, a picture of what it's supposed to look like, you know. Like a screenshot of it when you bought it and they were holding it up and showing it. Grab a screenshot of that and send me a picture of it. If you've still got all the pieces for it, chances are I could rebuild it for you.
You good over there, Cody?
Yep.
Well, when you do, Pearl, you've got my email. Just put a note in there reminding me of what it is. Otherwise, if it's just a picture, I'm going to be like, what in the hell was that for? You know, I won't remember the conversation, but just in the email, you know, remind me of that we discussed this and blah, blah, blah. You don't have to do that, Pearl. If I can reconstruct it for you, then you'll have the beautiful piece that you wanted.
Sorry about the crunching.
No problem.
Is the puppy dog eating?
Yep.
Oh, I gotta go look. Somebody just went by the front out here.
Even though it hasn't been that long since she got her quote unquote breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know when she'll go out again, so I had to feed it right now.
Gotcha.
Hey, somebody's trying to break me shit or some shit.
Yeah, it's sad when people sell something that's old that, you know, somebody took, because it takes a lot of work to make loomed or woven, hand woven, especially hand woven. But even a loomed piece takes a long time to make. They put a, you know, I've done loomed work. I didn't really like it. I've done hand woven CB jewelry, and that it takes a lot of work. So for somebody to sell it and then send it broken when it wasn't broken when they sold it, that's not right. Yeah.
I agree. And it is just this. She was getting the garden cart out of the shed to bring the groceries in.
Oh, okay.
It'll be so nice when we get the ramp on the deck because she'll be able to load it into the cart and literally wheel it right into the kitchen. Right now, we have to load it in the cart, offload it onto the deck, and then pick it up from the deck, bring it into the kitchen, and then unpack and put away. And that multiple process of having to pick up and carry, because she's got issues with her neck and shoulders. You know, I've got issues with all aspects of spine from the base of my skull clear down to my ass. But it'd be nice to get rid of all those extra steps.
If people don't know how to pack things that they're selling, they shouldn't be selling those things.
Yeah. I agree.
Because it wasn't broken when she showed it, but the way she packed it is how it got broken.
Yeah. I see
and
that.
I mean, yeah, I do too.
Me too, Caroline.
Although I will say that the few jewelry people that I have bought from have been amazing with their packing.
Yeah.
Devin from Moonstone Mamas and her mom both, and Kelly from Hip Flip and Mama.
Yeah.
And Jewelry Etc. Laura.
Yeah.
And
Cindy from Jewelry Nurse and Roberta.
I've never gotten anything from them, but Jennifer Layton, her things. Who else have I gotten jewelry from? And I don't want to leave anyone else. I don't want to leave anyone out when I'm singing praises, but I know off the top of my head. Oh, and Lydia from Arito Jewels.
Yes.
Lydia. Yeah. Her stuff is packed amazing. You know.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that know how to pack, but there's a lot of people that don't. Yeah. And I buy from them to try to support them. And if it is not packed well, I don't buy from them again. Another that does a pretty good job of packing is Lego Man Brandon and his mom Nancy.
I will say, yeah, I've never gotten anything from them either. Although I've heard that they do a really good job with their packing. I will say that some of the packages. Oh, Jim Kelly also does a fantastic job packing. I will say I have gotten a few packages from Linda that because she told me when a package comes in, just open it. I'm like, okay. And some of the things she's gotten have not been packed well, and she's gotten broken items.
Yeah. But you
That
let
you
her
can tell
know
her
so
because,
that she knows not to
oh
buy from
yeah,
them again.
yeah. And eventually, I will. I mean, I will take pictures. I mean, because I was doing an unboxing, and then like the Ankh that she got, that was a good size Ankh. It's just a base metal, but it was bent. It was curved, and I'm like, I don't. Did this come this way? And she's like, no. I'm like, okay, well, it's this way now, you know. And where it's a base metal, I might be able to straighten it out. I do not know yet.
Yeah,
Because I do have
they're kind
a
of touch
plastic
and
mallet.
go.
So I mean, I have a plastic mallet and I have a bench block, but you know, it's no guarantee. It depends on how hard and how much they hardened the metal. Obviously,
Yeah.
not hard enough because it got bent during shipping.
And if you try to bend back, the finish can pop off or it can just
Right.
snap.
Yeah.
Base metal, aka pot metal products, they're a big question mark on whether or not you can restore. Some of them, even if you try to glue them or put, other means to try to save them, the pot metal is of such low quality that it won't take glue or anything like that, and it's just done, plain and simple.
Yeah. Because you know what, your prices could be fantastic, and you can start your items off at $2, right? Someone might get a really awesome steal and get a really high quality item for like $10, and they're thrilled, and they get the piece, and because it wasn't packed correctly, it's all broken to shit. They're not going to buy from you again. If you don't take care of your items from start to finish, they're not going to buy from you.
And then the issue of you contact them and let them know about it. Do they chuff you off, or do they step up and make it right and learn from the experience and pack better next time? I've dealt with both in that regard. If they're new to it, they're learning, and they might not know that you need to put a piece of cardboard under it before you bag it or something like that to lend support. Simple thing like a scrap of cardboard can make a huge difference on some pieces. Or put it in a little box or bubble wrap it or whatever.
Yeah, the thing is too, I mean, jewelry in a bubble mailer, if it is not packed correctly, it's going to get broken, dented, folded, mutilated. You can't, they use them things like footballs, So if you're putting your jewelry items in a bubble mailer, bubble wrap that shit first or put it in a box in the bubble mailer,
Yeah, I've had that happen, Pearl. Like, why don't you buy from them? They're great. They pack well, blah, blah, blah. They just didn't have anything I was interested in. But I have bought from Dawn. I've bought from T. I've bought from Jen Layton. I've never had a problem. But with Donna and T, oftentimes, they do so many of the big reseller lots. And when they do one-offs, they tend to sell for more than I'm willing to pay. It's just as simple as that. And it's great for them that it does that. I'm just not the person that's going to be the buyer because I'm not going to pay that. But yeah, if they can get that out of it, great. I haven't been going to Donna and T much, or Jen and John much. Schedule, time, and with Donna and T, like I said, they have so many of the big lots, and their indie items tend to sell for more than I want to pay. And then they also have that $30 limit thing. Well, the items that I can't afford that I am willing to pay are so far and few between that getting that $30 mark on little smalls is hard to do within the time frame that they're wanting with my schedule and being able to get to enough auctions to maybe pull it off. So I've kind of just quit buying there because it's too complicated and too stressful. It's like, oh, I bought something. I've got to try to reach that $30 limit. I just it just doesn't work for me. And Jen and John, I just haven't been there for a while. I pop in every once in a while, but they're usually on about the same time as other channels that I tend to, visit, and I just don't make it to theirs very often.
I go into Jen and John's to give John a hard time. Because you know me, I gotta harass my hyper John.
Yeah, I pick on John too a bit.
It must be done. My son did not salt the french fries this time.
Yeah, I've had that happen too, Pearl. In fact, when I buy studs, anything that's got a post on it, it's a 50-50 thing as to whether or not it's going to be bent when I get it. I'm going to have to straighten it out, which most of them tolerate that okay, but not all. Some of them, that post will snap off, and then, there you sit with a broken piece of jewelry. But it didn't come broke. It got broke trying to repair it, So it's not their fault. Really? I've even had one person told me, well, mail them back and I will repair them and then send them back to you. But you have to send them back to me and pay the shipping for them to come back to you again. Why am I going to pay shipping 2 more times on something that was packed bad?
Yeah.
Seriously?
They just end up packing it bad again.
Well, that's the thing. They'll straighten them, but they'll ship them the same way they shipped them before, and they'll end up showing up bent again. And trying to rebend a second time, you can guarantee it's going to snap because those metals just don't tolerate that much friction.
We already told you. You can do whatever you like on me and Tina's channels.
Let her rip, girlfriend.
Yep. There's no sorry. This is a place where you can come in. You can vent, you can share, you can cry if you want to. There's no judgment, unless you're being a crazy ass clown and just pulling shit out of your ass. But, I mean, you're not, so you don't worry about it.
Yeah, I try to buy the better quality too, Carol Ann. And yeah, a lot of them just don't know their metals. They don't know. They just don't know. And I mean, some of them can't even tell the difference between a plastic cabochon and a stone one, or a stone one and a glass one.
Well, I'm not.
Hey, Maggie.
Hey, Maggie.
I could be sitting here naked. You don't know, Wes, because my camera's not on. So how do you know?
There are no cameras on here, Wes. Hello.
Yeah. You have no idea what we're doing behind that black screen. There you go, Tim. Get up on the panel and let her rip, Tater Chip. Okay, Streak.
That's not what we call you, Wes. I'm kidding. I have food again.
Holy crap, twice in one day.
I know.
Holy shit, girl.
He probably won't feed me at all tomorrow.
Well, let's hope not. Meaning hoping it doesn't go that way.
Nah, that'll be fine.
Maybe he's got the munchies today. I don't know.
Well, it's more likely he's going to be gone all night. Again. He overcooked my burger, but it's not too bad.
Yeah, I've done that, Jay.
Yes, people do lurk and screenshot stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I knew one in particular that liked to screenshot female parts when they randomly waft up on screen.
Screenshot this.
Fucking perverts.
You're not gossiping, you're telling the truth. Of things
Exactly.
that happen to you.
But if you got something to complain about, you need to call somebody out. Tina
So
said,
you're
let her
telling
go.
the truth.
Let her rip. Like Tim said, let her rip, Tater Chip.
one of our favorite wines around here.
You know, if it's somebody we definitely don't want to buy from, yeah, I'd like to know. You know, that's valuable information when you're shopping on random YouTube auction lives with people that you don't know. You know, it's a crapshoot to buy
Oh,
on these anyways. You
Kristen
know?
had Chinese.
Ew.
Cody.
Mm.
Kristen had beef and broccoli. So you know what she had for dinner.
Mm-hmm. Shut up.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna have for dinner yet. Sis and I haven't talked. We don't know if we're gonna eat out or cook at home. What we're gonna do. I got ground beef thawing in the kitchen
Same here. We have
to make sketty and meat sauce.
Yep.
That way I've got something to eat on this week to break up the monotony of the frozen dinner.
Leftovers. I remember what those used to be like.
Huh?
I remember what leftovers used to be. Vaguely.
Yeah. I do a lot of that. We'll make
My
up
son.
stuff for me to eat
No,
on.
you don't understand. My son knows what leftovers are. I don't.
Yeah, they never reach you. I get it.
Uh-uh.
I gotta go check. She's got everything on the front deck. It acted like, it sounded like she was trying to unlock the door. I don't know if she got distracted or.
ML.
I was heading your way.
Tacos for
Yep,
Maggie.
here comes the groceries. Oh. I'm gonna mute for a few here. I gotta put groceries away. I don't figure you want to hear the sound effects of bags rattling and what have you.
No, not really.
I'll be right back.
I probably do, but I'm not making the connection with the initials, so.
3 2-pound bags of jewelry that was supposed to be craft and wearable mixed. Got 10 pounds, but it was all garbage.
Was her first name Michelle? Okay. I haven't seen her in a while.
Let's say it's not registering with me. Of course, real names, I didn't start registering for a long time.
Yep. Oh, she's still around? I haven't seen her in a while. Yeah, Tina, look in the private chat.
Yeah, no, don't know that. Sniffle, sniffle,
I can't help it.
sniffle, sniffle.
Sniffle, sniffle, twirl and twiffle.
Dying. Damn.
Yep, William knows it's going to deliver. Sorry.
I don't care who got friends. I got friends too.
In high and low places.
You betcha. Right, Kristen. No, that was it's in her belly now. She done ate it all. I got lots of friends. I really do. Some of them are in the government. That's a good thing. Oh no, if you ain't got nothing better to do and we're out and about, you can come sit by me and we'll talk about everybody else. Used to go out with my cousin. We'd go shopping at the mall and we'd be walking around and going, no, that's a fat girl. No, you don't wear them shoes with that and you don't wear that outfit. Because we're fat girls and we could do that. Ooh, fried rice. Yum, yum, yum.
Shut up.
Definitely Judge Free Zone.
That sounds good. With my normal Chinese.
We always talk about food at some point around here, more than once.
I'll shut up.
Midnight snack. Sounds like a plan.
Hey, Wendy.
Oh my goodness, she's back from the dead. Hello?
I'm not dead. I was listening and cleaning at the same time, and you mentioned food, and now I need a midnight snack.
You're welcome, Miss Pearl.
She is. She's always welcome to come up in here and vent.
Or on my channel if I'm on, or, Cody's, because, that's just what we do. The rest of the world don't like it. Well, you know what? They can suck it.
Yeah. Big green donkey dicks, even.
That's right. Purpley, pimply white asses, too. With hair to boot.
Ew, no hair. Sorry. Yeah.
Now ask us how we really feel.
I was awake.
No, Pearl, we don't. But This has been stated many times. My chat, Cody's chat, this is one of those zones. This is where you can be yourself. You are not judged. You can say what you feel, and people either like it or don't like it. If they don't like it, they know how to exit. So, see you bye. You know? That's just the way it is.
Yep.
The reason ass clowns are able to get away with being ass clowns is because everybody is so afraid to speak up and call them out as being ass clowns, or they didn't ship something correctly, or they ripped you off, or they didn't send something correctly. People don't want to speak up on a live and name names.
Yeah. I mean, if there has, come on, you over a year it took? Hello?
Yeah, that's enough time.
That's more than plenty.
That's fucking 11 months more than I would have given them.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm tired of beating our other dead horse, you know. Come on.
That's an insult to horses and dead things.
But, you know, everybody else in their 1 year, you know, so with their bullshit, you know, when we were told one thing and we were trying to wait it out and say that, hey, this is what we were told and this is what was going on, blah blah blah, and then, you know, we started getting, you know, screwed, and, you know, there was no reach arounds, no kiss, no Vaseline, no nothing.
Wes, please, you beat around the bush so much you might as well look like a walking vagina, okay? I love you, Wes. You know, revenge is a dish best served cold. I think that sat in the freezer long enough. I'm good now. I feel much better now. And no, I do not think Wes looks like that. I was just playing with him. It's okay.
Exactly.
Nope. No, not even dinner, Wes. No lube, nothing. Nope. That was a dry docking right there. Bang. It's all good.
But anyhow, you know, so it's just one of them things. I'm just done with it. Doesn't mean that I'm not going to bring it up periodically when we have to deal with fucktard over across the sea.
No, Caroline, that's not what I said. Wes made the comment that he just cuts to the chase, which he does. Wes doesn't pussyfoot around, which is what I'm saying, and that's why I said he pussyfooted around so much. He might as well look like a giant vagina. You know, bush, pussyfoot, yeah. He got it. That was the point. We're good.
And by the way, I'm over here dying, just so you know.
Now, you know, Tim, Tina, and I have all stated people can come on here and vent whatever they want, whether it's a personal experience or whether it's something you have like facts on, like exposing people that are involved in, you know, criminal activities and whatnot. However, although we might not judge you, well, I'm not going to say I won't because I'm a judgy bitch. I really am. But I'm not going to be all like, no, you're full of shit, blah, blah, blah. Well, I might. I can't really promise anything at this point. But we have lurkers. People lurk. So that's not to say that somebody else won't call you on what you said later on.
True.
However, if we don't have a problem with something you said and they call you on it, let us know and we'll call them up in a heartbeat. You know what I mean? Wes doesn't have a sense of humor, Carolyn. What are you talking about? I mean, there's always going to be somebody who judges you.
Yeah, no matter what.
You know, either they take offense to something you said to your friend. You know, like Misha gets upset with me when I play around with Philly Flipper. No, he doesn't, Carolyn. He has no sense of humor. See? She's like, yes, he does. I know he does. Wes. But we do have, I mean, somebody could fucking turn out and be like, oh, you know, Pro was in Tina's chat talking shit. No, she's not talking shit. She's talking about personal experiences that she's had that she's not happy about, and it's understandable. Now, there are other people that will just make random shit up. And Caroline, prove it, Caroline. Make them do something funny. And really, with people that you met online, it's hard to tell who's actually telling the truth in most cases. So, especially when it's opinion, you know. So, although outright behavior of some people has made it apparent that their word is not to be trusted. Yeah. But I mean, there might always be somebody who saw you say something in our chats or heard you say something in our chats, and they're going to come out to you later about it. Tell them to fuck off. You have to get the attitude that other people's opinion doesn't have any relevancy on your life. If they don't like what you say, and it doesn't have anything to do with business, you know, then, I mean, if it's an opinion about something like you not shipping correctly, like say, you know, I got something from Caroline and her shipping was crap. And I came on here and I said, Caroline's shipping was crap. Somebody going to come after me about that? The stuff I got was shipped crappy. Keeping it real. But if someone comes on and says, oh, Caroline ripped me off for $3,000 and it wasn't true, that's a whole different thing, you know? So yeah, I'm talking in circles. I'm so fucking tired. Tell him to piss up a rope. That's right. Or piss into the wind. That's always fun.
Oh, God, no.
Yeah, you have been, Pearl. Me too, Kristen. Yeah, you're still not funny, Wes. Caroline, make him be funny. Yeah. Yeah, and there are people that, you know, I don't know. I don't know why people don't. You know, people sit there and they'll say exactly that. I'm just like I am here as I am in real life, but they're not. You know what I mean? So I don't know why people have to be fake. I have no idea. But I don't want to overly state the fact that I am, because that's what people do that aren't. And it's like I can't enforce it any more than just saying. I mean, I talked to Tina offline, you know, and I've talked to Hot Mess and Wendy, and they can tell you I'm pretty much exactly like this as I am.
Yes.
What am I, chopped liver?
Well, I don't talk to you in video calls and stuff.
Yeah, true.
Put his it's offline.
Yeah. I'm a bitch online or offline, you know? I mean, it's either way you slice it.
I agree, she
yeah.
is.
What the fuck you just say to me, Britt?
I said you're a bitch offline.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm here and I will be typing in the chat, but I'm going to stay muted because I'm going to neb. So,
Gotcha.
Okay. Tim,
Okay.
I'm gonna have
I'm gonna
Tuna.
slap him.
I was gonna say I'm gonna have her smack you with a stick.
I got my cane handy and the back
works.
scratcher.
That's a stick. That works. Yeah, Kristen. Kristen can't. Kristen can't be in any other way but real because our kid will call her on her shit. Don't you bring any bugs in here from your corner, Wes? Ugh. Tim's over there getting foreplay.
Look what he types.
I know. I let it go.
You better go find his girlfriend.
Ooh. You want some aloe for that burn, Tim? I think Wes needs some from the one I gave him earlier. That was good, wasn't it? I'm proud of that one. Sorry, Wes. Mm-hmm. It did, didn't it, Papa? And those of us that have been there know that there is such a thing as pleasure pain.
Oh, there is such a thing as pleasure pain, but that wasn't it.
Really, dog? She's allowed to walk on the bed. Slow your roll there, killer.
Well, this one's home from work.
Hi.
Hello.
My text.
You sent me a text.
Yeah.
Wow, he sounded so bougie. Did you guys get my text? No, making someone believe is not good for sex. That's no.
Since you're a mom. Who is you, Dad?
Nobody will. We're just talking in general.
About dinner?
I don't know.
Okay.
You always asking about food.
Have a wish sandwich. You know what a wish sandwich is?
You wish you had a sandwich.
You got two slices of bread and you wish you had some bologna to go in the middle.
Oh, I think he's got plenty of bologna.
Yeah,
because he's full of it.
It's Coke, ha ha ha. Loves you.
Oh. Ow. Leave my... Hey, what's my poo doing out of the box?
Somebody playing with one of your Pooh Bears.
Apparently.
Phenomena. 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 Was Cody facepalming?
No.
Did Cody what now?
Hi, Wendy.
Hi.
I hear an echo.
I know. I'm echoing terribly bad today, and I don't know why.
It's Wendy calls me. So I'm turned down.
I don't know why that would confuse you, Willow. That's like our regular chats.
Yep, I say that a lot, Papa. I really, really do.
I work tomorrow 4 to 8.
Okay.
I think. I'm going to make sure of that.
Ah!
And now you're being squeaked at.
She's like hovering over my head. I lean back to stretch. My head landed on my dog, and then I hear meow from above my head. She's like hovering over my head. Okay, she went away. Oh, thanks, dog. I needed you to move right then. Oh, ow.
Of course.
I was stuck.
Oh my word.
Dog, now is when I need you to be like a German Shepherd so I can use you to pull myself sitting upright. Because 35 pounds is not going to do it. Oh, fuck. Yeah, 35. Dog just was like, oh, fuck no, I'm out of the way.
2 to 6.
Carolina.
Him, seriously?
Wes is so quiet now. He's creepy.
He's probably stalking someplace else.
Probably.
Because you know how he is.
Yep, he's such a chat whore.
I'll say, I've got redneck resale. I don't know who else is on.
I don't pay attention to who's on when I'm on.
I figured I'd scan and see who's up.
You always do that, and then you tell me who's on. I'm like, okay.
I said, Wes was sent to the corner, so I don't know.
You never know. I didn't send him to the corner. I think he sent himself to the corner. I think Wes likes the corner. He's got booze hidden in there or something.
Something of that nature.
So welcome to the Avatar chat.
Yep.
Oh, he's opening boxes.
Carol Ann. He's here. I feel him looking at my chat. Are you sure it's your chat he's looking at?
Woo.
Just saying.
That's a big piece.
You know, it doesn't matter how many times you win giveaways on someone's channel. If they're going to have a giveaway and they're fair about it, if you win, you win. I mean, at one point when I was in Moonstone Mama, when they were doing the auctions with Jennifer Layton, and they had like a special guest on, I think they had Jenny Gems and Stephanie Unboxing or something. And I won each of their giveaways like twice. Like 2 weeks in a row, I won their giveaways that they did. And I was like, okay, this never happens. You know what I mean?
Right.
But then I didn't win any for months. So sometimes it goes like that, you know? Yeah. I mean, if you're not willing to take the you know what it is that other people complain, oh, Pearl won again. Well, it's a giveaway and it's a contest, or you pick a number.
You just get lucky. Numbers are drawn random, especially if you use the random number picker.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's the ones I don't like is when it's, okay, I'm thinking of a number now. Everybody put your numbers in and just keep rapid firing your numbers until we see it. No. Because those are not done fairly. They can pick who they want out of the ones that they see. You know? So those can be biased big time.
That is true.
Because you've got 15 million people, the number is coming, say the number is 6. You've got 25 people that have already put in the number 6, but that 26th person is the one they see. Please. That's because that's who they wanted to win. So.
Yeah, that's why I always like, there's 20 people in the chat. We're going to do 1 through whatever.
Yep.
And you only get to put one number.
Wes. Wes.
And shared with the car warranty people.
Yeah, he does that every time someone does a giveaway.
I know.
He's like,
I laugh so hard.
He's like, "Don't do it. It's a trap." Ooh, Wes is probably opening his MRE for the week. Nice. Hey, I've had some of those. They're not bad. When we were hurting for food for a while, John's boss gave him like these buckets, like full of MRE meal type of things. They're not military MREs, but they're MREs for survivalists, I guess.
Yeah.
And some of them actually weren't too bad. Mm-hmm. Now that's funny, Carol Ann. See, it's not Wes with the sense of humor, Carol Ann, to you. See that? Yeah, some are gross. I made John eat those. The man grew up Navy, okay? He could eat anything. Throw some hot sauce on it and he was good.
Louisiana or Frank's? Cody?
What?
I asked a question. I said Louisiana or Frank's?
I don't understand that question.
You said throw some hot sauce on it and he was good.
Neither one of those.
Or Frank's.
Neither one of those. You wouldn't touch those with a fucking 10-foot pole. The same with that other generic one, Texas Pete. Too much vinegar in them. He was like, that's not hot sauce. He had to get his hot sauce from fucking California or specialty stores.
Oh, spoiled.
Oh yeah, he was a hot sauce connoisseur, man. Him and Storage Stacker would have got sarcastic.
Yeah.
Would have gotten along great. Let me tell you. The two of them would have been talking fucking red hot peppers for days.
Wes, you're killing me.
Wes. Wes, that's not nice, and I love Robin, and stop that.
Look, when Tim turned 50, I got the, just because I'm married to him, honorary AARP. Okay.
I've been getting AARP shit since I was 25. I'm like, what the fuck? He cries, Caroline. He just doesn't let you know it. He's like, Caroline's always picking on me. Yeah. Now, John was the kind of person who, when we went to a Mexican restaurant and they had something called 3-alarm chili, he went into the kitchen and showed him how to make actual 3-alarm chili. Because he was like, took a big spoonful of the chili that they brought him and was like, what the fuck is this watered down crap? He goes, a 3-month-old baby could eat this without noticing. He's like, what the hell? And he actually went in the kitchen and schooled the Mexican chef on how to make hot chili. Yeah, I think they actually overcharged us for that meal because they had to deal with John. He said if it didn't make his eyes water and his nose sweat, it wasn't hot enough.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to even be around it. So
Yeah, me neither. And I'm back, by the way.
Oh no, John with his hot sauce had to sit on a different side of the room from me when we ate food.
I wouldn't be able to breathe.
I mean,
It would kill me.
my eyes would water and that scent would get in my nose and all my food would taste like it and I'd be like, no, get away from me. I want to taste my own food.
Right?
I don't do hot things. I mean, like I do Jason Momoa hot, but not pepper hot.
Mercy. Get my fingers wrapped up in that hair and climb him like a tree.
Ooh, lickable tree.
You betcha.
Mm-hmm.
I had something like that.
I've gotten good food from soup kitchens. Don't knock them. They help a lot of people.
I had something like that happen to me, Jay, with a bead magazine. I bought a subscription, and they were like one issue short of fulfilling the subscription. And then like 3 years later, they realized that, and they came back, and they like gave me a year subscription to digital. And like 5 or 6 years later, I was still getting the magazines digitally. They were still sending them. Finally, they quit, but I didn't have to subscribe for years because I got them digital.
We know you think he's hot, Tim.
Who's hot?
Jason Momoa.
Who?
Jason Aquaman.
Oh.
Jason Momoa.
Oh, okay. Sounded like you were saying no.
No. Yeah.
I've never been to a soup kitchen.
Oh, too funny.
We had a church here that did, I don't know if they still do it because with COVID and everything, but they used to do meals during the day, during weekdays and Saturdays. Sunday, because it was through a church, and Sundays they were too busy to do an worship and everything. They didn't have a big parking lot, so they couldn't really do the kitchen at the same time. But 6 days a week, that's where we got our one meal a day.
You never know, Tim. She may have always wanted a vibrator on her bed.
Not really.
Yeah, she's like, not really. I told her, I said, just think, you don't have to put one of the quarters in it to get it to shake like that.
Yeah.
I never cared for magic fingers.
I love magic fingers, but I've never been on one of the beds.
Me neither.
Those magic fingers I am great with, but not the bed. So.
Yeah, Meals on Wheels never stopped here. The lady across the street gets Meals on Wheels meals delivered to her.
They used to do it here, but I think because of COVID, they stopped. And that's how I ended up on, this delivery service that delivers frozen dinners, a 3-week supply, which I could have got a 3-week supply, 2 meals a day instead of 1 meal a day. But I don't have enough room in my freezer for that. And I still cook some.
That's pretty cool, Papa. You have a mobile soup kitchen that visits. That's awesome. Yeah, the lady across the street continues to get her meals delivered to her. So there are way too many people that would have starved to death, not being able to leave their house and not having food delivered. They would have been fucked. So soup kitchen was, I guess, the Meals on Wheels was considered a necessary thing. So they kept them going.
Yeah, I don't know if they did here or not, but I haven't seen. They used to deliver to certain people here in the park, and I hadn't seen anything since COVID shut down.
Yeah.
So they may have transitioned them over to food deliveries as well.
I mean, I wasn't eligible for the soup kitchen. I keep saying soup kitchen because I keep seeing the word in the chat. I wasn't eligible for Meals on Wheels because my son lives with me. She wants it deep, Kristen.
Not that kind of deep. I ain't got the energy for that shit.
Yeah, it's true, Carolyn. Well, the schools here, the kids could go and pick up a meal. It consisted of usually a bologna sandwich, no cheese, applesauce, and like an apple or fruit or some kind of shit, and milk. That was their free lunch. Issa actually went to 3 different schools to pick up lunch for her kid one day because she was hungry, and one sandwich wouldn't do it for her. I'm like, you took food away from kids to feed your own face? What the fuck? And they didn't even need the meal. I mean, they've got plenty of money for food. I'm like, okay then.
Well, it's
Oh,
good
nice.
that you have that, Jay.
Yeah, that is really nice. See, my neighbor offers me free stuff, but it's free pot pie, ice cream, cake, and Xanax. That's what my neighbor offers.
Interesting menu there.
Yep.
So free weed, free pie, ice cream, and Xanax.
And cake.
You don't forget the cake.
Can't beat it.
Yep. Can't forget the cake. I agree, Caroline.
It is. You see the dumpster diver videos that people put out, and the amount of food going into a dumpster in a day.
Oh yeah,
That's enough to feed like a soup kitchen, for a day.
Yeah, just me, Kathy was crying because she hit a dumpster that had a bunch of sandwich meat, but because it's warmed up in the area now and that stuff's not staying cold, she couldn't take it to her little food pantry or donate it.
Yeah.
Because it's been refrigerated and then thrown in the dumpster and it warmed up.
Yep.
So
Bacteria.
she couldn't, and there was, I don't know, a good 10, 15 or more packs of, ham and all that in there.
Yeah.
And she was very upset, She was mad at the waste.
Well, and I've seen them where they've been dumpster diving, and there's like a trunk full of like chicken.
Mm-hmm.
From the meat department, chicken.
Yes.
Chicken legs, great big family-sized packs of chicken legs and thighs, and that kind of stuff that could go a long way in a food pantry.
Yep.
Or in a soup kitchen. And it's just wasted. People are starving on the street, and these places are so arrogant that instead of donating it to a food kitchen and getting a write-off, they would rather throw it away.
Well,
corporate.
A lot of places can't because of potential lawsuits. If someone eats the food that they donate and gets sick, they can get sued. It's why a lot of them don't want people dumpster diving in dumpsters that they put food in.
Yeah.
Because usually they toss it, although Kathy finds a lot of stuff that's not even close to the expiration date or best used by date. So I'm thinking that they need to train their employees better to read their numbers. But, a lot of these places, if they toss food out that's a couple days within, a best used by date, it's still good. It just means that the store can't sell it past that date because of potential issues that it could have. But if somebody eats it and they do get sick, then they're responsible for it, unless it's pulled out of their dumpster. But if they donate it and they get sick, they're responsible. So corporate says, no, you can't do that. We don't need to deal with lawsuits. So.
Yeah, but if it hasn't even expired yet, that's the sad part.
Yep.
I gotta go turn my AC down. I'm dying. Heat of the day is just past, then it decides to stop. Oh, it kicked back on.
Yeah, some of it's due to recalls. And Kathy does check.
Yes, she does.
If the expiration date or best used by date is still current, She will check on things like medications or food, drinks, things like that. She will check on it before she takes it to her little pantry.
Yep, she will check
And-
for recalls on things.
Yep.
That's the
And-
thing. I think a lot of food pantries wouldn't be able to accommodate the number of people that they're getting in that are in need if it wasn't for the dumpster divers making the donations that they do from the stuff they find.
Yep.
Because that stuff that they're donating is feeding a lot of people. Kristen, if it's recalled, I can understand it because there's something that could be wrong. But if it's perfectly good food and it's not expired, and it's not warm, it hasn't gotten too warm in the dumpster, I don't see anything wrong with it. I honestly don't. If it's still sealed and stuff, it should be just fine.
Our local food pantry here in town purchases a lot of stuff from our local Aldi store. So they have a really good working relationship. So when items are being close to expiry date or best by date, they are contacted and things are pulled and they are picked up. So a lot of stuff is not thrown away in our Aldi dumpster. So we get a lot of veggies and meats, things that are close to a certain date, things that can still be frozen and won't be icky.
Right.
Or if they maintain a frozen.
Our local Salvation Army, they've got the church building, which is also their offices. And then there's a thrift store. And they would get so much, like bread and stuff like that donated to them from the stores that they would bring it and put it in baskets there at the thrift store. And people could just get what they needed.
Our Salvation Army here in town is a piece of shit.
Ours phases in and out. Like the previous manager, that was a tight run ship. And it was well organized and the prices were consistent. And there's a new manager now.
No,
and
I mean,
it's kind of gone downhill.
I meant the Salvation Army itself is a piece of shit. We went in there for help several times and they wouldn't help us.
I've asked for help there a couple of times after I got divorced and I was struggling financially. And they helped. I've never went and got, like food except for like their commodities pickups. But to just go and get a bag of food, I've never had to do that. And I won't go there. I mean, it's been offered to me. But I won't do that unless I need it, and I'm good. So, somebody else needs that more.
Well, John
I'm not going to take what I don't need.
John and I were both out of work, and I think it was our water bill that was out of control. I'm not out of control, but we couldn't pay it. It was like $120, and we had the 20. We just didn't have the 100. We had no food in the house, and we went in there with the kids. I mean, we had the kids with us, and that bitch took one look at my pentacle I was wearing and went, "Nope, we can't help you." And when John looked at her and goes, "Well, why not? We qualify." And she looked at my pentacle and looked at him and goes, "Because we can't." And I was like, "Well, do you at least have some food so we can, give the kids something to eat?" And she gave us one bag of groceries, a Walmart bag. There was enough in it just to feed either one adult sparingly and two kids, or the two kids, and have them have one full meal. That's it. So, yeah, very Christian of you. Thank you very much. Fuck off.
Now, here, our Walmart, shit, thank you, you said Walmart bag. Salvation Army store is closed. It's shut down. Because they were paying out more to people to work it and paying out the utilities and the rental for the building space than they were taking in. So it's gone. It's closed.
Yeah. Well, most of their profits, I mean, 3/4 of their profits go to the CEO. I mean, the man makes hundreds of thousands of dollars a year.
So our Salvation Army store itself is closed, but the church itself is still functioning, and it's been in the same location all of my life.
Yeah.
But they're very good at giving. They've went through 3 or 4 different captains since I was a child. And anyhow, long story long, the give out commodities on Wednesdays. They do lunches every day of the week except for on the weekends. And if they have extra bread and stuff like that, and you go up there to see about getting help, if it's sitting out, you are welcome to it. You can go up and get it. No big deal. I mean, because if you go up there to get a food voucher to go to the food pantry and they've got extra bread or vegetables or whatever sitting out on the table, you are welcome to it. No questions asked.
Yeah. Our food pantry here is racist as fuck too.
And see, and that's another thing. The way y'all's food pantry works is FUBAR. Just really. Because here, you have to have an appointment. You got to go either to the Salvation Army or to public aid in order to get a voucher to go to the food pantry to get it. And you have to provide everybody who lives in the home their birth certificate and identification and how many are in the home, etc., so that they can set you up with boxes and bags, because it's all set up by how many people are in the household and by ages. If there's 2 adults, you'll get it for 2 adults, and if there's 2 children, you'll get it for 2 children. So it'd be 2 adults, 2 children. When it was me and Tim and 3 kids, it was 2 adults and 3 children. We got groceries for that many people.
Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be here, but it only works that way out for if you're not white.
And it doesn't matter if you are white, Latino, black.
Again, ideally, that's how it's supposed to be here.
It's not first come, first serve. You got a voucher, and that's how you get it. The only thing that's different is if they have a sign on the door that says that bakery is available that day, then you can go in and get bakery, and they still only give you bakery for so many people that are in the house. And they only give you like a bag or 2. And if there's stuff available on the table, like it's coming up on gardening season and people are going to be having extra produce from their gardens, people will donate and it goes on the table. Fresh garden vegetables. I love it. I can go and get fresh cucumbers and tomatoes and onion and sweet potatoes. It's fabulous. It's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, that shit doesn't happen here.
There was one organization here. I don't know if they're still here. They've been here for over a century. Tied to one of the founding fathers of the town. It was called the Jones Foundation. And they had some kind of program. I didn't know about it. I found out about it. I had a tooth go bad. And I called the local health department, this little dental department thing, and explained my financial situation because I wasn't working at the time. I was recently divorced. And I was trying to find a job. And at the time, jobs were hard to come by here. But they had me contact them. And I went in and met with them and stuff. And the program they had, there was like an age cutoff, and I was like 3 months outside of that. So they could have just turned me away. But they contacted, like, I don't know, the CEO or whatever, the big boss. Mm-hmm. And they okayed it. And they paid to have that tooth extracted. And also, when I went and had that done, they told me at the health department that they had also, I had to have the tooth extracted via a maxillofacial surgeon. Mine were
Yeah.
too complex. A regular dentist couldn't pull my teeth. It had to be done by a specialist. They said, we've got you scheduled here at this time, so this is where you go to get it done. And give it a week for that to heal, and we've got you scheduled to come back here. And they also sent the funds to have a cleaning and stuff done on my teeth because I was overdue for that. And I thought that was really nice that they accepted me outside of the age range and even did that because they hadn't said anything about that when I got approved.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't find out about it until I went to the health department. I had to pop in there to get information from because I didn't have a phone at the time.
Yeah.
And they told me, give it a week or so for that to heal. We've got you scheduled to come back here, not the surgeons, but come back here and we'll clean your teeth. And they've already paid for it. So you just got to come. So I did, and they
That was
cleaned my
cool.
teeth and whitened them and all of that, and the program covered that as well. And I didn't even ask for that. I was just asking to get that extremely painful tooth taken out. And all of this happened in 48 hours. When you've got a tooth that is just screaming, I mean, you'll wet yourself from the pain. Every day counts. And that thing could have gone on for 2 weeks, but it didn't. And they paid to have me sent home with antibiotics to kill any bacteria or infection. Because my teeth, they would always rot from the inside out, from the root up.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Dental cleanings, I always kept up with all of that and everything. That didn't matter. It's tied to the copious double staph that I carry in my body because of the skin condition. It's amazing how much a skin condition can affect so many medical aspects of your body. And that was yet another one. But it was just really nice that program did that. They were so kind. I don't know if they're still there, but they also put on, it was a haunted house done through the program or through the foundation. And I went to that haunted house one time, and you weren't supposed to, they were the creepy crawler peoples, that were in the fog, acting all scary and everything. They weren't supposed to physically touch. And they asked that the guests going through didn't grab onto each other. Well, they didn't listen in either aspect. And one of the creepy crawler dudes grabbed somebody's pant leg. That scared her and pushed her into me, which pushed me off of 2 little steps that you had to step down going through this little narrow winding corridor that they had built, with partition walls and things.
Mm-hmm.
And I went down and severely damaged my ankle. And they, at the haunted house, took me through one of their little secret doors into an office and plopped me down and gave it a quick look and, let me call. Well, they were going to let me call my folks, but I told them, I said, I've got my car, I've got to drive. Well, how are you going to drive? That's your driver's foot. And I'm like, I can drive with my left leg. I'm lefty, so I can do this. But they tried to chuff it off. They tried to say that nobody touched anybody, stuff like that after the fact. Because the next morning, I was called by the people that ran the thing, the big bosses.
Mm-hmm.
And what happened? Tell me in detail. Da 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 da. Let me know. Send all your hospital bills here, or contact them, give them the information. And they took care of everything. And the people that caused it were fired. And they totally reset the haunted house thing. Putting like on the steps and with rails and stuff where you're looking down, they try to make it look like you go up like 2 foot onto this little step platform thing, looking into like a room, and they tried to make it look like, they were down in a pit or something like that, and they were coming up out of the fog, all bloody and nasty and creepy. They put boards up where they couldn't reach and touch anybody anymore. They put barricade. and stuff like that. They really stepped up and took care of that so that something like that never happened again. And they paid all the bills. They called and checked on me at home, called and talked to my parents, apologizing, about the whole ordeal, um, you know, and they were very accommodating and took care of all of my expenses, medical. I'd have crutches. They bought those and all that stuff. No problem. They
Long
just
story
paid for it
long.
all. But it was somehow tied to that same foundation though that paid for my dental. I hope they still exist. They don't broadcast or advertise. It was basically, the health department told me about it. You contact these people and see if they'll cover the expense of your extraction. And I did that right away. And like I said, the tooth was out within 48
Big
hours.
Barn Quality kicks butt again, huh?
No, he said kicks ass again.
Ooh, what happened, Wes?
Apparently, Wes opened a box that he really likes.
Apparently
You gonna
so.
come on here and tell us? You gonna show us all the goodies you got?
Well, Kristen, there was a homeless guy that used to hit our garbage cans when I was working. He started doing it when the shift before me was on, but she used to hit the alarm and scare the crap out of him and make him run away. So when he started coming around, I watched this poor guy drinking fucking salad dressing from like Wendy's and shit out of our trash. I couldn't take it. So at the end of the night, when we have to take all the hot dogs and sausages off those rollers, which by the way I made sure were fresh when I came in, because nobody else ever changed the damn things except me.
Yeah, nobody wants a 2-day-old sausage.
So at the end of the night, I mean, they had been on there for a while, but I always kept it on low once they were cooked. Yeah, it is mean. She was a douche. I would wrap it all up in foil, and I'd put it out on top of the trash can. Like I'd buy a drink or something and take like a couple of sips, put the cap on it, put it next to it, and he would come by and grab it and take off with it. So at least I knew he was getting something decent to eat. Because when you watch a grown man drinking salad dressing out of those little cups that come with Wendy's fucking salads and shit, it's not a good
Nah,
look.
that's desperation.
Yeah, I mean, he lived on the street, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, she would hit that alarm. She goes, "Watch this," and she thought it was funny. I'm like, "Wow, that's a douchey thing to do." And she's like, "Well, he creeps around here." I was like, "He's homeless and he's hungry. What the fuck?" Yeah,
Some
her and I
people,
didn't get along.
if they haven't been in a situation where they've had to ask for help or dig in a dumpster to survive or anything like that, they don't get it. They cannot fathom that level of desperation. Yeah, and they just get arrogant. I bought 2 pieces of leather from Big Barn that have to do with rendezvous. One was a belt with a pouch, and the other was a pair of custom-made buckskin pants. Paid $50 for the belt,
Nice.
and the pouch is worth that. Okay,
Sweet.
I remember that, Wes. I remember you buying those. Yeah.
Very sweet.
Yeah, they were nice. They were real nice.
Damn.
Yeah. Was that Rendezvous or Renaissance that you're talking about?
You are definitely gonna have sweaty balls. Just saying.
Only you, Cody.
Well, I mean, any genitalia that's kept in leather is gonna be sweaty.
Yeah. Oh, and they fit him too, so yeah, that could very well be.
Bonus. For your sweaty balls.
Yeah, buckskin pants are not cheap. They are
No.
not cheap. That shit's a bitch to sew. I've sewn buckskin because I've made my own moccasins and stuff for years. And yeah, that stuff is killer. In fact, I need to make me another pair. Mine's wearing out. I couldn't make them there for a while, so I bought a pair of Minnetonkas. And My Minnetonkas are wearing out, so I'm going to have to make me some new slippers. Make me some
Man,
mocks.
Well, we know
I
your
looked-
crocodile's not wearing out.
I looked at
Huh?
the price of buying a good pair of moccasins. Holy crapoly!
Hey, I only need one moccasin, okay?
Yeah, they want a lot for mocks. They really do. Be right back.
We can hear you whispering.
No, she was talking about Jen. So she was talking to Willow.
Tweedledee Porky is blowing up a certain chat.
I have never paid $150 for anything that I put on my feet. The most I ever paid was $75, and that was for a pair of cowboy boots, which I got when I was in Texas. And yeah,
Because with the way my feet swell these days, I was
Yeah.
looking at getting a nice comfy pair of moccasins.
well, I don't think I'd be able to use the moccasins even if they were lace up because of the prosthetic. I have to have the heel has to be equal on whatever I have on the prosthetic as to what's on my foot. So if I get a different pair of shoes, I have to change out like both shoes. You know, I have to put a different one on the prosthetic that matches whatever I'm going to be wearing on my foot.
Oh, that was the friend price.
Yeah.
Otherwise, she'd be walking all wobbly. Worse than what
Yeah.
normally.
I walk all wonky anyway, but that would definitely make it worse. The sole levels have to be the same on both feet. So moccasins, I think, would be a bit of a stretch trying to put that on a prosthetic. But I would definitely have to have custom because of my calves being fat. You know what I mean? So normal boots and things like that are made for normal sizes and people, they don't fit my legs.
Was that those Western leather pillows, Pearl? Did Wes win those? I had to step away, so I didn't find out who won.
What did I say?
Them was fancy pillows. Yeah, mocks aren't cheap. And they're a bitch to sew, because I have to sew by hand. I don't have a machine that can sew leather.
Well,
My old
looks like
Cedar
we got some
Featherweight will
rain.
sew denim, but not leather.
Our street seems to have some damp spots on it.
Your what stamp?
The street,
Oh, like you got some
you
rain.
know, yeah, like that thing that cars drive on.
Oh,
Yeah.
why isn't that showing up on my?
Oh, cool. Yeah, those were nice, Wes. Not my style. It's not something I would have in my home, leather pillows, but I loved the look. Very Western.
Man, leather pillows would get me in so much trouble. Having my face that close to leather constantly, that would be a bad thing.
It's because it hasn't started yet. That's why.
Well, these were little throw pillows like you put on your sofa. They look really good on, a leather sofa with the little tack things that give it that Western pizzazz. And
Yeah, so they'd end up on my bed, and that would be bad.
yeah.
Okay. Now I understand.
Then it really would have to shop on Adam and Eve.
I love the look of Southwest,
Yeah.
but my home is more country eclectic bumpkin.
So what and where?
My house is more like this house is a piece of crap and early storage locker. That's what my room is. I have decorated an early storage locker.
My house,
Well,
Why
you
do
know, I
have
buy.
hers?
my house
buy-
has whatever I like. It is up, and that's it. And it has stacks of this, that, and the other. Like stacks of VHS, stacks of books, stacks of DVDs.
A lump in the
Yeah,
closet.
I'm pretty eclectic.
And then whatever pictures I like are up on the walls.
Yeah, mine's I like that. No matter what motif or what theme or what, you
Yeah,
know, very eclectic.
whatever knickknacks I happen to like, they're on a shelf, which are
Mhm.
not many because I hate to dust. I don't like dust collectors.
I
So
have a lot of knickknacks, but I try to minimize what is not behind glass. Yeah, because dusting. But I still have a lot that I have to dust.
my daughter comes over and she dusts for me twice a year.
It's really easy for me to take care of all my knickknacks because they're still all in fucking boxes.
Yeah, but hopefully not for long.
No, all that stuff will still be in boxes.
Yeah, but you might
There's
be
no
able
place to
to.
put anything.
Yeah, but you might be able to decorate a little bit in your craft room.
That'll be full of crap stuff.
Well, she has that one shelf that she wants to put her geode and a few other things on
Well,
that
that's
cats
decorating.
I don't
won't
know.
be able to get to.
Right.
But other than that, she's not planning on doing any major decorating.
Yeah, I have pictures and stuff to put on the wall, but I have a picture to put on the wall.
What
House
do you
has a
mean?
lot of dust as well, Maggie.
Oh, you already in the chat.
Lots and lots of dust.
Oh, my room is pre-decorated for next Halloween.
So is mine. Which reminds me.
Some of the rooms in my house are still dusty, but like I've totally redone the living room when I had to move furniture, and I vacuumed and cleaned everything.
When
And
I rearranged the living room, that's when I cleaned and moved things. But other than that,
well, yesterday the ants decided to invade, so I dusted and cleaned using bleach water, wiped down all the counters and the walls and everything to deter them because they do not like bleach.
Conky's Flippin' Adventures just went live.
Yeah.
oh yeah, they've been in there chatting it up for the last bit.
Oh yes, Maggie, I love cats. Yeah, I have a lot of cats and owls and turtles. I don't have near as many turtles though. They're just harder to find. There's just not,
They really are.
especially tortoise, land turtles. Most of the turtle motif stuff that goes out is sea turtles. And I live in Kansas. I'm not near ocean. I have a few sea turtles, but I mainly look for land turtles, tortoises. Yeah, I don't like ants either, but we have them buku here, the little piss ants.
Yep,
I mean, they will swarm. They swarm to the kitchen.
they do. It's horrible.
It was a small swarm, not a big one. It was mostly, like 100 scouts. And then even after wiping everything down, I'm still walking in there and giving one a squish here and there, running them down the sink. But at least I don't have, the cats aren't like walking through when they jump up on the counter to eat. They're not walking through a bed of ants.
I've put out cinnamon and basil and vanilla and all kinds of different things, naturals, and it doesn't. Naturals don't work to get rid of them for me. I have to get out the Toro stuff.
I've had to like under the kitchen counter. There's no back on the cabinets. It's trailer, so when you open the lower cabinets and you're looking at sheetrock. And what I've done is I've drilled little holes in a grid, and I take the raid and I put a pokey little straw on the can and poke it in the hole and give it a spritz. And I do that in each one of the holes, and then each hole is covered with a piece of clear tape.
Mm-hmm.
And I can peel that tape off each year and give them a fresh spray. That's the only thing that I can do to get rid of them. I just haven't been able to do it yet. So they came at me. But yeah, that's what I plan on doing this weekend is I need to expand the number of areas where I have the little holes, and not a whole lot, but I need to do some of that and then spritz in there again. Because once I do that, they go away. I don't see them anymore. And I had to do the same thing in my bathroom because on my vanity, I have a kind of a long counter vanity. It's not super long, but there's enough room to put 2 small critter bowls, and there's a little bowl of food and water in there because if we have to secure the cats anywhere because people are coming in, it's in my bedroom bathroom.
Yeah.
So I do a food station there for that. But when they remodel, when they do the modifications in my bathroom, I'm going to eliminate the food station in there.
Yeah.
And only put it out when we have to secure them in there and not keep it there all the time.
Yep.
So that I don't have ants in the bathroom all the time. Whose channel is Service Chia? Fuck if I
Chihuahua.
know.
I don't know.
I've
They're
never even
all
heard of that.
monkeys.
Chihuahua?
Chihuahua. Service Chihuahua.
Service
They're
Chihuahua's channel is Service Chihuahua's channel.
Yep.
That's
I don't know
who
who they are.
Oh, so he just misspelled.
Yeah, he misspelled Chihuahua.
Yeah.
Look
Here's
if
the
I-
correct spelling, dear. Damn, Wes. Chihuahua. I'm like, what in the fuck is that?
Even I knew who it was.
I didn't connect the dots. It just, it didn't bring to mind dog. Of course, my brain is distracted because I got sis coming and going and asking questions and interrupting,
They're kind of annoying. Every time I see them in a chat, they're annoying to the channel owners.
Kristen, that lady has issues. That other
ask
lady has issues too.
They ask random questions in the middle of stuff that other conversations, and just they want attention all the time.
No, that's
Who is
not a
this?
hard,
I don't think so.
not a hard name to spell. Chiwawa. Chihuahua.
Nope, it should be Chihuahua.
Chihuahua.
Really?
I don't know.
Who is it that you're talking about that is just plumb annoying? I didn't hear what Cody said earlier.
Service Chihuahua.
Oh. I've never seen them. So they must
go
not
in
run in the
Conky's
same
auction,
circles
and
Oh, okay.
I don't know if they
I don't
go
make
into
it to
Hale's
Conky's
auction. I
very
know they go
often.
into Conky's. They go into a couple other people's, and I'm like, ugh. They'll give super chats just so that people will read what they said because they're trying to. I mean, the first few times I saw them, it was a totally random, not on topic question, and they didn't get the attention they wanted, so they sent a super chat saying, "Please read my question" or "Please read my comment" or whatever. I'm like, really? So,
Jeez, that's kind of sad.
Yeah.
it's always about the dog or about Roxy.
Yep.
And they always want to see Roxy, which is Conky and Noreen's dog, who's an elderly beagle. Stop making them pick up the poor beagle,
Yeah, beagles don't like to be picked up a whole
Yeah.
lot when they put on a little weight. It hurts.
Well, Roxy's not all that chubby, but she's like 15 years old or something like that. So
Yeah, she's probably got fatty tumors and tender titties.
Right.
And
I don't know. She doesn't.
Yep.
Not that I can see.
He did. I saw that.
Really,
I know.
Kristen?
Yep.
I know. She's greeting people now. I saw that. I was like,
And
What?
also, Um, the Rosie's Treasures.
Yeah. Rosie's random treasures or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, you go into Conky's now, and it's almost a lot of people from Hales.
Yeah. Which is funny because Hales goes in there and goes, "Hales low, everybody," and everybody jumps on it, like
Yep.
Jeremy and George and hey Hales, and they never reply to anybody. They never continue with, they come in and say hi to everybody, and everybody will jump all over it saying hi to them, and they never say hi to anybody individually or make another hello comment or anything. They just talk to Conky or Second Sense or whatever, but they don't. Or the Hudsons, they talk to the Hudsons, but they don't sit there and individually say hi to people or acknowledge anybody really individually.
Mm-mm.
They're too big for that now. I have no problem with Jeremy and George. I love George. Oh my God, I love that girl. She's awesome. But I get a kick out of people that are like fangirling all over people that don't acknowledge their existence. It's like, okay. Yeah, George has said hi to me before in there. I'd be like, "Hey George, what's up?" And she's like, "Cody," and that's awesome. I mean, I don't really need personal acknowledgement, but it's nice when you get it. When they did that tell me what you're touching game or whatever, and she put that hot dog in there, he squished the shit out of it. Man, that girl was my spirit animal. I was like, oh my God, that's awesome.
Personally, the toilet brush thingy with stuff all over it was great.
Yeah. I try to, Pearl. I can't always. I do try to say hi to everybody. Yeah, they have. Hey, Jeremy and George, they're show people, man. They know how to put on a good show and make it entertaining, and that's the point. People aren't going to watch your stuff if it's boring, So they do what they do,
Yep.
And they do it well because they have a lot of followers. But when they go into individual things and
Disrupt the flow.
Mm-hmm.
No, they don't disrupt it. They just people don't seem to realize that they're not being said to.
Yeah.
Well, kids, I'm pushing that 6-hour mark, and I still have to do this tomorrow.
Yeah, you do.
Might want to save ourselves something to talk about tomorrow.
Sure.
What the hell do we want to do that for?
Yeah, we've got about 12 minutes left.
Yeah.
Trying.
I have fun in Conky Noreen's auctions, but some of the people they're giving a little better power to aren't really
He's ignoring him.
stable enough to have that power.
Yeah. I used to go in and I just can't do it now. There's too much. The crowd is not my crowd.
I mean, I go in there and I say, I go in and I say hi to Conky and Noreen and all that. Say hi to certain people and whatnot. I mean, I don't know a lot of them, so the people I don't know, if I don't know them and they say hi to me, I say hi to them.
Mm-hmm.
But that's if I haven't fallen asleep before they even start their fucking. I'm like, oh my God, I'm so tired.
Yeah. Uncle Bo's in there. Only he doesn't go by Uncle Bo anymore.
Well, that's good, Tim.
Oh,
Yeah,
good.
she could just be busy. I haven't seen her today.
I told you it was a misunderstanding, Tim. I wonder if I can grab my light and pull it over to me and turn it on without having to scooch forward on the bed.
Without having to do the stretch
If you
aerobics.
hear a big crash and me go, motherfucker, you'll know it didn't work.
Okay.
Oh, it worked. Yay. Well, no, it was, I don't mind stretching a little bit, although that can be dangerous with my back too, but I don't, having to scoot forward to the edge of the bed and then scoot backwards is very painful. So,
Tim says crash and burn.
yeah.
Well, all I know, Kristen, is that she's like, I gotta go. Anne's got something for me to do again. Grr, kind of thing. I'm like, oh God, not again with the man shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get that. Jumping every time the man in their life says jump.
That's not what she said she was doing. He just had something he needed help with.
Oh, okay.
She just said it like that for dramatic effect. That's all.
Yeah.
I see. See how many people she could set off?
But, it does. He's always got something. He truly does.
I don't know what kind of stuff he has for her to do, so I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I mean, John was always asking me for help with stuff because he didn't want to fuck it up. He'd be like, Bear, come in here and help me with this before I screw it all up. I'm like, yeah, don't touch it. I'm on my way.
I had to do that with my ex.
What was really funny is Issa would be sitting like 2 feet away from me. She goes, I am sitting right here. I could help you with it. He goes, didn't you hear me say I don't want it fucked up?
I'm still
Yeah.
alive, Tim. I'm still alive.
It did not go over well with the wife.
Oh, there's
They're fixing
Wendy.
up the house. So yeah, if
I'm
they're
still
fixing up the
awake
house,
and I'm still alive.
if they're fixing up the house, then I can see him needing help with stuff. I mean, that makes sense. Choco pies. Who's got choco pies? Where?
Certainly not me. Choco pie sounds good.
What's a choco pie?
I don't know, but Choco is short for chocolate.
Unless it's like Mexican chocolate. You got cinnamon in it.
I don't know.
Oh, like a moon pie.
Oh, I don't want no damn moon pie. I don't want no marshmallow. Yuck. But if you're talking about some, French soap, hello, I'm a girl. Or just a regular chocolate pie. I'm good. Hello.
Yeah, everybody goes gaga over what is it they call it? Black Forest pie? Cake or something.
Oh, a Black Forest cake?
Yeah. It's just like a chocolate cake cake covered in whipped cream and plopped cherries on it. I'm not a big whipped cream person, so that's not really my thing. but I tried it once just to see.
Mm-hmm.
Mainly because I didn't realize it was whipped cream. I thought it was, like buttercream. It was hard to tell in the packaging, but I got it to try, and I was like, oh, chocolate cake slathered in whipped cream. No, thank you.
Black Forest is a very rich chocolate. It's a
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. The cake part was good, but yeah, I took all the topping off. I kept the cherries, got rid of the whipped topping, pulled out, like one of the little jars of, icing.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember if I did that or if I just made up a batch of buttercream, slathered it on there. I don't remember.
probably.
Anyways, I got rid of the whipped cream, and it was, and then I put the cherries, and it was good.
I like it with cream cheese frosting.
Yeah, I like cream cheese frosting. I like buttercream. But I can't eat much of that stuff anymore. But every once in a great while, I'll crave a slice of cake. They sell individual slices up here at the grocery store.
Yep.
It's actually like a 4x4 square of sheet cake.
Yep.
And I can get one of those and get, like 4 servings out of it. Do like a 2x2.
The fuck? That's not even a taste test.
Yeah, but diabetic numbers wise,
Ooh, carrot cake. Hello.
Yuck.
Carrot cake is okay.
Carrots belong on the side of my plate with butter. Okay? Carrots don't belong anywhere near my cake.
Oh, carrot cake is awesome. Love it.
Carrot cake. Yum.
Yeah, I like zucchini bread, but I love pumpkin bread.
Oh, I like Nana bread too.
Ugh. Oh, I'm gonna throw
Banana
up.
bread is okay.
Banana bread. No.
Oh,
No.
you're killing me.
Maggie, that would be me. I'd be chucking the pineapple at Tim and eating the chocolate.
I don't like pineapple.
I don't either.
I like pineapple. I don't love it. I do like pineapple juice, and I love when they have aloe vera juice with pineapple in it. I love that.
There's such a thing as aloe vera juice.
Yes. Yeah, I drink it to soothe my stomach when my stomach decides to get pissy.
I thought aloe vera was something you put on your skin, not your stomach.
Well, you can coat your stomach with it by drinking it,
Okay.
but it's good with pineapple juice in it. But again, I have to limit the amount that I drink because there's carbs in it.
Apparently, here's the thing, because even Pearl's going, I love aloe vera juice. I'm going, okay.
Yeah, it's good. It really
I'm
is.
sheltered, I guess.
I've used aloe vera juice for years for my stomach. Then Sis started having stomach issues. I got her onto it. And then we found out what her stomach issues are. She has GERD and she has a hiatal hernia. And the two together don't work well.
I do peppermint for my tummy.
She's not a peppermint person. I am a little bit, like a peppermint stick, a small one at Christmas. I don't want peppermint in my hot cocoa. If I'm gonna have hot cocoa, I want hot cocoa. But I don't want peppermint in my hot cocoa. I like peppermint. I don't love it.
Mm-hmm. So, like, a bag of Star Mints or the soft puff mints, either the bird or the
Yeah, by the time I get through that little bag that you buy at the dollar store of puff peppermint, they aren't soft anymore. They're like rock hard because it's been like 5 years.
Plus the 7-Up. I do 7-Up for my
Well, I have a
stomach.
bowl. We eat at Sonic. They always put the peppermint discs in, for an after dinner mint kind of thing.
Hmm.
I put them in a bowl, and the bowl got so full, I put them in a bag, and the bowl, started filling up again, and the bag went to work with Sis, and
Yeah.
she put them out for the students to walk by and grab some, and they got them ate up because they just weren't going to get ate up. Because again, I've got to add that into my carb count, and if I'm gonna get a sweet fix carb count wise, it's gonna be chocolate. So chocolate in some way, shape, or form. I'm gonna choose chocolate over peppermint any day.
Well, there are a whole lot of people trying to take over mod jobs in there. Sorry, I just popped in at Conky's.
Oh, that's fine. I don't care. You know that.
I know, but like Jane Lord is making mod type things, and JC Walker is acting like a mod. And
Well, Jane's always done it in there. Like the bid long, bid wrong.
he's doing $10 increments after 100.
Yeah, and things like that. She's always done that.
No, it's JC that's doing that.
Yeah, me neither, Kristen. If it's the right kind of chocolate, it doesn't affect your numbers much. You get to enjoy a bit more of it.
The thing is, the mods are repeating over each other because one of them already said bid in $10 increments. Now Jane popped in with $10 increments, and immediately Rose Fowler bids in a $1 increment. Can people not read? I don't get it.
They
So,
don't.
in other words,
look
your mods
before
are
they
climbing
bid.
over each other, and people aren't reading the memo.
And there goes Rosie saying, "Don't forget to thumbs up."
In other words, the chat's a clusterfuck.
And then somebody who's not even blue just piped up with $10 incremental bids.
Wow. That's nuts.
Yeah, this is like herding cats.
Shit, are you sure it's not lemmings that are making a run for the ledge?
Something. And of course, you got Kate without spelling anything. Make soot you shape to all social media. If you're going to mod, spell correctly. I'm sorry, but that irritates the crap out of me. Use your
Marie
words.
Callender's lemon is sour, huh? I'll remember that.
Yeah, I like lemon meringue. I like coconut cream to a degree. I would choose lemon over
Debbie
coconut
Landis was called squashy on her spelling.
if I had to.
Debbie Landis English squashy. LOL. Ooh, an owl. That's cute. Sorry.
Who's got
Random.
Who's got?
Conky.
They got an owl on Conky's?
Yeah, it's in a big, huge jewelry lot, though. It's not individual.
Oh.
I mean, it's like he.
Yeah, they sold the Treasure Hustlers sold a lot of jewelry yesterday at Big Barn. That was owls and butterflies.
Yeah.
And damn, I wanted that lot, but yeah, it went way high. And I had to quit. I tried.
Yeah. Well,
I
mean,
went as high as $30, but it sold for like 65 or some shit, some insane price.
I mean, I'm not actually typing in Conky's chat because I'm talking in Tina's live, but I wanted to see the jewelry, so
She's just lurking. Yeah, I'm lurking in Jim's. He just hasn't shown anything that's screamed at me yet.
I'm being supportive. I gave Conky a thumbs up. I always do.
Yeah, anytime, even if I'm lurking, I'll give him a thumbs up.
Yeah.
But now, it's just crazy.
I'll pop in and lurk in Conky's and see how long
trying to do
owl.
mine and talking over each other in text. in the chat. Bunch of idiots.
Okay, I'm looking for the owl.
In Conkeys, he already put it off to the side.
Yeah, I noticed. A bag of bling.
Yeah.
He held up a bag of bling.
Yeah, that's what he does.
Willow, so Jay says, so you saw me get the 2 wire wrap lots?
Mhm.
Doesn't even look like they put a price up yet, have they? Oh,
Yeah, it's already over $100.
yeah, I see that. I was scrolling
Yeah.
back. I had to scroll back a ways to find it.
Yeah, they haven't had any bids for a while. You need to call it if there's no bids.
Yeah.
Oh, no, they won't. You know that.
Yeah, they go through everything first, and then they like it.
Yeah, they literally go through every single last piece. There are no surprises.
Yep, which is good in a way and bad in a way, because when you have a lot like this that's so big, it takes a long time to go through the whole thing. You know. So.
What he who what you, Kristen? Oh Christ! It's at $120 on there.
Yeah.
For costume?
Yep.
That's crazy.
It is. That's why I said everything goes for astronomical amounts in there that it's not worth. I mean, come on. I was in there watching one night. There was like 6, maybe 7 Hot Wheels / Matchbox cars, and they went for over $100 fucking. I'm sorry. There are no new Hot Wheels cars that are worth that much fucking money. I don't care who the hell you are.
Right.
I agree.
Or what they are.
I just haven't seen anything in this lot that justifies a penny. I mean, maybe there's more off screen I'm not seeing, but what I'm seeing, oh, there's the owl. Yeah, I've had one like that.
It's cute though.
Yeah.
Yep. Honestly, she got more money than she got brains. I'm telling you. She must have got her check or something.
Oh, okay, there's like a whole box of that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's
a flat. Like
when they get that stuff, they gather it all together from storage units and things like that they've gotten, and they throw it all in a flat box like that, and then they sell the whole lot.
Oh, so when they get like a box flat worthy listing, then they sell it. They just let it accumulate until then.
Yeah, they have them like every week though, so they must get off a lot.
Yeah. That would be a lot of jewelry.
Yep. I don't know. There's a lot of people going live tonight.
Yeah,
Auctions are popping up. The music chat's popping up. All kinds of stuff's popping up on my subscription list now. It's been dead all damn day, but nope.
Oh,
furniture.
Damn, I bet that's gonna go higher than I'd be willing to pay, but
probably.
An 87 car Hot Wheel lot from NASCAR this year for 40. You've sold 20 of the cars for $50 already. That's not a bad return.
Yeah, somebody jumped in at 30 already.
Yeah, they start everything off at 25.
Yeah.
Apparently, this is Debbie Weenus' weakness, though, because she really wants to. She's like, I want. Apparently, Silver Wheels wants it too. Hunky does have some nice things, though. Did I just hear a boop?
Yep,
Yep.
Who booped?
it was Wendy. She automatically bopped out and bopped in all on her own.
Huh.
Because you notice
I
your
don't
mood.
know what happened.
Sit still.
I can't help it. I'm fidgety.
'Cause now you're under Willow.
Oh, good God. Don't hit me with a tit. You'll knock me the fuck out.
The swinging tatas.
Yeah, keep your tatas to yourself there, woman.
That's true, Kristen.
Rolling them up and flipping them over my shoulders.
Having a hard enough time staying awake. Definitely don't need to be knocked out by those fuckers.
Not to mention, I got the toots. And she's down in firing range.
Tina, move me and put Wendy back under here. Or put Willow on the bottom so she can't hurt anybody. Thank you. I agree, Kristen. My requirement should be that everything is spelled correctly. Well, Lenny has said several times that he's leaving YouTube. So
He might have finally. I don't know. I mean, his channel is still up. But the only thing on it is his video with the drone footage from West
Yep.
Virginia.
although sometimes he comes into Conky's late if he's not doing the moderating for Fluffy.
They got a lot of smalls in that lot.
It should also be a requirement that they don't spam the chat with buy it now or bid now or every 30 seconds throwing in your little things. It's annoying as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Makes the chat jump too much.
Makes it hard for everybody to see when your chat's moving 50 mile an hour.
Mm-hmm.
But these were just people that wanted power. They don't actually know how to mod, so most of them anyway.
Well, I'm not sub to the Laytons, so I don't know.
What?
Kristen says so, he says, but I don't believe it because he's in the Layton's auctions.
I haven't seen him in Jennifer's auction since Easter, or the auction they had right after Easter. I might have missed one though.
No, this lot's too random.
Well, it's just stuff that they find, so they don't really have a choice on.
Oh, I know. On a bench.
Oh, I don't doubt that, Kristen.
Really? Oh. Marty is harassing the dog.
Again?
Yep.
A busted dust.
Yeah, I know.
Coffee table.
he was given fair warning.
Yeah, Victoria just went live again. They're at a seafood place.
Yeah, I see that. Japanese chairs.
Yeah, I know he did. Pearl.
That's true, Kristen.
Yeah.
Oh, I misspell too. Even doing mod, I try not to, but sometimes
Yeah.
if you've got 10 things you need to type in and get in there, you end up misspelling here and there, just trying to get it all in there before you forget.
My brain works faster than my fingers.
What used to drive me crazy is when my numbers lock would unlock.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd go to type in, and I'm typing so fast, and I just hit the number and starting bid. And I hit enter, and there's no numbers in there because my numbers lock was turned off. And I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, oh, that used to drive me crazy.
I have a problem with my pinky that hits the shift key.
Yeah.
And I'll try to put a price in, and I end up with, the shapes and stuff that's above that, like the asterisk and all that shit. So then I have to back up and, do it again. A lot of times when I say hello to people in chat, the first letter after their first one, like if you're typing Tim, the capital T and then small IM, the I will end up being capitalized as well because that pinky doesn't move as fast as it used to.
Yeah.
Sometimes I correct it, sometimes I don't.
Which ones don't look happy, Pearl? They all look happy to me, except maybe, the spouses of the people that are there.
Chris.
They're probably just tired because they're cramming all that in into 3 days.
And they're
And
drinking.
a lot of them drove.
Yeah, and they're drinking. And it's time change for most of them, so.
Victoria, open your fucking eyes. Quit squinting. Put your glasses on.
Well, I like this furniture a lot, and it's worth what they're offering, but it's not what I need to fill gaps in the furniture. So.
Well, yeah, Kristen, when you're gonna repeatedly post something, you put it on your clipboard, or like I put stuff in a messenger that I have that links to my other Facebook, which I can't access to Facebook, but I can still send messages to it.
Mm-hmm.
That way I can just copy and paste from there.
See, I pull up my notepad on my desktop and I have things on a post-it note.
But there are times when I will literally type everything in the amount of time I can copy and paste, I can type it all in. I type really fast, and usually I spell correctly. So, but if you put it in wrong in the first place and then copy and paste it wrong, you're going to continuously post it wrong, and it's just ignorant. Told you I was a judgy bitch. And I don't care. Oh.
There's
That happens, Maggie.
Conky had enough veteran mods that he could have picked and chosen from at least a half a dozen, and instead he's grabbing amateurs that, hey, if they're happy with them, they're happy with them, and that's all that's important. It's Conky's channel. He can do what he wants with it.
Yeah.
If the chat gets too overwhelmed by mod shit, though, then you can't see the vids, and, it keeps jumping. Because they're just putting too much of it in there. And the crazy one is when they're doing a drawing and you're putting in numbers, and your numbers are going to vanish if it gets too far up.
Yep.
And they're dropping them plugs in. Yep. It's like, seriously? Then the numbers are all bunched up in little clusters between all that crap, and you're lucky if the top numbers that the first people put in don't disappear. Man, I'm fighting staying awake today.
Yeah, address is spelled with 2 D's.
Are you sure?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, if I know ahead of time I'm going to be modding an auction, I'll open up my word processor.
All right, somebody's got issues if they think both of those are roosters. Because that just went lot number 3, rooster is plural. One of these things is not a rooster. Oy.
Yeah, that is not where that book number goes. Oh, goodness.
That's right. Gotta love critics. Glad you're listening.
Oh, heavens. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
All right now.
I'm going to call it a day. And we can
sounds like a plan.
pick this up tomorrow. It
All
is
right, then.
scheduled for 12:30 noon Eastern, 11:30 Central. I have no idea what it is out Mountain and
9:30
Eastern or Western. So
Just
I'm
Check the
tired.
thumbnail. It's whatever time it says on your thumbnail. That's what time it's at.
Yeah.
Well,
if you have your thing set right.
Figure it out from there.
Well, if you don't, then you're gonna miss it, and that's too fucking bad on you.
I love y'all, and I will talk